And greetings and salutations, everyone, and welcome back to more ArchCast this week. We are late, as always, when Lumi is here, because Lumi is evil.
At least we're not 20 minutes late. Fuck you.
God damn it, Lumi, don't you know the YouTube algorithm is like, you're not allowed to swear in the first 15 seconds, and Lumi leaps in front of it? No.
You know you can edit that, though.
Yeah.
If I had to edit every time Lumi opens her mouth, that'd be a lot of extra work. Maybe I could train a robot or something, like, hear female voice, cut piece out.
You won't be able to replace Lumi with an AI like Neurosama.
That will be the day. That will be the day.
It's like, hey, we got Loom. No, she's not actually here. She's here in spirit, though. I'm gonna abuse her.
Tired today. For some reason. It's because I ate too much. Don't you dare, Lum Lum. I can fucking hear you retorting. In my mind. There you go. Good.
Man, you fucking called me out before I can even attempt to come up with something.
Yeah, because I knew that it sounded bad the moment I said it. But it is work time now. It is time for labor. Which begins with X being banned in Brazil now. Due to, what was it? I think the origins of this was that they weren't, what was it? They weren't moderating? Oh, yes. The spread of misinformation online and hate speech, because Brazil is big on hate speech, I guess, apparently.
Well, what about the right of people to be misinformed? Like, what if I crave to be misinformed? What if it's my desire to be misinformed? Why is the government not allowing people to disinform me?
I mean, if you want misinformation, you just record yourself and play it back. There you go.
Yeah, but it's not the same. It's like, look, you're basically saying if you want sex, you can use your hand. No, it's different when other people do it.
And also, V's little talk thing is fucked.
No, it's working entirely as intended.
Okay.
But yes, you are not allowed to be misinformed. That's also the reason why they arrested the CEO of Telegram. Did that go anywhere? Is he still arrested?
He's in freedom. He can't leave France. He's got he got off of, I think, like $5 million bond. I may be wrong with that. Like, I have to double check.
Yeah, I know he's out on bond.
You know, Ruby, did you have, like, when you were a kid, that toy where you put a string and you have like two cups and you can speak in one cup and the other person can hear you?
Yes.
I think the inventor of that should be arrested because that thing has no moderation. Like, people can scam each other using it. You know, like people can spread misinformation with that. It should be illegal.
Oh, you know, letters and physical mail?
Yeah,
man, probably ban that too. It's not like people are going through your mail, reading everything, fact-checking, and then sending it on its way. Man, that's dangerous.
Unironically, though, I think the safest way to communicate with other people right now is through the mail, because the mail is actually protected by laws when people had common sense and understood privacy. So the government can't just, like, open the mail and read it without some form of judicial order.
Yeah, it's like, if it's a letter, it'll go through just fine. If it's a package, it has a chance of being looked over because, you know, can't be spreading any toxic chemicals or powders in there and all that fun shit.
But like, if it's a letter, they probably don't open it. And even if they do, like, they don't have the AI to actually, like, tell the, you know, they don't have the manpower to open every single letter, basically.
Yeah, I mean, letters don't have to go through, like, fucking x-rays and shit through mail processing buildings. Only packages do, over a certain weight, if I remember correctly.
You think, like, people who make encryption codes should also be arrested? Because, like, you know, sure, like, offices can use encryption software to protect their NDA works and stuff. But, like, what if criminals use it? You know, like what if a criminal uses encryption in order to hide how to make a bomb or something? Like, I think the person who makes the encryption should be arrested.
Well, that's what we're already started. As I looked up the Telegram founder thing, and I do love this too, from the Rolling Stones. I love the fact that the Rolling Stones is a far-left magazine now. Like, it made its image being anti-establishment, yet here it is like, no, the police arresting big tech CEOs and forcing them to give up their secrets is not at all a sign that this might expand. No. The government knows what it's doing.
Rolling Stone's the one that completely destroyed the fraternity with false allegations, and they had like the windows broken off the fraternity, the people were spat on campus. Because they wrote a story where allegedly, like, this fraternity raped a lady, and they never talked with the fraternity. They only talked with the lady and got her point of view. And then they published the story.
Well, this was also like, I mean, this has happened quite a few times, but to take your mind back in time a little bit, to the distant years of 2014, we used to have an idea, rape culture. It was everywhere. It was ingrained within our very society. We've stopped talking about that ever since the rape rates in Britain and Sweden exploded. We stopped talking about that.
That is such a good point. I'm going to steal it, but you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking into that because I'm going to have to do like a video on some of these things at some point, but this was everywhere. Like, we're like, no, rape culture is real. Everybody's raping everybody. And now that the rape rates are actually up, we're not talking about this anymore at all. Because that was, of course, Emma Sulkowicz, who alleged that she was raped and carried a mattress around on campus. And then it turned out that it was all bullshit, and everyone in the media had egg on their face for a very long time.
Oh, and also, since you're not going to be here the entire time, V, I seen this super chat. Someone asked Lumi, you should ask V why he ate the pigeon. Yeah, ate a pigeon?
Ate a pigeon. No, the story was that there was a pigeon that rested in my kitchen's air vent. Like, it made a nest. So I took the little chicken aside, and I brought it to the warmth, and I was playing with it every day, and then putting it back into the nest. So once it learned how to fly, it would just fly into my house. If the window was open, it would just fly. So every single night it would come in, I would give it food and water, and in the morning it would go away. And one day it just didn't come back. So I assume like either something happened with it or it just lost interest, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Why do people think you ate the pigeon?
I don't know, because people like to gossip, I guess.
Oh, funny.
I want to eat pigeons. I go to the supermarket. They actually sell them here.
Of course they do. It doesn't
also
surprise
sell
me that they
rabbits,
sell pigeons in fucking Romania.
Yeah, they also sell rabbits, much to the horror and dismay of America.
I mean, rabbits are normal food to eat. There's nothing wrong with eating rabbits.
People have been raising pigeons for thousands of years.
Yeah, see, Lum Lum's not American. Lum Lum's Mexican. She'll eat anything that can't outrun her. She's like the Chinese in that regard.
I mean, by the way that you're very sleepy right now with the food that you ate, you're plenty plump and easy to chase down.
I can't even be mad over that one. That was actually pretty good, but I still hate you. But speaking of plump things, so the whole thing, right? This will not spread is kind of the narrative around this. Of course it will. Like, this is just a part of a much wider crackdown, because if you've been paying attention, a lot of weirdly coincidental things have been happening, really. So, Telegram founder was arrested in France. Okay, that's a bit sudden. Then the Brazil crackdown comes along as well, which puts X in a bit of a bad spotlight, because now they can be used to attack it. And the US government have not commented at all, unlike, previous elections. And this happened the other day as well. So, Section 230. It's a section of the US law that basically means that a platform cannot be sued for what is on the platform, because that's not the platform's speech, it's somebody else's speech on the platform. Well, that was just overruled actually, in relations to TikTok. Now TikTok can be sued for stuff that is on the platform. Now, this was specifically for TikTok, but of course the way precedents work is that now that can be applied to all other platforms as well, as soon as somebody decides to do so.
Yep, and Rumble, I think they had to pull out of France.
Yes, the Rumble CEO left Europe because he too was so afraid they might be arrested.
It is very concerning, and as you pointed out, it's only with the non-establishment platforms. Now the thing with TikTok, when it first came out, it's like, oh, it's Chinese spyware, like the Chinese are harvesting your data, and at the time I was like, yeah, that's fucked up, how dare they? I will not use it. But then, as 2024 comes in, I'm wondering, how is it different than Facebook? Like, Facebook harvests my data, and of course, Zuckerberg would never do anything bad with my data. My data is in the public. How is it really different than the Chinese? Like, if Chairman Z has my data, that is horrifying. But if Zuckerberg has my data, that's fine.
Well, yeah, kind of. And the thing with TikTok, too, is it is probably doing a lot more than just harvesting your data, which is why it was banned on governmental applications, governmental devices. So TikTok is...
They also ban, like, normal social media as well.
Not everywhere, but potentially. So TikTok is a bit of an extreme case, but this is obviously now a move that can be taken against other platforms too, but it will probably only be taken against specific platforms that aren't towing the line, as I think people are understanding that a shift is coming, culturally speaking, and that is getting a lot of people in power to be very, very worried. Did either of you see Mark Zuckerberg's letter a few days ago?
Yeah, the way I interpret it is either he is thinking that the Republicans can win. You got to remember that he used to have dinners with Trump, and he would guarantee Trump that he's not going to censor political speech. So like he's just like a CEO. And if Trump wins, he's like, oh well, see, I'm so sorry, like I'm the good guy now. And if Trump loses, he can just tell the Democrats, well, I was just telling people what they need to hear in order to still gain faith in the platform. So,
quite possibly. And hello, little round communist. How are you today?
Hello. I finished eating. How's it going, guys?
Little is a very kind word. Ida.
I'm still losing weight. It's finally happening. 25 pounds down, baby.
Congratulations.
Well,
There's 70
I need
to go and I'll be
because,
good.
If Dev is here, I'm going to start screaming at him about government just being able to ask, and I'll wake the baby. So I'm not going to get into heated debate. That's not bigger.
Well, there we go.
Okay, bye, V.
Though, this is a little bit of an L in the Deviant column, isn't it?
Yeah, why?
The government can just ask, as Mark Zuckerberg appears to have stated that he and Facebook as a company are felt particularly pressured by the US government.
I've heard that, but I haven't looked into the letter yet. Lumi, actually, did you send me some of that? Something on that, I think?
I believe so. I sent you a few things.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look into much recently. Things are about 90% settled down with all my IRL shit, but...
I was about to say, you tell me to send you things and you don't even look at it.
It's one of those things where once I'm finally back, I'll check up on it, you know?
That's fair enough.
Give me a second. I'm just going to post them here. Okay. Real quick, Arch, if you don't mind going back half of a topic. You guys were talking about Pavel Durov, right?
Yes, as a part of a larger thing, because a lot of crackdowns on social media seems to be happening now, all of which appears unrelated, but it's all happening in a weirdly short period of time. So it starts in Brazil, cracking down on X, then the Telegram CEO is arrested in France, then eventually put out on bail, apparently. Then Section 230 was severely weakened, like literally yesterday, I think. And there's also the Mark Zuckerberg letter. Like, a lot of weird stuff is happening around social media. It's like, once can happen, twice is a coincidence. We're on like 4th times now, and I'm starting to suspect enemy action.
So, I did at least keep track of the Telegram thing. Here, Arch, I'll post in the link channel this article, but it's in German. You might need to automatically translate it. Because I know. I was listening a bit before I came on because I was eating dinner. The eating hour had not yet concluded, and I know you guys were saying that it was this was happening because Telegram is it's an alt tech platform. It's not part of the mainstream, so they're suppressing the little guy or something. But that's not true at all. I mean, if you look at the article, Arch, let me just go down here a bit. I've also translated it. Basically, Telegram has repeatedly failed to comply with child porn laws, and that's why he got arrested. And even then, they're not even holding him accountable for what Telegram did. They need him in connection with another case. So this article says directly that that Facebook repeatedly complies with child porn laws, and Instagram repeatedly, regularly complies with child porn laws, but Telegram doesn't. And I mean, if you want to see why one person's getting arrested and somebody else isn't, it's not because one of them is alt tech, or one of them's run by someone who has like a Russian sounding last name or something. It's because they let child porn on their fucking platform. Like, it's a much easier explanation.
Well,
I mean,
that is one
Instagram
excuse.
Instagram is still one of the largest platforms that child predators go to collect content. It may not be fully not like actual fucking porn, but they do still gather pictures of children, put them through fucking AI photo generators to just, make whatever fucking sick images that they want to. And it's like, it doesn't help that, like, this is going off on a side tangent, but I'm gonna fucking say it anyway. It's like, It doesn't help when there are these mother influencers that just post everything and anything about their child. And the fact that there are actual rumors and claims going around that some of these mothers sell used undergarments and clothes of their children to these fucking child predators because they give them a lot of fucking money. I don't know if you've heard of Ren Eleanor before, but she is one of the faces of these things. Her mom has a huge fucking platform on TikTok, Instagram, and a couple other platforms. She is a single mother in a very, very large home. So how is she making money off of her kid when she doesn't make money off of TikTok? Because her videos do not meet the minimum requirement, like time requirements to actually get paid. And that's one of the things that are going around about her. She's exploiting her child, and her child is trying to cry out for help, but she can't. And it's horrifying. It's like, yes, there's not outright child porn on Instagram or Facebook, but they're not doing anything to stop people from, leading other people to places that may actually have it.
But yeah, this is a side tangent. I've heard a lot about like the mommy influencer, or like, you have like Gen Alpha kids who are like making TikToks and clearly their parents are pushing them into it. Like, it's pretty gross. I know exactly what you're talking about. But it is a side tangent. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know, like, to answer part of the question, and I know like the chat just fucking exploded out their assholes, but basically, if you look at the article, Arch, it says Telegram's never replied to NCMEC. However, 245 companies have reported content on their platforms to NCMEC, with more than 10 million reports from Facebook and Instagram alone. So at the very least, like, even if you want to say that, Zuckerberg's actually evil and doesn't give a shit about child porn on his platform, that might be true, fair enough. But at the very least, they are smart enough to reply to the regulatory body that is out there looking for child porn. Telegram wasn't. That seems to be the difference.
Here's the thing, though. This is inevitable. If you're going to have a platform that is going to have encryption, this is going to happen. This is simply the cost of doing business in this case. And I do not buy for a second that this is the honest interpretation, like, oh, they're just looking for child porn. We know the FBI approached Telegram coders, asked them to put in a backdoor. We know that three-letter agencies do this routinely. We know that they already probably have backdoors in most social media and most applications. This is further posted on Der Spiegel, a very non-partisan paper, definitely. And as for the Telegram CEO not being punished directly, they gave him a 5 million euros bail. They're absolutely going after him here. And I do not buy for a second that this is because they're also worried about the child pornography on the platform. Because if they were, Mark Zuckerberg would be in jail.
This is what I mean, though, Arch. Like, even if this is all just a smokescreen, the fact that Telegram did not respond to the same regulatory bodies that Facebook did just means that they've basically offered themselves up on a platter. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let's say that they're looking for an excuse to destroy Telegram because they don't like Telegram. Okay. You think the best thing they could have done was to reply to requests to take child porn off their platform. Because even if you say, oh, there's still child porn on Facebook and Instagram, I'm sure there is. But at least they've done enough of a token effort that they can claim they tried. But Telegram didn't. I mean, that's a fundamental difference that isn't really being explained away here.
I think the explanation is quite simply that the moment you engage with it, you admit to it. This is like being contacted by a video games journalist saying, hey, do you have any comment on all of the pedophilia on your platform? No matter what you say there, by merely acknowledging the accusation, you are thus guilty of it. And hey, the thing is too, I am sure there is child porn on Telegram. I'm 100% fucking convinced. If it's on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, it's probably there too. But again, this is not the core issue here. I do not believe that.
I honestly think
go ahead.
I think another reason why they want to take down Telegram is because a lot of people who are in highly oppressed countries, journalists and everything, use Telegram to talk to insiders. There is so much insider speak and trade going on Telegram that it's an information, like, not highway, but it's a back alley. This is where a lot of people get information about, like, things from fucking Saudi Arabia and everything, from people who want to speak out, but it's way too dangerous to. This is where a lot of journalists get information, stories, and everything about what's going on over there. It's the anonymity of it all. They can't I don't know much about Telegram and how they, have everything encrypted so that it can't be traced back to specifically you. But without it, there's going to be a lot of people that we will never hear from again, or we'll lose a lot of information on really bad people. So I believe there are multiple reasons why they want to get rid of this application.
I mean, it's very possible. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying any of the things you guys are saying are wrong. I'm saying that nobody brought up this other possibility. And it is, what I'm bringing up is also a real possibility too.
Oh yeah, I'm not denying it. It's like, there has been, child trafficking things going on, Telegram. There's been human trafficking in general going on with Telegram. If you're familiar with some things that, I can't remember the exact case, but in South Korea, when it came to trafficking women and everything in South Korea, they would contact clients, post pictures and everything on where they're going to sell these women or where they're going to have these women attacked. All of that goes on Telegram, and it takes a lot to get these people caught. So it's like everything and basically anything is going on Telegram, but it's like, to catch the bad, you're going to have to, badly harm the good that's going on there, which sucks. It's a double-edged sword, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I guess then, Arch, to go back to what you said before, if Telegram, let's say we live in an alternate universe where the CEO of Telegram, Telegram actually responds to take down requests for CP and actually, cooperates properly with the authorities the same way that Facebook does. Do you think in that world, Telegram would just get instantly fucked by the government?
I think the government's intention was never to deal with CP. I think the government's intent was always to crack Telegram. And therefore, yeah, they would have just moved on to that.
I mean, it's possible. We just don't know because we don't live in that world, right?
Because this becomes an admission of guilt. Because the thing is, all they have now is reports, right? The governmental body is like, oh, we have reports of this. All right, can you prove it? Well, no, we need access to their data. Okay, well, shit, fuck you, I guess. Because it is an allegation, and that is all it is. And, hey, it's a pretty likely allegation, but if that is all they have, then there's nothing. If Telegram even responds or deigns to comment on it, that opens the door. It's much better to simply ignore them.
Just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a little too long. Fucking. I don't know. It's like.
Because you can also
don't
look at the goal of this, right? You can look at what actually happens, which is the thing with X. The party, Lula's leftist party that banned X, or who controlled the judge who did so, they are still on Twitter. In fact, their most recent post was about 3 hours ago. They were still active on Twitter. Because, of course, these are rules for thee and not for me.
I also heard that Rumble is banned over in Brazil as well.
I haven't heard about that, but I do know that Rumble CEO left Europe recently.
I seen a post about it. Hold on, let me see if I can grab it.
Well, actually, no, yeah, Rumble was banned in Brazil in December. It's been banned for a while. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, Arch, do you recall? It was just maybe a year ago at this point. We spoke to Val, who's in Brazil. We talked about the Brazilian elections. And yeah, she's basically like using a VPN now to get on the internet, and a lot of Brazilians right now are using a VPN to get on the internet. Well, because Twitter's a big part of the internet, right?
Yeah, yep. And there was what was it? The daily fine. Here we go. Yes. The daily fine for circumventing the ban is $9,000, which is entirely reasonable.
A $9,000 tweet. It better really go fucking viral because that's a fair amount of money.
Yep, especially in Brazil, $9,000 is a lot of cash.
That is about 50,000, whatever the heck their currency is, if I remember correctly.
So yeah, I know like people are saying that the reasoning that Brazil's government gave is they want to shut down political disinformation, right? It's like,
Yes.
oh, if you're lying about politics, then we're going to shut you down, and Twitter won't regulate what people say on it, so we're shutting you down. It's like, listen, child porn is one thing. I think we can all agree that, you know, a regulation against child porn is a reasonable government regulation on speech. I think that's completely fine, actually. But even when people on Twitter say things that I don't agree with, like, and there's a lot of shit on Twitter I don't agree with, but this idea that you should bar access to a site because things on that site are being said that you think is morally bad, that's ridiculous to me, right? Like, there's a reason that in the United States you can still go over to stormfront.org, even though it's a white supremacist site. Because even though all their ideas are ridiculous and they're just terrible fucking people over there, you should be able to consume terrible content. You know, up to a limit, right? Like, you shouldn't be able to watch a snuff film or something, or, you know, child porn. But like, barring those things that pretty much everyone agrees on, you know, you should be able to listen to alternative political opinions, even if they're bad. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Well, it also comes down to simply who determines what is and is not disinformation.
Yeah, because I know, Arch, you and I have had these discussions, sometimes in public, sometimes in private, where we are now in the post-truth era, where it doesn't matter if you can prove something's true. It doesn't matter if you can prove, like, one leftist position or one rightist position is just incorrect as it relates to objective reality. It doesn't matter if you can prove that. What matters is that people believe it or they don't, right? So you have like different sets of facts that constitute reality, and a different person's in power, and they declare what fact is and what truth is and what disinformation is, and then they just start banning things on that basis.
Also, the simple fact that we are also now in a situation where you have to play politics in a way that wasn't necessary when we had a more functioning system. Like, this is what we talk about Kamala and the breakdown of democracy as the institution, because in an idealized democracy, it would be about the issues, whereas now it is more about party politics and sides than anything. Like, we are not in a healthy position right now in terms of our discourse.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, we I think we spoke about that last week.
Yep.
Maybe even the week before, but I don't recall exactly when I came back. But yeah, basically, there's been a lot of instances where people are kind of living in their own realities right now, and they're not engaging with other ideas. And yeah, I always use the chat and me as an example of this, but it really is like a good go-to example whenever I'm on this show. Is that like people are calling me like a tanky right now? I saw that a few times. They're like, a tanky? You mean like a Soviet Russia simp? Like, are you serious? You can only believe something like that if you actually exist in some kind of alternate fucking universe. And it's the same with you being called a Nazi, Arch. I've seen people call you a Nazi before, and it's like, Arch isn't a fucking Nazi, guys. Like, come on, like, calm down. But people kind of they exist in these bubbles of alternative facts where reality is just not what it actually is.
I have seen Lum Lum spread those rumors.
Hey,
Oh.
I did not. I just said that you paid for Dustborn, and you should be legally liable for playing it. That's all I said. And then you decided to cheap out and, lower your Dustborn fund from 1,000 to 500. Cheap, Arch. Cheap horn.
Listen, Dustborn. Like, yeah, I bought Dustborn as well to stream. I made that money back in like 5 minutes of streaming. Like...
I was gifted it by one of these absolutely lovely viewers. Nightmare, I remember you. I will remember you forever for tormenting me like this. I'll play it probably on Monday.
I believe this means that
really
we're
fun.
all
It's
whores
bad, but
here.
it's fun.
But I'm the
Yeah, I
most
guess so.
expensive whore out of the three of us.
I've been trying to push Mahler into playing it because I think it'd be fucking hilarious. It is like it's obviously a terrible fucking game, right? And it's obviously made by woke nightmare people, but it's fun to laugh at in a way that some other games aren't. You sit down, you play like a Suicide Squad or something. It's just like, oh, this is a shitty game. There's some cheesy cutscenes and it kind of sucks, but like the gameplay is just boring. But if you're plugged into the culture war like we are here, and you play Dustborn, there's something new like every 5 seconds to talk about how ridiculous the people who have made this game are. Like it's insane.
Yeah.
And hopefully that'll be interesting.
I want to try to go into it as blind as I can, because I've seen screenshots. I haven't heard any voices. I haven't seen any actual video. I want to go in blind and then get flashbanged. and then I'll just blame Arch. It's like, this is Arch's fault.
Yeah, I know like Vera played it recently. I know Savvy played it recently. Who else have I been watching that's been playing it? I don't know, man. But Kibbs. I tuned into Kibbs play some of it. Holy shit, dude! Like, if you like, another game that came out recently was Star Wars Outlaws, right? And that game is just bad on a technical level. It's like, yeah, it's got the ugly man jaws. Okay, fine. But like the actual woke content of that game is relatively low. You have some ugly girls. You have some forced representation. Okay, fine. But like if you stripped all that out of it, it's still a terrible story. It still has terrible gunfighting. It still has terrible stealth, a terrible open world. The actual, meat of the game is still bad. So even if you remove the woke stuff, it's still a bad game. But Dustborn is just all woke stuff. That's all it is. And all of the reasons it's bad are based specifically in viewing it in that political way, which is why for terminally online politics nerds like Arch and I, it's going to be a fun time. But for most people, it'll just be like boring and confusing and just shitty.
I also heard that for Star Wars Outlaws, they're having people on PlayStation delete their save files.
Wait, are they?
Yeah. Because they updated the game to fix bugs, and they're like, okay, PlayStation, you better delete your save file and start over if you don't want to encounter some really bad bugs.
Oh my fucking really?
It's so bad.
Well, Well, okay, some of the bugs though, one of the big one that's going around right now is that if you crouch in tall grass, the AI just loses complete sight of you. Like they can't find you. They will walk around you looking for you and they just can't find you. It's Star Wars Outlaws is almost as broken as Saints Row was on launch. It's like it's that fucking bad.
But
Sorry for the detour.
buggy
Arch.
little games are irrelevant to anyone.
Hey,
To,
I have one game that I can be happy about.
What's
No,
that?
you don't.
Lollipop Chainsaw, because the original mode is keeping everything the exact same from the original game.
I'm going to
it's like-
start a petition to change that.
Shut the fuck up. Anyways, it's like a lot of people were giving them shit because they were showing repop mode, which is essentially streamer mode, where it doesn't show gore, it does like comic glitter effects for the blood and gore and everything. But for original, it's the exact same game. It's exactly the same. Same voice lines, same descriptors when they introduce the characters. It is beautiful. I love it. I am very excited.
Well, hold on. The glitter stuff that was that was an unlockable in the original game, wasn't it?
That I think that was to add on to the blood and gore, but no, it's just like comic graphics and glitter for repop mode.
That sounds fucking stupid.
Well, it's like I understand, especially with how finicky advertisers are. So it's just the game's basically streamer mode, streamer safe mode, whatever. But I'm not a bitch, so I'm going to be playing original.
Yeah, of course. I don't know if I'm gonna play it on release, but if I did, and when I do play it, I'm gonna play it on the original as well. No, I just recall playing it back in the 360, and after you beat it for the first time, you could unlock a mode that had a whole bunch of glitter. So I'm just wondering if they repurposed whatever they did there just for their censorship mode.
Possibly. And it's like what I heard is that they were able to retain most of the songs, but some of them they had to replace. Like they couldn't keep Hey Mickey for when you go into your little like powered mode and everything, which is kind of sad. But they still have Lollipop for the store music.
Nice.
So I am happy. I am very excited.
Fortunately, you will all now be able to sue Lum Lum for anything you want, really, in retaliation for her having a thing she likes.
I know, how dare I? Hey, I was already smacked upside the head multiple times by the Crow remake. I was depressed. I was angry. I was so fucking angry, man. It was bad. It was so fucking bad. I hate that movie so much. God.
Good. But the lawsuit part is worrying, though, because to wrap up this topic as well, did you guys see the changes to Section 230, or the ruling against it?
No.
I did not.
So I'll paste in the most relevant part in the live links there. So the ruling says that TikTok, via its algorithm, recommended and promoted videos posted by third parties to 10-year-old Nyla Anderson on her uniquely curated For Your page. One video depicted the Blackout Challenge, which encouraged viewers to record themselves engaging in acts of self-asphyxiation. After watching the video, Nyla attempted the conduct depicted in the challenge and unintentionally hanged herself.
Oh my
Nyla's
God.
mother, Taiwana Anderson, sued TikTok and its corporate relative ByteDance.
Okay. It's like even when I was younger and stuff, there was stupid fucking challenges everywhere. Like, do you guys remember the whole cinnamon challenge thing? Where people
Yep.
just put spoonfuls of cinnamon in their fucking mouth? Yeah,
Yep.
that was stupid. But
Mhm.
it's like, kids should, well, granted, this is a lot to ask from anybody nowadays. Use common sense. At that point, that's just natural fucking selection. I'm sorry. But it is. It's like, man, I could possibly die. Well, time to try it. No!
Yeah, the problem
Yeah.
is Zoomers like Lum Lum just do all of this dumbass
I'm
shit.
not a Zoomer.
Naomi's a Zoomer. She doesn't do this stuff.
Yet. But the big thing is, The lawsuit was initially dismissed by the lower courts because they claimed that TikTok isn't responsible because TikTok merely hosted the speech of others, not making speech itself. This was, however, now overturned. Now the lawsuit is allowed to go forward, which means that now a platform could indeed be legally liable for what is put on it.
That is so fucking dangerous. That is dangerous. What the fuck? No. It's like, I remember seeing this go around the first time, and I think most everyone collectively agreed, that's stupid. That's retarded. A platform should not be responsible for what's posted on there. It's like, what you can... It's like, you know, people already report videos for no reason. Start reporting videos that actually have a reason to be reported. Don't blame people who just, give you bandwidth to stream or fucking post videos. That's stupid. It's like asking, it's like asking a theater to say, hey, are you responsible for anything that goes on here? Like, say someone gets murdered here. Can people sue you for having a murder happen in your building?
Well, actually, I believe they can.
Shut the fuck up, Arch.
But
You're ruining my argument.
The thing that happened here, and I posted the second one, is that the Supreme Court says the court held that a platform's algorithm that reflects editorial judgments, keynote there, about compiling the third-party speech it wants in the way it wants is the platform's own expressive product, and is therefore protected by the First Amendment. See, this is the big problem here. So we covered this, I don't know if we did an ArchCast on it, but a few years ago, I at least talked about how many of these platforms, I think it was YouTube back then, argued simultaneously that they were protected by the First Amendment for their speech, and also that they were not responsible for any of their speech at the same time, and that has now come back to bite them in the arse. Because they argued that they have speech, that means that the court now finds that as the platforms themselves say they have speech protected on the First Amendment, that must therefore mean that this is their speech and not the speech of the person uploading the video, because it was the TikTok or the platform that selected it using editorial judgment. Therefore, Section 230 does not apply.
Yep. So I recall, Arch, this would have been like 6 years ago at this point. We're going back to 2018 now. A whole bunch of us got together and we started making videos about Section 230, because back then we actually did want it repealed. And that was probably a mistake looking back on it. I think we all kind of had... Maybe we all didn't know what was going on, because I know like Sargon was making videos about it too, and other people were making videos like in our general area of the internet. But our argument was that, we should not be held accountable in the way that we were for what some of these these platforms are doing. So this is more of a YouTuber thing than it was a TikTok thing or a Facebook thing. But basically, YouTubers were getting fucked. And they were getting fucked with Section 230. And all of our knee-jerk response back then was Section 230 needs to go. But it seems like Section 230 going might actually cause more problems than it solves.
Well, it needs reform. And by the way, a quick clarification, it's the Third Circuit Court, not the Supreme Court. So it hasn't gotten there yet, but this will then probably be appealed. At which point, after the Third Court, is it the High Court and then the Supreme Court? I am not entirely clear on the structure of the U.S. court system. I'm trying to look it up, but I think it's... No, I think it might be the Supreme Court immediately after this.
So I know you guys. Just real quick here. I know you guys are talking about who is it that really is saying the speech, right? Because if it's the platform saying the speech, well, then the platform's legally liable for it, right? So if there is child porn on Telegram, then Telegram's liable for it. However, if it's the person who uploads it saying the speech and not the platform simply hosting it, well, then the person who uploads it is liable. And that's what YouTubers were arguing against, because YouTubers were like, hold on, What do you mean you're coming after me for like this baseless copyright claim? And well, the default assumption was that the person who uploaded it was liable. So there seems to be some issue with it either way that makes something break.
Yes. Well, the big problem here is that Section 230 is not really a protection for the YouTuber. It is a protection for the platform. Because Section 230 initially was sort of kind of envisioned as just that, where if somebody uploaded, say, the Anarchist Cookbook on YouTube, right, and somebody used that to make a bomb and then blow up the Capitol building or something, then you couldn't sue YouTube for allowing that information to be public, which is fair enough, because YouTube doesn't have perfect control over everything that is uploaded on their platform. Simultaneously, however, YouTube also uses this against the YouTubers whenever they can as well, like the copyright claim system, for example. The copyright claim system that goes through YouTube, where YouTube determines that the copyright holder is always correct and it is up to you to appeal, is a blatant abuse of Section 230. As in any legal setting, that would never happen. Like, Warner Brother would never have the balls to send a subpoena to a YouTuber for using a trailer. Now, however, they do that constantly. For 5 seconds of trailer footage, they'll claim it. And then they'll refuse your appeal, many cases, and then they'll finally back down on the no, sue me or shut the fuck up portion.
Yeah.
Yep, that happens a lot with me too. Yeah.
And Lumlum posts their circuit courts, 13 immediate appeal courts, 8 of them for and yeah, so it's the circuit court, then the Supreme Court, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yes.
So yeah, this is like a really big, like, weird situation now, because nobody really knows what is going to happen now, because on the one hand, YouTube should not be held responsible for everything that is uploaded on their platform, and doing so will only make their platform control even stricter. Like, now they're going to have to scan the entire video to make sure that there is nothing even remotely illegal. All of the restrictions are going to get even harsher, right? And at the same time, the platform should also not be able to use Section 230 as just a shield against anything and everything as well, which is what they're currently doing now, which is also why they can ban YouTubers and go like, well, you know, I mean, we have our terms of service, and you know, we gotta do our terms of service, and that's why we banned them, and we can't tell you why.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you mean. I think in general that they should be required to tell you why you're being banned or why you're being, you know, struck with something if you're being struck with something. You know, it seems ridiculous that they don't have to.
Actually,
it's really fucking stupid, because like in terms of YouTube and stuff, I've actually seen it was actually a VTuber that I guess got their channel banned, and in the email it didn't even put what exact policy they broke. It just says like, you broke, and then it had in fucking brackets, insert policy number here, essentially. And it's
brilliant.
like,
Was that made public? That sounds ridiculous.
it was made public. I'll dig it up. Give me a second. You guys keep yapping. I'll grab it.
Yeah, because this is the thing, because the case I was referring to earlier was a YouTuber suing Google because he was banned. I don't remember who it was exactly. It was a fairly big name, but that was the case in which Google was both arguing that they had protected speech and that they were protected by Section 230 in that they didn't have any speech. They were both arguing that they were an editor of content and also that they did no editorializing whatsoever. Like, it was a ridiculous piece of legalistic arguing, and it wasn't pounced upon because the case wasn't really about that. But now, of course, that's coming back to bite them. Because, like, okay, so you say you're making editorial decisions. Yeah, because, you know, we got to be able to ban people and use our TOS. All right, but if you're being an editor, that means that you're not a platform, because the two cannot exist at the same time. You're either a platform or an editor. At which point the platform then goes like, oh, but we're definitely a platform then. But you said you were an editor a second ago. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, companies are always a bit short-sighted. I remember. Oh fuck, this is going way, way, way back now. But whatever movie studio owned the rights to King Kong argued in one case that they didn't own the rights, and then when Nintendo made Donkey Kong, argued that it was infringing on their IP.
Yeah.
And it's like, you fucking morons.
Yeah, because like there's not a super. Oh, there we go. Let's see, Leah Kittens. Alright, so this is the VTuber in question. Insert policy name. Please excuse me if I don't trust YouTube's automated system, but this is an absolutely diabolical AR failure. That's the thing. Like, we've suddenly demonetized your channel. We know this isn't the news you were hoping for, but please review our policy on insert policy name to avoid this in the future. Brilliant.
It's so bad, man.
YouTube actually replied to it too. Probably because something like this took off. Yeah, there's the reply.
Yep. All videos appeals are manual and carefully reviewed by the team of humans. We are human as well, and sometimes we make mistakes. We delete the post to avoid further confusion. We'll take a look at this again, and we'll keep you posted. And that's the thing, though. The system right now allows YouTube to remove you for almost anything, and they don't need to explain themselves. Sargon, I know. Sargon was demonetized years and years and years and years and years ago. And he has since been trying to apply to be remonetized. And he even went to the schedule of this, deleting everything on his channel and only uploading like extremely curated stuff. No swear words, nothing that could even be possibly perceived as a violation of the TOS. And he tries like every month or so, and then they cut him down to every 2 months before he could reappeal because they got sick of him, I guess. And at this point, I think they've just stopped replying to his emails because they don't have to actually find a violation. They're not bound by their TOS because they made their TOS the fuck up. They don't need to explain themselves. And this is the problem. Like, there needs to actually be legal consequences for this. There need to be, in essence, an addition to Section 230, that if a content creator is to be held liable for what is posted on the platform, then that content creator will also need to have rights, legal rights, via the platform. Like, a content creator should have the rights to literally ask the platform directly, what did you ban me for? What part exactly? What part of the TOS did I violate? Because then you can take them to court, of course.
It's all a mess. It's honestly one huge fucking mess.
Yes. And again, Section 230 isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it needs reform, significant reform, to protect the users and the platform rather than just one. Alright, let me check a few of the Superchats as well, because honestly, I can't even really begin to speculate entirely on what this is going to happen, and again, this is going to be appealed. I guarantee you it's going to be appealed. At which point it'll become a Supreme Court thing, and I don't know where they're going to land on this, honestly. Because again, the platforms have claimed they are both platforms and editors at the same time, and the one cannot exist alongside the other, so it's going to be entirely up to the court's interpretation. We shall see. We'll reconvene on this in 5 years' time.
Just like last time this happened, yeah.
Yep. Noah Hancock. Can I be knighted by the Viking King before World War III? You're running out of time. You've got until November. Why are you hating? The left is not going to go without a fight. They've arrested the owner of Instagram and blocked X and froze Starlink bank accounts in Brazil. Have they? I haven't heard about the Starlink bank account things.
Wait, arrested the owner of Instagram? You must have meant Telegram.
They both end in gram. Is it really a difference?
Yeah.
So I found, I don't know if this is, Elon Musk Starlink said it will take legal action against after Brazil froze its financial assets. Brazil government froze its finance and prevented it from conducting final transaction in that nation. Okay, so they're blocking Starlink as well, so that you can't access the internet using Starlink, I guess, because you can't pay Starlink and Starlink can't receive your payment. Alright, well, that's fine and balanced, of course. General Zizix Barch, be proud of your Canadian child. Dared to have a hunch about the future in his latest video. Sounds similar to trusting your gut. Hi, Lumi and V.
Did you actually watch that video, Arch?
Dev, have you started understanding that predictions about the future are possible?
God. Listen, this straw manning of my positions has got to stop at this point. That's enough. Okay.
Which positions now?
Yeah, I
all
don't
of them
think
at this point.
man,
Jesus,
Dev. I think that's a pretty fucking steel man position from the man who's like, we cannot be sure that the sun will rise in the morning.
You can after about 3 or 4 days, which is what we all agreed on. Okay, hold on a second. So, Archie, did you watch the video?
No.
Okay, it's a video on birth rates. And I wanted to go over like why is it that people aren't having kids? And generally,
I listened to that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because as a mother, I am interested in these types of things, and it's like I agree with you when it comes to like, you know, a lot of people who already have children, they usually want at least 1 or 2 more. It's like, I know I have one. I would love to have another one, but I financially cannot have another child. Like, I don't feel like I have a stable enough income to have another child. I would love to have another one. I really would. But until some other medical things for my current child and everything get squared away, I do not have the money for that. Hopefully within the next few years, I would love to have another. But until then, that's not even a question. I can't.
Yeah, that's a pretty common feeling most people report, is that they think they can't afford it, so they don't have any more, even though they want more. And most women seem to want either 2 or 3 kids. That's pretty normal. The number of women who want more than that is quite low. So it's most people want 2 or 3 kids. What I really found funny about it is that Arch is probably the same way with you. You recognize a whole bunch of commenters, like they comment every time. I go, I know who that person is. All right. There's a whole bunch of people who I recognize as being like right-wing viewers of mine, who get mad at me when I talk about the economy, because they say that they're very doomer about the economy. Like everything's terrible, inflation's destroyed everything, and we can't afford everything. We're all poor. It's all Biden's fault. Okay, fair enough. But then when I point out the fact that women aren't having kids because they can't afford it, those exact same people are all started yelling at me about being wrong, about how that it's not actually money, how it's the fact that women they just want to be sluts, and they're being selfish. And I'm like, guys, listen, you can't blame the economy everywhere else, but then when it comes to this one thing, you're like, no, actually, it's not about the economy at all. It's about the fact that I don't like girls. It's ridiculous, some of these people. But anyway, though, yeah, Arch, basically the idea of the video is, why aren't people having kids? And so I dive into it. At the very end, I kind of assume that I make a wild guess that I think going forward we're going to go through boom and bust periods of population, where there'll be like a big birth and then everyone gets old, and then there'll be a big death and we'll decline by a few billion, and then we'll go back up. It'll go back and forth like that, I think.
Well, firstly, I can't believe you just want to be a slut, Lumi. Shame on you.
What? How? I have a boyfriend. It would be with him. I'm not a slut.
Now, is in relation to what Dev was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And secondly, Dev, I'm
You
glad
seem to
that
do a lot, yeah.
you have finally seen the ability to predict things based upon knowledge we already have. I am proud of you. This is your first step towards theoretical thinking and becoming a full human being.
You do realize, Arch, that everyone who accuses me of this also does the exact same thing, just in a different direction?
Dev, don't take this away from me. I am praising you for once. Don't resist.
You see, look, my point was just
Struggle.
proven, right? My point was just proven. In the chat, Zamizi says, I've got news for you, Dev. People have been poor for the entirety of human history, and they've had children anyway. So it's not about economics then. So why do you complain about the economy so much? Like, pick one struggle. You can't have both of these things.
Well, the thing is, it is true, to an extent, but we need to understand that we also live in a very different society. I'm sure Lumi could theoretically have more children if she wanted to live in a mud hut and feed them rice gruel, but this is not the desirable state of being for a family.
Yes.
I want to buy a house. I want. It's like, I at least want to be able to, have a house that I can call my permanent home before, like, I have more children and stuff. It's like, I know it's silly to, want to have
A house.
a
Yeah, it's
permanent
fucking
home to
retarded
live in
this day
and
and age.
everything. Because it's like, it's expensive to stay in an apartment because, like, my rent is more than what a lot of people pay for their fucking mortgage a month. And this is just a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. And it's just, I want to be able to have a home, build a family. But right now, that is not something that I can do. It's like, I hope I can do it in the future. And I don't want to rely on, like, one of my grandparents dying and I get their house. Because that's just, I don't want to think about my grandparents dying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's one of those things where rents are now the same price as mortgages, and if you can afford to pay a rent, you can afford to pay a mortgage. But the issue ultimately is that to get a mortgage, you have to have like provable steady income and then a decent amount for a down payment, right? And people who are paying rent might not have those things, so getting a mortgage is harder. So you do get like a class of people who end up getting stuck in this perpetual cycle of paying rent but never getting ahead.
I'm sure that is a concern.
Archie, you fucker. I know exactly what you're referencing.
Well, it's like another thing with the housing market is that it doesn't help when, like, these rich people from New York, California, or sometimes overseas buying these family homes in flyover states for, like, double the asking price. Because there was one home that I was actually, like, possibly going to buy at a decent price. But then someone in California comes through with a cash in hand offer, and I'm like, I can't do that. And that was like a family home too. That was my aunt's mother's house. And just someone was just like, here's cash, I'll buy it. And then her greedy ass siblings were like, okay, yeah, we'll sell. And it was a house flipper. I fucking hate house flippers. Jesus fucking Christ. Californian house flippers are the scum of the earth.
I completely agree with you, comrade. Let's eat the rich.
It's so stupid. Yes, an FHA loan. Yes, I know I can get one, but FHA loans can't beat out cash in hand offers.
Yeah, I mean, joking aside, Lumi, that is a serious problem because now you have not only like overseas people from other countries, but you have people from richer areas of the country coming to poorer areas and like gentrifying it, right? And I know like leftists will talk about it and they'll talk about it in the frame of capitalism bad, but the actual problem is more complicated than that.
Communists.
Can your aunt's mother be your grandmother? Well, this was the aunt that married into the family. This isn't like my yes, biological aunt. Not words. Not my biological aunt. I didn't know her mother very well, but I've been there a handful of times. I know the house, but unfortunately, being distant family member, I wasn't entitled to it. And plus, my aunt has like 3 other fucking money-hungry siblings. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, I'm done yapping.
Well, no. I mean, I'm fine with it. I guess here. Let me put it this way, Lumi, because like we've had a bunch of conversations before, and you've been on this stream a while now, and You guys all know how we generally feel, jokes aside. Like we're all generally pro-capitalist here, right? But this is a part of capitalism, is buying houses. So how much would you want this regulated?
Hold on.
It's like
I'm looking up the dev folder. I can feel the fucking communism beginning right now. Right, proceed.
It's like I don't think that, like, granted, I don't know the intricacies of all of this or like how individual home sales go, because I know sometimes out-of-state companies will go and buy houses, but sometimes individuals go out and buy houses. I think if it's an individual going to buy a house, if they have like almost double-digit houses in their name, I don't think they should be able to buy like as many houses that they want, flip it, and sell it for 3 times the price. Especially if they have a ongoing history with that. If it comes to companies, that's a little harder to do. But it's like they're screwing over people. They are taking homes, like affordable homes, from families that are just desperate to try to get their roots in the ground. But they're actively making sure that is not happening. And that even goes for just like land and everything. Because there's cheap land around here, but then people will buy up the land, put down expensive houses, and sometimes those houses will sit empty for years.
I mean, so I completely agree with you, by the way. I completely agree with you. I'm not arguing any of the facts that you've presented. I'm completely on your side here. It's just that, I'll listen to left-wing people and they'll say the same thing with different words. They'll say stuff, like abolish for-profit housing. And they're basically going after the house flippers. They're just using leftist language, right? Mm-hmm. So if there was ever a place where right-wingers and left-wingers could at least agree on something, it's probably on housing.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, the fish is a commie? No, I'm not a fucking commie. I'm not saying that everyone should have a house.
Welcome. You've now joined, and now you will know what it's like to be me.
No! No! Okay, no, it's like I just want people not to, be greedy and buy up houses that they're just going to put back up in a couple years at unobtainable prices. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying, yes, build basic houses for everyone. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying let people who have the money to buy a house, let them buy the house before someone else can come over with, a double the price offer and take it away.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And this is the thing, right? Like this is a problem with capitalism, and we can critique it and provide solutions and not be communists, The free market does not work for everything all the time.
Oh, you finished with the communism? I'm still looking for
be communists, Arch. We're not communists.
I'm still looking for a decent PNG of Lumi to start paste. That one will work, to start posting onto communist propaganda.
I mean, I can give you a few PNGs to do that.
Oh, don't worry, I found one. Now I just need to find a nice communist march.
I'll be a commie for the meme, but not in practice.
That's how it starts.
Dev, I'm going to shove my foot so far up your ass you're gonna taste it.
Hold on, it can't be my ass. It's the chat that did this to me. I'm not a communist, but the chat thinks I am. But it's one of those things where, like, you get like libertarians who will, screech at any thought of market regulation, and it's like, shut up. No, there are some downsides to a free market that need to be addressed, sometimes with government force. Really just depends what we're talking about, right? And there's definitely a serious problem with housing right now, where there's a giant bubble and houses are priced at like 2, 3, 4, 5 times what they're actually worth, and young couples can't get into the game. Like, that's bad. Mm-hmm. Regardless of what ideology you want to pin it on or what ideology you think will solve the problem is that when you have a whole bunch of you have like an entire renting underclass and people can't own their own property, then they're going to be way less invested in the long-term health of their society, and that's not good, regardless of what ideology you want to talk about.
It's like one thing that my boyfriend actually brought up in conversation is that the government and basically society is trying to make sure that the middle to lower class never owned anything for themselves. Everything is going to be leased out to you. Everything. They're going to make sure that you do not have anything in your name. It's going to be it's going to be it's going to be a disaster if that actually happens. But it seems like how they're pricing things, it's going to be how it is for the foreseeable future until something changes.
You see, there's one guy who I know does not like me in the chat. He says, "Dev, as for what you want, let the speculators inflate the bubble, let it pop, and then pick up the house." That's what's happening right now, and it's not popping, and no one likes it. All right. The reason that I'm looking at ridiculous house prices and Lumi is looking at ridiculous house prices is because that's what's happening, and it's not good. All right. The libertarian solution is not going to solve this specific problem. As for Lumi, as for the whole renting thing, I mean, the issue is that like they've made renting convenient, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, you don't own your movies anymore. You have to like get a Netflix subscription. Okay, it sucks when you don't have access to Netflix anymore, but it's convenient, right? You're paying for the convenience of, you don't got to carry on a big stack of DVDs with you anymore, or VHS tapes. You can get it wherever you go. Like, that's nice. The issue is that the renter's model does not work for everything. And they're trying to do it for everything because it's like short-term cheaper, long-term more expensive kind of thing.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm looking at some homes right now, and some of these houses, like not even 6 years ago, you were able to get a pretty decent like 2 to 3 bedroom house with 1 to 2 bathrooms for maybe about 94,000 at the cheapest till like 200,000 at the most expensive. But now most of these houses are like 225,000, 300,000, 445,000, $1 million. And this is in a flyover state.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where we are. Also, I like that picture of Lumi as Lenin.
Yep.
I love my third hand. I love my third hand. It's perfect. I look like I'm on top of someone's shoulders in a suit, and I'm just flipping people off while someone else is controlling the body. Oh, funny. Also, illegal immigration makes the situation worse. Yes, I seen in California that they're actually letting illegal immigrants get grants for houses.
That's fucking ridiculous, dude.
I think it's like $150,000 grant for a house.
Yeah, it's so wild. That's so stupid. Like, illegals should be sent back when discovered, not given all these fucking programs. It's so dumb.
If only the Democrats hadn't ruined the economy.
Oh, don't worry, Arch. Everyone ruined the economy.
That's all I'm hearing.
Listen, Trump printed a whole bunch of money too. There's plenty of blame to go around, buddy.
I live in a conservative country. Not have these problems. Anywho, that Reeve guy says no dev have coins. You have been fooled.
Haha.
Document ahoy Blondie, Bridge Troll, and Fish Taco. 20 more souls committed to Goodbye Volcano High Snoot Game Fund.
Oh my god, Goodbye Volcano High. Is that actually coming out?
I think it's out already.
Oh my fuck, are you serious? I know it got cancelled at one point, but it is out.
There you
Wait,
go.
it's on sale, in fact. What the fuck? It's
Don't
out for a
mess
year.
in.
Oh, I completely missed this. Okay. Jesus. No, it is one of those very terrible, Dustborn style games where it's explicitly political and it sucks.
Well, I'm still a good 200 odd bucks away from having to play it, so.
Well, Arch, if you are going to play it, you should probably buy it right now while it's on sale.
Well, no.
Better than paying more for it than you have to.
But... Okay, chat, you're gonna have to fund Goodbye Volcano High, like, today.
I think Art secretly actually likes playing these games. He just likes getting money out of it.
Listen, Arch, I don't know if you've played Dustborn yet. When you do, it's going to be a fucking wild ride.
Go on, chat. If you get everybody to attribute everything to Goodbye Volcano High, we'll have it funded today. And Keith Lades, money for no dev. You too have been fooled.
I'm here. Oh, I remember people in the chat. Like I was like eating, right? And there's people in the chat saying, "Dev's a coward. He won't come on because V is there. You fucking snake." And I walk in and V immediately leaves. I'm like, okay, dude.
Gosh, Lumi, do you have a side profile PNG of yourself?
A side profile? Let me look.
Warturkify, hi Arch, Lumi, and V, question mark? There was a V for a brief moment. He popped in thinking I was lonely. And Mama Oko, Arch, how do you feel that Lumi compared you to a Dane? Please explain the anger you feel that the tortilla called him a femboy. Arch. Called him a femboy?
Yeah, I did compare you to a Danish man. If you're familiar with Merryweather Media, we were listening to him whine about how he's unsuccessful while being a CEO of a company. And when I was hearing him talk, I'm like, wait, hold on a second. He sounds just like Arch, but more of a femboy.
Lumi?
And then I learned he was Danish, and I'm like, okay, yep. That's about right.
I'm going to become the person buying houses from underneath you. Just as Lumi thinks she's finally found a home, the Norwegian flag will raise in the backyard, and Lumi will know that she will be living on the street for longer.
It just breaks through the ground, and I'm just like, ah, shit. He found me.
Now I messed up where the window was located. V's flat desk Pepsi. Lumi should ask V why he ate the pigeon. I remember that. That was during the era when V would make animal noises on streams.
What?
Yes.
I must forget about all that. Jesus.
An animate acumen. I realized I screwed up the fund amount. Make it 25. Laugh at me. I will. You're weird. Andrew Schmidt, greetings, Arch and Fish Taco. V, what is the oldest cartridge still in military use? He wouldn't have answered that anyway. Lord Castellan, France, much like most of Europe and Canada too, do not have free speech. Is it any wonder that they arrest tech billionaires for not censoring? We do not have free speech. We used to be able to look at Russia and go, at least we are freer than them. Now, there's a question mark there. Sindus, money to make Arch suffer with Dustborn. We will suffer with you. Oh, that's already funded. It was funded yesterday.
Well, Arch, have fun. Hey, listen, Arch, what do you know about anarcho-primitivists?
That they're retarded.
That's a word. What is that?
They're
So
people who want to return to nature, but Stone Age nature.
Yeah. So primitivist means go back to a previous era of technology, and anarcho means no government. So the people who just literally want to return to monkey, no government, just tribes living in the woods. All right. There's like, without spoiling too much, because I know Lumi, you don't want to be spoiled. There's a faction in Dustborn called the anarcho-primitivists, and they are nothing like actual anarcho-primitivists. They seem to be like the leftist fantasy of what an anarcho-primitivist is.
That word just sounds so made up. It's like just sounds are coming out of your mouth, and I think you're having a stroke.
That is most political terms, yes.
Honestly, I still have more hatred for anarcho-capitalists than I do primitivists. At least the primitivists can kind of trick themselves into thinking that they'll just be Indians or something.
Oh man, okay. Another thing is, this is apparently the late stage capitalist dystopian hellhole in Dustborn, right? It's in the future, but for some reason they cut off all free trade, like international trade, and I'm like, hold on, if this is capitalism, why is there no trade?
Because they don't understand what that word means.
Yes, that's exactly it. Because the game was made by retarded fucking progressives.
I'm almost done photoshopping my masterpiece. This one is taking me longer than usual. I'm putting more effort into this communist meme than I would normally do. Dean Thomas 25. Kick Dev, keep Lumi, have some money. But can't I have both? Maranga 2. Money for the Deb. I don't agree with him, but I respect the leaf. Immediately thereafter. Maranga 2. Correction. I don't agree with everything Deb says. Good.
Listen,
good, Maranga 2.
The people in chat who disagree with me, but at least we can have the debate. I'm fine with all you guys. You guys are the best. It's fine we disagree, all right? The people who assume that I'm evil, I think they're just fucking retarded. Like, I have no respect for those people.
Zonta, French-Canadian, Acadians, and Cajun are indigenous by definition. We were colonized by white people and are native to the New World. I don't know about this, but if you wish to call yourself a subhuman, be my guest.
Oh, the Acadians?
No.
Well,
Acadians?
You mentioned the Acadians in the super chat.
Acadians.
Yeah.
Acadians?
Acadians. Yeah, Acadians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the Acadians, they're basically the initial French colonizers.
Disgusting.
They're not in Quebec, but they were in like an area on the coast of Canada, on the east coast. So not Quebec, but somewhere else. And basically, the British and I think even the Dutch just kicked them the fuck out. And the Acadians basically just scattered. So some of them are in Ontario, some of them went down to Louisiana in the States. But basically they're like this ethnic group from France that got their shit pushed in. And now they act like they're an indigenous population, even though they're just completely French.
You Canadians are weird people. What can I say?
Oh, they're American Acadians too.
Okay.
Like all of that bayou food you get. All the Cajun stuff, those are all Acadians.
Chaos? Kaiju? Cayenne?
No. Cajun.
Cajun?
Cajun. Cajun. Liam, you know what I'm talking about, right? You're American.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so those are French settlers in Canada from areas that aren't Quebec, from before Quebec was founded, that got kicked out. And they became like an ethnicity, like an ethnic group in the States. Where they eat alligators and they live on houses with stilts.
Okay, but have you tried alligator? It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Finally. There we go.
How's your creative process going?
Didn't I miss something? I thought I missed something. I didn't, apparently. ShadowFox2300. Funny how it's always something to do with children when it's against SS social media that doesn't listen to them, but Twitter before Elon was a hotbed for images of children. Strange. Why is this always the accusation, Dev? Why?
Wait, hold on. What was it again?
Why?
Sorry, I missed that. What's going on?
Funny how it's always something to do with children when it's against social media that doesn't listen to them.
I think it's because social media in general is just stuffed to the brim with child porn, and it's something that they're really trying hard to like figure out.
I don't think so. I think it's just a really good accusation.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's a really good accusation, which is why both left and right wishes to use it.
I mean, maybe, but like I know, for example, like the left in America fucking hates Elon Musk. They have not yet cracked down on Twitter with a child porn accusation, even though I guarantee you go to some dark corner of Twitter, there's going to be CP there that no one's noticed yet. So why not?
Probably because Elon's still too popular for that. Like the pedo allegations is for your already undermined enemies. You cannot be in a position of power and be called a pedo because they're just going to ignore you. You need to fall from grace first. That's why Prince Philip, was it Prince Philip or Andrew, the British dude? He had to fall from Andrew, yeah. He had to fall from grace first. Same with billionaire American dude whose name I forgot that didn't kill himself.
Epstein?
There you go. Yes.
So here's the thing. I mean, maybe that's the case. Maybe Elon will go through a couple more scandals, and then he'll find himself being, unpopular, and that's when the Americans will swoop in and be like, "Hey, did you know there's child porn on your platform?" I mean, that's possible, right? In fact, if you wanted some evidence that points in that direction, the fact that the FBI suddenly started going a bit more hard on Biden after he ended up not being the nominee, that probably points in that direction as well. You guys saw that, right?
Did I?
Maybe 3 weeks ago. I was offline, but I did hear it. That basically, as soon as it was confirmed that Biden was not going to be running in 2024, the FBI came out and is like, "Oh, we have this investigation where I think we just found something on you." So if you wanted evidence,
Oh yeah.
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 I forget the example though. I forget the details.
And speaking of, like, okay, I'm sure you guys probably already yapped about this last week, but because I recently learned about it, you guys probably get to hear this talking point again. So it's like with did you hear after RFK endorsed Trump? That's when people are like, oh well, RFK and he used to do cocaine and stuff, and he used to do this, which okay, come on, that's fucking stupid. Why not bring it up in the past? Before he endorsed Trump, but granted, that's just social media for you. But also, our RFK is trying to pull his name out of the battleground states for voting because, you know, why waste a vote on someone who isn't campaigning there? In both Michigan and Wisconsin, they're not letting him take his name off the vote because they say you're a minor party candidate. Minor party candidates cannot take their names off the ballot, which, you know what? Whatever, fair. But they're trying to have what's his name? He's another third party candidate. I forgot his name.
You talking like Vermin Supreme or something?
No. It's a more popular one than him. Black dude.
Oh fuck! I think I know who you mean. Wild hair, right? Glasses.
Yeah.
I forget his name, but I know who you mean.
They are trying to bribe him to pay him off to take his name off of the ballot. So it's like RFK can't take his name off the ballot, but you're trying to pay this man to take his name off the ballot. That's kind
Cornel West. That's his name, yeah.
Cornel West, yes. They're trying to get him to take his name off the ballot. But then in relation to taking names off of ballots, when people were trying to have Joe Biden, you know, take his name out of the race, a lot of people are arguing that in some states, it's already too late to take his name off the ballot, but now suddenly it's completely fine to take his name off the ballot. Because in, like, Wisconsin, for example, the only way to take his name off the ballot is if he died or something else egregious happened. Neither of those happened. So I'm just wondering why now is it all of a sudden fine because he dropped out?
Yep, that's ridiculous. Like, if that's how the law is currently written, then it's fucking ridiculous. And even then, in just in terms of like a practical, we know what you mean, let's get on with it kind of idea. Yeah, of course, it should be Kamala. But like, if we're talking about the letter of the law, that's what it says. You can't you have to follow the rules.
Yeah. They also want Jill Stein out. Yeah, it's like they want all of the other third-party candidates out, except for RFK because he actually has like what I think a 10% poll in a couple of the states. Which is like, you know, it's not a lot, but it's a lot for a third-party candidate. I think 10% is the highest that I have actually seen from a third-party candidate.
So it might be, it might end up being like, oh fuck, what was it? What election was it where like a third-party candidate spoiled it enough that they lost? Was it 92 or 2000? Fuck, I can't remember.
That's good, because Lumlum's pointless fascination with third-party candidates is one of her worst attributes.
Canada has 6 parties, Arch.
Yeah, we too have many parties. It's dumb. 2 parties only.
Really?
And also, Kenny-san donates 1,000 Norwegian kroners. And I need to thank him. He's a good boy. Now, if you want to donate that to any goals, by the way, feel free to do so as well. You can do that later on, too. You just need to tag me in the chat, and I'll probably see it. But since Lumi has decided to torture me with her goddamn third-party nonsense yet again, I am going to hurt Lumi in return.
What?
Here you go, Lumi. So, trans porn has become so popular now that women, actual biological women, are now putting dildos in their pants and pretending to be trans.
Okay, that's funny. It's just
Don't show
basically
the rest of
cosplay.
that on the screen, Archie.
Don't worry,
funny.
there's nothing there. They're fully clothed. I mean, even by
bulges, though.
YouTube
No-
standards.
No, YouTube will fuck you for a bulge. It just happened to me. Take it off the screen.
God damn it. Okay, well, there's no bulge now, so that's good. But this is a very... So this popped up today, basically. So a lot of trans people were angry about it. Seeing cis girls shoving dildos in their pants and pretending to be trans for money makes me so annoyed. My gender isn't your costume, but as V says, why can't women identify as trans women? Well, resident leftist dev.
You mean the answer is like obviously they can by leftist logic, right? Because if you're doing the self ID bullshit, then yeah, just identify as trans. Why not?
Yeah. But obviously they're pissed off because they know that the whole trans thing is a power move. It is a fashion statement. It is a point of privilege. And now that a woman can be a trans woman and also be a woman at the same time, knowing that they can pick and choose whatever identity suits them best and monetize it, well, shit. It's unfair, isn't it?
Yes,
I
chat,
have
they're
seen
cute. Yes,
something-
I get it. Okay, that's enough. Stop bringing up the traps.
I have seen something similar to this actually, where a girl, well, woman, whatever, will say that they are a trans man in all online spaces, but then continue to do like a slutty female character cosplays, and it's like, oh, respect my pronouns, I'm a man, but look at me, I'm in this lingerie, aren't I pretty? But don't forget I'm a fucking man, and it's like, you're not.
I've seen that too. Yeah. Where it's like it's not even like they're a male who looks feminine, but says I'm a man, like a femboy. It's not that. It's that they're just female woman, does very feminine things, dresses very femininely, but claims they're a man.
Yes.
Just to have that fucking rainbow flag or that trans flag in their bio.
It's like a content creator that points this out very well is actually Marcus Dib. He goes by the username The Offensive Tranny on YouTube.
I know who that is. Yeah, he's actually really cool.
I love Marcus. He's great. And Buck Angel also has some pretty good videos on it as well.
Mhm.
I like talking to Buck. He's nice. But yeah, it's just like, listen to actual transsexuals, my guy. It's like, don't just slap a label onto you just because you want to feel special. I'm sorry, you're just a basic bitch. And he's like, but I want to be a part of this. No. Go be a whore somewhere else, please.
Yeah. So firstly, I've seen stuff like this. I saw stuff like this 20 years ago, but it was from Japanese porn, and there was basically a girl who had like a fake penis that would come, and then she would fuck other girls with it. And it's like, you're just doing a fuda thing. You're just doing real life fuda. Like, I get it. That's all this is.
Yes, no. This is a good point.
Hold on.
Denormalize
Wait.
trans porn. Normalize futa.
Yes.
Is that the way?
Yes.
Is that the way? but yeah, so like if you go back 20 years, teenage dev downloading from like LimeWire or whatever, just trying to find some porn, and I found like a JAV of a girl with a fake dick and she would fuck other girls with it, and it was very clearly like real, like not real because the dick wasn't real, but like IRL fuda porn, and I'm like, okay, I get it, I understand. And I mean, I guess just the West is always going to be perpetually behind Japan because now here we are doing it 20 years later.
This is the solution to the transgender problem.
People are asking Fuda with or without balls.
Without, of course.
Really depends, but generally without, yeah.
I just adore the fact that the little trans flag is now being taken away from them. They created this, like, this is our thing. Then white, straight women move in and go, no, this is mine now.
I mean, yeah, so like if we actually are going to live in the self-ID retarded hell, why can't cis people just self-ID as trans?
Of course
Why
they
the fuck not?
But that's the beauty of it. Like, women ruin all things, universally. Women ruined gaming. Women were like, this is popular. I'm a
Lumi.
gamer.
Lumi.
I'm not gonna argue against it. He's right.
I am. And then gaming got shit. And I hope they ruined the trans movement just the same way. Good on these two ladies. Let us all wish them happy things in our thoughts. Not you, Dev. You'll think different weird things about it. But to finally actually get to the main topic of today, like an hour, 30-minute in, etc. This was a very funny article I came across from Forbes, and it's Paul Tassi. Paul Tassi occasionally has some decent takes, more often than not.
Oh my god, fucking Paul Tassi.
Yep.
I know who this guy is.
Going around.
You know who he is, Lumi?
I've heard of Paul Tassi multiple times. Never looked into him, but I've heard his name get thrown around.
I read a bunch of his stuff during the Stellar Blade thing. Because
Oh,
he was
yeah.
he was one of the guys just calling you an incel if you like the fact that Stellar Blade featured a good-looking woman.
I'm sorry, I enjoy objectifying women.
Yep.
I will continue to do it.
Yep.
Even if they have penises?
I mean, if they're hot enough, I can hopefully ignore it. As long as there's not a bowl.
Wait, ignore it?
in front of me.
Well, Lumi, you're bi, right? I think we had this conversation before on stream. It's fine. Yeah. And you have a boyfriend, so clearly you like penises. And clearly you like women. So why don't you just like peanut butter and chocolate Reese's Pieces that shit together?
I like women, Dev.
Yeah.
I like
Just like men.
men.
Yeah.
Separate the two.
Yeah.
I
listen.
like
Hold
great
on.
women without the dick. Dev.
So hold on. I mean, either trans women are women or trans women are men. Either way, you like both of them.
I would prefer not to date a trans woman, and I would prefer not to date a trans man. I like biological men, biological women. I don't want to mix the two. I like one and the other. Don't mix the fun.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, here's the thing. I think that probably makes you more bisexual than me because the only males that I like are femboys. Femboys are trans women. They got to look girly.
It's like I think you can probably take that and you can probably put that into this little special category that they like to say pansexual, where you'll just sleep with anything.
But I won't. I don't like bears.
Okay, anything that's a human, Dev.
No. A bear is a very masculine man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
I forgot about
that's one
that.
interpretation, but... But he's got an interesting thing here. The woke war, why the right believes it dominated gaming and TV in 2024, which absolutely it probably has. Like we've been saying for very long now that the tides have been turning, and they have. And I think 2024 is the first year we've actually seen like the cresting of the wave, and we can see the future. Now, I know, Dev, that you believe that the future cannot be predicted in any way, shape, or form, but...
Oh, fuck off, Arch. God damn it.
There does appear to be some educated guesses, pure guesswork, of course, Dev, that we can make from prevailing circumstances. And he brings up a long list of just the most beautiful left-wing cope I think I've ever seen. Like, woke losses, quote, Suicide Squad, Perception. This was a woke version of the Arkham universe in which characters like Harley Quinn were more conservatively dressed than previously, and there were things like pride flags hanging out in base headquarters. And then here's Paul Tassi's reality. Suicide Squad failed mightily because it was a live service game, after Rocksteady had made its entire fanbase devoted it to single-player superhero offerings, and not a particularly good one at that. So that's Paul Tassi's interpretation.
Well, that's actually pretty close, though, I think. Like, what's the problem here, Arch?
Well, because his argument is that it failed because it was a live service game. The market is resplendent with live service game. There's tons of them.
Well, sure, but it's a really bad live service game.
Yes, but what makes it a bad live service game?
It's not the woke nonsense. It's the fact that the quest design's terrible. The open world's like ridiculously stupid. It's really poorly made. The cutscenes, once you've gone through the main story of the game, even if you liked it, it's a bad story, but even if you liked it, by the end of the game and you're just grinding out missions, there's no more story left. Like, and the main reason to play the game was for the story because it's a sequel to the Arkham games. I mean, this is we talked about this when I first showed up, Arch. Like, the big problem with Suicide Squad wasn't the woke nonsense. It's the fact that it's a bad game. Even if you take the woke nonsense out of it, it's still a bad game.
The woke nonsense caused the bad game, Dev.
No, not really.
Yes,
I don't
it
think
did.
so.
Yes, it did.
No.
Yes,
I think
it did.
if you like, I think if you changed the story and like made Harley Quinn hot and you took all the woke stuff was stripped out of the story, you still have a game that is just not fun to play.
You might still not have a very good game, but you would have a more popular game.
I don't know. I really don't know because having played a bunch of it now, it's a really fucking bad game. Like, it's really bad.
I think it would fall into the same type, like the same pit that DCUO is in right now.
What's that?
The fucking DC online universe thing where you can create your own superhero and all that, but objectively worse. Because that's still a live service game going on today, but not a lot of people play it now. I used to play it for a little bit with an old group of friends of mine. I did enjoy it, and then they started paywalling everything, and I'm just like, nah. So this will fall into the same pit as that, but I think this will kick the bucket faster than that game would.
Oh, this is like a multi-billion-dollar failure at this point. Suicide Squad. There's like woke characters and the story's all woke, and yeah, I mean, I get it, right? I'm not saying that it's not woke. It's woke, and the woke parts are bad, but like the end game loop is just grinding the same boss over and over to get drops that aren't even like upgrades to your main weapons. And meanwhile, the open world's been completely destroyed because you're at the end of the story now. So it's like it's all very samey and kind of lame. And there's like it's the same 5 quests that just respawn every day. Like the actual core gameplay loop of Suicide Squad is abysmal, whether or not it's woke.
But the woke is a large part of it, because it is a fundamentally woke game. It is a deconstructivist game. It's a game that says, hey, what if the heroes were bad, and the bad guys were the heroes? What if we make that? It is a woke idea. It is a woke game with woke elements made by woke people, and that is why it is bad.
I wouldn't even make that. I wouldn't even call that story concept a woke concept because
it's
Suicide Squad
absolutely a woke concept.
No. The Suicide Squad has been that since its inception. It's been we're playing as the villains now. You can go back 20 years or 40 years and see Suicide Squad, comic books or whatever, and that's what it is, right? It's like these are not good people. The issue is that, like, one, the zeitgeist currently isn't really friendly towards those type of stories, and two, the game was still bad. Like if you made a game where you played as a bunch of villains but it was a good game, I'm sure it would be popular. It has to be a good game.
No, I don't think so. Not in this case, because you have, again, as you say, this is not the culture right now. And the Suicide Squad previously was a very small portion of the overall culture. The reason why the first Suicide Squad was relatively well received was because it was a joke. It wasn't serious that you're playing as the bad guys. These are a bunch of ridiculous B-list characters doing ridiculous B-list things. The Suicide Squad video game, however, took it seriously. They're now the ones saving the world. That was never the point of them. The point was that they were Amanda Waller's fucking ego trip that did the retarded things the heroes would never do.
Yep. I can't argue with you there. It's just that the actual game itself is really bad. And like, listen here, Arch. If I just gave you a version of the game with all the art assets stripped out of it, and you were playing as like wireframe polygons, and there were no cutscenes, but it's the same game, you would not have fun with it, because the game itself is still just bad, regardless of its story.
Because made by woke people. Woke people bad at video games.
That's not always true either, though.
Always.
There are absolutely some good games out there made by left-leaning people. It's just undeniable.
Like, to make it even more obvious, the next one, Concord. Perception. A hero shooter that failed because its heroes were not attractive enough, and they were virtue signaling by putting pronouns in their selection screen. Reality. Concord started development right after Overwatch in 2016, and arrived to the shooter landscape dated with an ill-conceived $40 price tag. Are we pretending that a $40 price tag is too much in the day of $70 video games with season passes?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous statement for sure. But he's right about Overwatch just being dated, right? Like Overwatch released in 2016, it was a type of game that was popular then and it's not popular now. And I've played Concord because I wanted to see how bad it was, and it's better than Suicide Squad. I'll give it that. But yeah, the character designs are more ridiculous than Suicide Squad. The cutscenes are fucking terrible. The pronouns on every character is like it's so bad. It's such a bad game. However, in terms of the gameplay, it's just like a mediocre Overwatch. And Overwatch was popular in 2016, and it's not popular now. So, I mean, if this game released in 2016 alongside Overwatch, it would probably be remembered as like a woke also ran that had some success, but not really that much. Like it, yeah, Concord's a terrible game, but it's also partly because it's not from this. It's not part of the current zeitgeist in terms of the game design.
I don't think that's true at all, because, they also announced Deadlock at the same... Deadlock came out pretty much at the same time. Deadlock is also a hero shooter released by Valve, and it is doing gangbuster, 100,000 concurrent players.
I've actually never heard of it. Let's see.
So I don't think it has to do with this being just... too saturated a genre at all.
Oh, would you look at that? Does it have the usual Valve polish?
Well, I don't know. It's invite only right now.
Oh, I did actually get invited to it. I need to play it still.
Awesome. But yeah, so here's the thing. Like we're not going to disagree on any of these games, but the question still remains: is it bad because it's woke?
Yes.
Or is it bad because it's a bad game?
No.
Also, yes. It's woke and it's a bad game. It can
and
be
the
both.
one stems from the other. It is a natural spiral. It is an inevitable pull, like when you flush the toilet, Dev.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the Acolyte. Perception. Yep. The woke series featured essentially no white male characters, not just essentially, it literally did not feature any male characters or white characters, and focused on a cult of space witches, at least a pair of which were lesbians. The showrunner is a lesbian and her wife in the show. The series broke canon and disrespected true Star Wars fans. Reality. The show cost $180 million to make. It was the least watched Star Wars show, which is not a surprise given that it was trying to tell a story with wholly original characters and no connections to the Skywalker era. It's like, again, these are additive effects, but they are not primary effects. Like, Star Wars alone is a brand. Like, the Skywalker era... Fuck what? Andor has no connection to the Skywalker era. The Mandalorian has no connection to the Skywalker era. Fuck, beyond Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is also a review bomb to fuck, nothing has a connection to the Skywalker saga.
So with The Acolyte, that's completely correct. But it's because shows and movies and comic books, they're not video games, right? Video games have a different component to them that isn't related to these other things. So with The Acolyte, you have writers, and if you have woke writers writing a woke story, and then you watch it, and it's woke, and it fucking sucks, and you're like, well, that was a shitty show, or a shitty movie, and there you go. But games have gameplay, and that's a little bit different. With gameplay, even if the story is shit, the gameplay could be good. Even if the gameplay is shit, the story could be good. And they're related, but they are somewhat separate. So you can have a game with a woke story with good gameplay. You can have a game with a non-woke story with terrible gameplay. So that's why, I will give it to The Acolyte of it's just a failure because it's woke, but video games are different, yes.
See, theoretically, yes, but rarely. Because woke is not merely just a thing that stays in its box. It is an infection that travels through entire companies because of the ideological element to it. This is what we saw with Arrowhead, for example, and Helldivers, where you did have a team of good game designers who created a good game, but the game was undermined by an element of wokeism that then eventually turned it into an unpopular game. In the case of...
Is Helldivers unpopular now?
Oh yes, back to mostly negative reviews now.
Oh, Jesus. Is the gameplay still good, or is it just like, the crowd reacting?
Gameplay is mostly the same, except they've continuously nerfed weapons all the time because they don't want players to have fun.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Because this spreads, you cannot isolate it, and thus eventually you will get bad game developers as well. Bad programmers, because they hire not based on merit, but based on ideological leaning.
That does happen sometimes, yes. I agree with you there. So yeah, people are asking, what is Dev? Where are these mythical left-wing games that are still good games? I mean, I have two go-tos because one is a really good platformer. It's an indie game, Celeste. That's an explicitly left-wing game. Another one is a really good RPG, and that's Disco Elysium. Those are both very left-wing games, and they're both very good games.
So Celeste is from 2018, so ancient, and Disco Elysium is a
now?
one-off, tiny little speck on the radar. You are looking at grains of sand on the beach, Dev, and going, look, these are clean. The rest is an irradiated hellhole.
So, I see the reason that I make this distinction, and I understand that there's interplay between these two variables, but they're still very separate, is for the reason that I said when I came in. If you strip away the woke stuff from Suicide Squad, you still have a bad game. If you strip away the woke stuff from Dustborn, you don't have a game anymore. And that's the difference between the two. They're both still bad games, but one of them is bad because it is woke directly. And the other one is bad and it's also woke. Do you see the difference between the two, Arch?
No.
How do you not?
Oh, yeah.
Because the woke is an
Yeah.
infection, Dev. It doesn't simply stop. You can't separate it away and go like, oh, this is good now. It is an infection. It goes through all the limbs of the body, and the rare occasions on which it either does not, or the video game developer still has enough raw talent to create something interesting, are few and far between.
Also, I like to keep in mind that, when it comes down to all practical purposes, we don't really disagree here. Like, we still think these are bad games, and we still think these are bad shows, and we still think the good ones are good, right? But this... I don't know. There are people in the chat who think that this is me saying Suicide Squad is good. It's not a good game, guys. It's not a good game, guys. I'm not out here simping for fucking Suicide Squad.
That's what he's doing. He's being a bit worried about it. Normal.
What am I doing?
He's simping for Paul Tassi. That's what he's simping for games journalists. It's worse.
No, I think Paul Tassi is a fucking hack.
Short Fat Tucker's always wanted to be a games journalist. Disgusting.
Jesus Christ. And also, Dev, give me your Steam.
And on the
sure.
anti-woke wins tab, Stellar Blade, Perception. The game was a big hit for a AAA newcomer shift up because it embraced the idea that real gamers want attractive women in their games. Reality. Stellar Blade is a solid action game on the whole and reviewed well among video game journalists, drawing an 81 on Metacritic and held as a great first effort for shift up. And again, this comes also to the reverse of the point. Stellar Blade would have sold well even if it was shit, because of the word of mouth that caused it to reach that potential initially. And this is because, of course, the video game journalists don't determine successes anymore. In fact, what they oppose usually determines success far more predictably. The fact that it was a good game on top of that, well, that's just icing out on the cake at that point. See, Black Myth Wukong is another example of this. Black Myth Wukong is not an exceptional Souls-like game. It is an entirely passable Souls-like game. But it sold like mad because of the position in the market it established for itself as opposition to the woke.
Yep, I think that's true. Yes, Arch. Like when it comes to Stellar Blade, like to be honest, Stellar Blade almost feels unfinished. I've gone through it like 3 or 4 times now, and it
Mm.
feels like there's like a missing third taken right out of the center of the game. Like it
Yeah,
feels
I
like
felt that too.
yeah, because like, it gives you. I said this in my video, so I'll just be real quick about it. It gives you a gameplay loop of you're finding Natiba cores and you're finding the power cells, right? And there's gun only dungeons to get the Natiba cores, and then there's sword dungeons to get the power cells, and you alternate back and forth between them as you find them in the open world. And like you go through one round of finding one of each in an open world, and then it unlocks the next open world, and you go through another round of finding one of each. And once you do this loop twice, there's like there's the wasteland and there's the desert, and then it feels like there should be at least 2 more open areas, but it just cuts you. It just brings you to the end of the game, and I'm like, hold on, we're already in the final stretch. This is like the space elevator is a point of no return of the game. Like we're already going. Like really, there's not more to the game than this. It feels like it was like a big chunk of it was taken out. So there's like Solar Blade's a good game for sure, but it's not like the top tier 10 out of 10. You'll be thinking back on this in 20 years as this incredible experience. Like it has some flaws, but it's the fact that it's so sincere about what it's saying and what it's doing, and sincerity is something that we desperately lack in our culture right now, because everything is being like run down with millennial irony, and no one ever takes anything seriously. Everything's always a joke. You know what I mean? And there's a type of storytelling in Stellar Blade that I think just appealed to people because it actually was not afraid of being a little bit cringe in its quest to say something.
Mm. And I know that they do have DLC planned. Like they already said that they're working on the Stellar Blade DLC, which I am very excited for. And it's like, well, granted, I don't know if you played it with the Korean voice actors or the English ones.
Korean, yeah.
Okay, I was about to say I can't do the British voice actors. Why are there so many goddamn British voice actors now? Like, come on. I don't need Britain everywhere. No. Oh yeah. It was weird hearing them very British, and I'm just like, huh. Yeah, no, I'm going back to Korean. It's okay.
Yeah, I had it on for like 10 minutes. I was like, nah, I'm going back to Korean. It makes sense. But yeah, I regarding Black Myth Wukong, Arch, we talked about this. I think it was we weren't live when we talked about this, but I basically said that like there's money to be made in being anti-woke at this point. And there's a decent chance that the Black Myth Wukong guys, they actually weren't threatened by anyone. I know like they put out a statement saying that like, oh, Sweet Baby Inc. threatened us, and we had to pay several $millions to bring them in as consultants, or else our game's going to fail. And we're not going to take these threats. But they never actually posted the threat. Like they never actually posted the email or anything. So it's entirely conceivable that was just them understanding that they have an audience. The audience for Souls-like are going to be more hardcore gamers, and they're going to appeal to them. And so they post this on Twitter. Their game blows up. No one had heard that game before they posted that on Twitter, and now everyone buys their game. So like, you can be cynical and sneaky on no matter what side of the aisle you're on.
Well, yes. Which, again, only proves the point, though, that the culture has shifted. The next example, Helldivers 2, Perception. A game about killing bugs and bots and without woke agenda. It was a celebration of the kind of patriotism the left fails to embrace in the modern era. Like, not entirely. Reality. The entire game is based on Starship Troopers, a very clear, famous skewering of those very concepts. No, it isn't. And I'm not going to start ranting about that, because it'll take me hours. But no, Starship Troopers is explicitly pro-patriotism. Explicitly and overtly, but Paul Tassi has never read Starship Troopers.
Oh man, okay. So yeah, we all know the Starship Troopers conversation at this point about how Verhoeven ruined it by making it into an anti-fascist film, even though the book was not intended to be an anti-fascist book whatsoever. And like I think we all know that story at this point. Have you guys seen? There's an article where basically someone reads through the book and discovers the moment where Verhoeven probably stopped reading. Have you read that article?
I have not, but it wasn't far in the book.
No, it wasn't. Because in an interview, Verhoeven said, "I tried to read the book, but I couldn't fucking do it. So I just had one of my stagehands or whatever read it for me. I couldn't fucking read it. Like fuck this piece of shit." And it was one of the first one of the first scenes where it's the teacher talking to the student, and it's literally
rat
just
check.
Heinlein's, yeah, it's literally just Heinlein talking with his philosophy during those scenes. But yeah, it was a very anti-progressive scene, and you could tell like, oh, this is when you stopped reading. Okay, I get it. I'll find the article because it was funny.
The First Ascendant, Perception. The PvE hero shooter is full of attractive women, which is responsible for its surging popularity, and its live plan so far has been introducing more attractive women. Reality. The game succeeds mainly because it's a well-structured looter with a meaningful progression system and endless targeted target frames. Again, like, he's saying, like, additional things. Like, he's not countering his own points. He goes like, well, it's also a good game. Yes. It is also a good game, but I guarantee you the First Ascendant's primary reason for being a success is not that it's a good game. And I can prove that very simply by the fact that nobody knows if something is a good game before they play it. They have to choose to install it first. It is reaching that market that is the most difficult thing. It is getting somebody to know that you are making a game and then installing it. And pictures of long-legged, beautiful Korean women on Twitter does a hell of a lot more for that than any amount of theoretical gameplay that you are unaware of.
Yep, that's true. So, I mean, he's kind of outlining what I was saying, is that, like, you have woke reasons for why a game is good or bad, and then you have gameplay reasons as for why a game is good or bad. And they can be disconnected. Oftentimes they're not, but sometimes they are. And it really just depends on the game. And, how much of this was the fact that they made a shitty game, how much of this was the fact that the story and characters were fucking insufferable because they were standing on a soapbox. And the scale between those two things changes game to game.
Yeah. And finally, the Black Myth Wukong, where Perception. Chaos Media wanted this game to fail, based on an IGN article that discussed sexism within game science in the past and its success as a blow against woke agenda. Reality. The game is an absolutely crushing massive hit in China, where no one is considering any of these controversies when purchasing. Paul Tassi lives in a different reality from the rest of us. China is perhaps one of the most anti-woke countries on fucking earth. They view the wokeism as the weakness of the West to be exploited. That is why they invented their own term for it, the Baizhu, the white, what was it, white leftist, I think it meant?
It's white leftist, yeah.
Yes, it absolutely is a part of it. And again, like you said, Dev, nobody knew about this game until that happened. That was a key part of its marketing effort, and that made it blow up in the minds of everyone. People knew that it was a game because of that.
Yeah. Whether or not the story about them being threatened by Sweet Baby Inc. was true, because they posted the story, suddenly everyone knew about it on Twitter, and then that made it like... Here's the thing, there's still the normie audience that these stories don't reach, but they'll hear about it through people who are more online, right? Like I have a couple of friends who are more normies. They don't have a Twitter account or anything, but they do have a PlayStation 5, and they played games when they were younger, and they have a PS5 now, so they want to know what to play. And I'm like, well, you know what? The latest game was Black Myth Wukong, or the latest game before was Stellar Blade, and like it's the kind of game you would like. And they go, okay, and they go play it, right? And they're like, oh, that was a fun game, and then they forget about it because they're just casual gamers, right? So people like that, they're not paying attention to any controversies, but they have friends who are. And the friends have no problem leading them in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, also, by the way, there are people in the chat saying that eventually it was proven that that Black Myth Wukong was sent a message from Sweet Baby Inc., but if you guys actually have that, do you mind posting it somewhere? Like, can you drop it? Because Arch and I both haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm not. And his final points as well. I love this thing. So, he claims that Baldur's Gate 3 is the wokiest game on planet Earth, and it was still claimed by the right. Baldur's Gate 3 is not a woke game throughout. The first chapter, not woke. Second chapter, gets long, gets boring. Third chapter, now we're getting woke. Now everybody's having strange hair colors, and everyone's being gay. And also, mysteriously... This is the least finished chapter, the buggiest chapter as well.
See, I've seen lots of people say that that Baldur's Gate 3 is woke because basically you can have sex with any character you want. There's no like there's no sexuality alignment or anything. It's all just like, oh, well, everyone's pan, fuck whoever you want. And like there's no traditionally masculine or traditionally feminine characters. There's like muscle mommies and then there's like femboys and you know a lot of the characters you know you're not going to find the scantily clad big boobed woman in Baldur's Gate 3. So I get their point, you know. And also it does seem to really appeal to like that kind of Tumblr crowd. Lots of them are Baldur's Gate 3 fans. So I mean I understand his point here. It's not like there's nothing to this.
Mm-hmm. There are elements of wokeism in it. There is. And the greater they become, the worse the game gets. But yes, no, the right can start to claim things, and that is good. That is what the right needs to do. And he copes about this too. On the other side, games claimed by anti-woke players like Stellarblade or First Descendants are in no way owned by them, and neither review well among the supposedly woke games media and or have player bases far more expansive than those who are playing because attractive characters exist in them. This is the purest cope. Stellar Blade is absolutely claimed by the right. There is no way Stellar Blade 2 will go woke and still be a success. Now, I know that they're hiring DEI initiatives over at their company, so we'll see. But Stellar Blade will not continue to be a success if it goes woke. And the First Descendant as well. Like, these are things claimed by the right, not because they have intrinsic value. The right does not think in that way, and like, oh, this is a totem now, and must be protected at all cost. No, the right's totem is anti-wokeism. So if you make a Stellar Blade that is woke, it won't sell. And that...
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so.
This is also the left trying to do what it has been doing for so long, because the side in cultural power is the one that has the ability to claim things and take it. And the left has been able to do that for so long. The cultural analysis and media analysis people who would look at a movie and go, this is a left-wing movie, that was what they were doing. And that is what they even tried to do with Black Myth Wukong, a game from a Chinese company that they called sexist and bigoted, and they still try to go, oh, it's actually a very diverse game, what's wrong with you? Oh, but Black Myth it's attracting the wrong type of fans. The wrong type of people are being interested in my monkey game.
That's so dumb. Just let people play the fucking games. It's you know what? Oh man, there are Nazis that shop at this grocery store. You're attracting the wrong type of grocery shoppers. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Just let people play the game. Who cares?
Well, they care because this is about politics. And
yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
Like, this was a very good article on it. Pop topic. IGN and Kotaku reviews aren't influencing game sales anymore. That's the big pointer here. That's why Paul Tassi is coping about this. It's like, but it reviewed very well. It's totally our influence that did this. No, it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
IGN and Kotaku no longer have the power to decide if a game is successful. They tried to make Black Myth Wukong a flop. They failed. They tried to make Dustborn a success, and they failed. And, whilst on the topic of Sweet Baby Inc., well, guess who were consulting on Dustborn? Black Girl Gamers.
Oh my god,
oh my
of course.
God. I wonder if Gothics talked about it at all, because I know she used to be part of it.
Yep.
Yeah, she was. That's right. She was part of Black Girl Gamers.
Yep.
So there we have it.
Well,
that explains some of it, at least.
One day I would absolutely love to interview Gothic. I like her stuff.
Actually, I spoke to her about a month ago. She's actually really cool.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. So let me think about this for a minute. Okay, so I'm working on a very big Gamergate video since this is the 10th anniversary of Gamergate right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided I did some very deep diving, and I'll pull out one string of that video since it's not out yet, but I'll reveal a little bit of information. If you go back to like the 1970s when you had video games on the Atari 2600 or the Magnavox Odyssey, right? Like the earliest video games. And you had video game reviewers back then. They weren't professional journalists, but they were like game enthusiasts, and they would write articles about video games in like tech magazines. However, back then, a review of a video game was, well, how many how many kilobytes can the cartridge hold, right?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't really talk about the experience of playing the game. It was always based on the technology, how fast is the Atari 2600, stuff like that. And then there was a group of 4 people who came along and said, hold on, we should actually be talking about the experience of playing the game as part of the review and not just the hardware. Because up until that point, these video games are being reviewed as if they were like record players, or a little bit later, VCRs. They're just being reviewed as like pieces of hardware that have technical specifications. But then someone said, no, hold on, we should actually be talking about, like, are these games fun to play or not? Which game is good and which game is bad on the Atari 2600? And so they start like. This was the birth of games journalism, where they said, no, let's take into account player experience. What's it like to consume the game, not just anything technical. And so this is kind of where games journalism starts. However, there's clearly like a pendulum swinging, because if you talk just about technical specifications, you don't know anything really. Like who cares, right? If you talk only about the experience of playing the game and it swings too far in that direction, then you do get into the problem that we're currently living in, right? Because that's where you get the video games are art crowd. And if video games are art, then they have to say something. And well, what is this video game saying about the real world? That is what's at the other end of the spectrum. So you can't, like, you do have to go a little bit down that path, but you can't go all the way down that path. You know what I mean? Because that's when you get to games that, they're politically oriented in the right direction for progressives, but they're just terrible fucking games. Which is where you get Dustborn.
Well, we can solve this by persecuting them.
By persecuting them?
Yes.
How do you want to do it, Arch? Are we rounding up games journos?
No, I'm thinking we just shame them. Like, we just laugh at them and we make their position untenable. Like, we make them the weird kid in school that everybody shoves snow down the back of their neck. That's what we do.
But then they'll try to sue people.
Well, and we laugh at them some
Yeah.
more. The courts will laugh at them. We will actively, legally persecute them. That's what that's how we do this. Unironically, this is the solution, though. This is what I'm saying. The absolute cultural hegemony of the right must be established. And by the right, I mean our side. Because if we go a little bit further to the right, we might have a different kind of hegemony.
Oh yeah. Listen, I've started to see some of the people who are quite right wing saying that they want to ban pornography because they want to get the birth. Yeah, they want to get the birth rates up, so all porn needs to be banned so that guys stop jacking off and they start fucking women instead. It's like, okay, that's a bit too far to the right for me. Exactly. You know what I mean?
It's very simple. Like, we go far enough right till the point where we reach the people who are like, porn's the Satan's work, and then we stop and we mock that person too.
It just go enough to the right where right before Matt Walsh is just like, yes, you're completely right. If he starts saying that, you went too far.
Yeah. Oh my God. Fucking Matt Walsh, dude. What a joker.
Yes, the solution to childlessness is not banning porn, it's state-mandated catgirls.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But then you're just gonna get like cat children.
Yep.
Okay, I guess that's how it is. Oh, so one person in the chat said that, like, the progressive version of art is taping a banana to a wall, and like we've all seen that. Like, this is high art. Buy it for $5 million. It's like a banana that's like smooshed onto like a canvas. It's just retardation, right? But then we all agree that's stupid. But then on the very other end of the spectrum, you have like the Soviet style brutalist art, where it's just like just the ugliness of life. And it's just the most utilitarian, non-aesthetic, just giant concrete blocks of shit. Like, no one wants that either, right? There has to be some middle ground between these two positions where things have no art or things are way too esoteric.
Yeah. I mean, it's very easy to find. We were there. We were reveling in this nice middle ground in the 2000s, and then Dev came along with this communism.
I did not.
And here we are.
I was in fucking high school in the 2000s. Dude.
Yeah. And what were you studying in school, Dev?
No,
And
it's the
Dev
moment
realizes,
that made
oh
it
shit, I'm in a corner.
Oh no. Oh no, I did it. I actually did it. It's only me. But yeah, like there's when it comes to the game journalists, like there's value in reviewing a game. There's even value in reviewing a game for its political content. It's the claiming part that is the problem, right? Because Arch, I'm sure you remember way back in the day, like as soon as it came out that Five Nights at Freddy's creator was right wing, people wanted to like take the franchise away from him, or J.K.
Yes.
Rowling with Harry Potter, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's like you guys are being fucking dumb. Like this is retardation. You can't suddenly be like, oh, you know, Markiplier is the actual person who invented Five Nights at Freddy's because he's left wing. It's like, oh, shut up. You know, the claiming is the worst part of it. And you know, I don't know if you remember this, Arch, but I got into that like public back and forth with Dead Domain, who's a crumb tuber. I don't know if you recall that video, but basically she was saying like almost every major video game is left wing. And, you know, it's like, well, why do you think that, you fucking moron? And she's like, well, Halo's left wing because it's critiquing religion, and religion's a right wing thing. Or they'll just say something like, oh, this game is anti-government, and the right wing is fascist. It's pro-big government. So the only actual anti-government, anti-state position is the left wing. Like she was doing, like it's the most brainless, like one-dimensional, surface-level fucking analysis that was coming out of this chick. It was so fucking dumb. At the same time, though, like I've seen right wingers start to do this the same kind of brainlessness now recently. There was one guy I saw on Tim Pool who made the claim that that you know any story that has good versus evil in it is a right wing story, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like
That's just morality. Jesus.
It's so dumb. And you know I get it. I get that the right has to fight the left somehow. But I don't like the idea of the right becoming just as fucking stupid as the left, and we are on that path.
Well, it's inevitable.
This is like one thing that I always see. On both sides, they want to be like, oh, our hobbies, video games, movies, whatever, should not be political. But then as soon as it, like, you know, it seems like it is going to one side, then they're like, oh yes, this is right wing. Oh yes, this is left wing. This is ours now. If you like it, then you're left. No. It's either you want things to be non-political, or you're going to take that and rush it to your side. You can't have both.
Or you can just accept that a story might have political theming, but just enjoy it because you like it. It's like, fuck it, you know. And, you know, I know that Deep Space Nine, Star Trek, had a lot to say about a lot of political topics, but it was still just a good show, and I enjoyed watching it. You know, you can just sit down and fucking enjoy a thing.
And also, I have a question because I'm a little silly and I don't know my terms. What the fuck is a crumb tuber? Is that related to the bread tubers?
Yeah, the crumb tubers are bread tubers with no audience. They have small audiences.
Oh, okay.
That's why they're crumbs instead of bread.
Okay.
So, since Lum Lum is alt-right, what is she?
What, Lum Lum's alt-right?
Yeah.
I'm not alt-right!
Oh my god.
Well, she's a small version of us, so what is she?
I don't know. I gotta think about it now.
I'm just a fish. I am just in my fishbowl doing my lum thing.
And see, all of this can be solved very easily, because we've got a lot of moral problems here and considerations, as comes with the territory of being the dominant cultural force. Now, the left approached those problems and thought themselves, no, we're not going to engage with any of this. We are simply just going to be bad people. And that led to their fall from grace in record time. Never before has a political side risen so hard and so quickly to the point of being in absolute control over all institutions and culture to the point of falling in a decade. That's remarkable. What we need to do is be aware of our rising momentum and then make our own arbitrary decisions on what is not and is acceptable. And the ultimate authority of that is me. Simple fucking as. Simple fucking as. Yes. Because there will absolutely be people. It is inevitable that the 98% will see the right wing begin to ascend, and they will go, I was on that side. That was me. And there's going to be retards. There's going to be an overwhelming majority of retards that's going to do the left-wing cultural analysis, just like you said, Dev. It's like, well, it has good versus evil, therefore it's right-wing. I am smart. No, these people are retards. All of them. Only I decide. Only I. And I will put forth my position in my videos. I will continue to try and build my preferred culture. Simple. That's what we all need to do. Me decide.
So hold on. So are you saying we all need to just put forward our own vision, or we all need to put forward your vision?
Well, preferably mine, but you can interpret it the other way if you want, I guess.
I think the next step is Arch branding us.
Oh my god.
I prefer the left shoulder, please. Thank you.
Hold on. I think this can be accomplished fairly easily. But yeah, no, like that is simply what we got to do. People need to start putting forth their own ideas, because the right as well is right now in a position where it doesn't really have a fully formed manifesto, so to say. Like, we don't really, because conservatism doesn't really, that's not what we want to return to. We don't want to return to Christian cultural conservatism. We rejected that. We don't want to return to the 1980s or the 70s either, necessarily. Most of us probably have a vision of the 2000s, where it's like, okay, we can look at gay rights, for example, and say, yep, they put forth a fair enough argument. You're gay, you want the same rights as everybody else. Fair enough, no problems. But then we can also look at, why does your dog have monkeypox?
Oh, yeah.
And put forth a different argument there. So we need to begin forming that, and we need to reject the tards whilst we do it. Pretty simple, really. Pretty simple. Anyhow, a few more super chats before the last topic. Sindus, Dev, the government does not care about CP. That's true. The government is the primary consumer of CP.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
The government's the... Well, I mean, I guess technically, because they're rounding it up to, either delete it or destroy it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If by consume, you mean, blow it up.
See, the government even runs, what they call, honeypots, where they put up CP sites and sell CP to other people to get their IPs and stuff. Unironically, the world's largest purveyor of child pornography is the fucking government.
Yeah. I mean, it's did you guys hear about what the fuck happened over at Comic-Con with the whole human trafficking thing being caught there?
I heard a little bit of it. Wasn't
Yeah.
there there was some YouTuber who got turned into a toilet?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know.
Dethen says he does take down CP when he has the username too, either Telegram or Elon Musk, I guess he's referring to. See, that's the thing too, though. Dev, what is the evidence that there is CP on Telegram?
You want me to go find it for you, Arch?
Yeah, prove it to me, Dev.
All right.
Because otherwise we're just making spurious allegations, aren't we, Dev?
Clip this chat. This is Arch asking me to provide CP.
Evidence, Dev. Not of the stuff itself, bad Dev. Dev is an FBI informant. Report, Dev. To the FBI. That'll probably work. Alex Adamson, it sucks, but letting guys look at IRL lolly is a worthy sacrifice in exchange for informants not being, KIA. Wither. Wither. Witcher, I presume.
Probably.
Well, no, yes. Okay, this is my hottest take. This is my most controversial take, but I am in favor of anything that allows people who suffer from pedophilia to take their lusts out on something that isn't children. I don't care. You want to fuck a doll? Go ahead. So long as it doesn't hurt actual children, I'm actually happy with it.
This is your pro-child sex doll take?
Yes, unironically. If somebody can bother plastic instead of a kid, then okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right?
The one thing that I'm kind of skeeved out with, like, that entire thing is that, there is a business that does have commissions open to have custom dolls made. But these people take actual pictures of actual children, and it's like, I want it to look like this. That is absolutely fucking disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
That is my
that's weird.
big
That's weird.
no-no.
Again,
The
that
question
might be
for that one though is like the question for that is like how much do you actually control your likeness, right? Because the same argument can be made for deep fake porn. It's not actually you, but it's your face in the porn now. So like, how much should you be able to control that?
It's like, if that has to be a thing, which it's just still gross. It's like, it should be, things that are made by the company. You can't customize it. Like have them do customizations. You'd have to do that yourself. You can't, submit pictures and be like, I want it to look like. No.
If you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to make it at home. But because I understand, because the thing is, it's not fun to think about, and it is gross, but at the same time, I view this from a biological perspective. Men are biologically programmed to want to create sperm constantly, all the time, and put it on everything around them. Furniture, car, housing, floor, everything. We're weird like that. We're just little fountains.
I don't want to do that, Arch. I have some nice things I wouldn't want to come on. I don't want to get them dirty.
I don't know about that, Dev. I've seen allegations against you.
Which ones this time?
Oh, toilets, animals, trans straps. Oh, God. They're endless. And it's the classic thing of post-nut clarity. A guy's like, oh, God, real need to jerk off now. Jerks off once. Like, finished. All right. It seems to be a biological imperative. And if they can do this whilst bothering a drawing or a plastic doll, then, okay, well, that seems like a solution. Now, the problem is we don't actually know if it is a solution because we haven't been allowed to actually carry out any research on this topic. Literally, like, nobody will fund research into this because, well, it's a gross topic. And so we don't actually know if it works, if it prevents assaults. We haven't tested it. It just is one of those things that seems reasonable, so, yeah.
It's like, I thought there was studies done on this. Granted, they're very old studies, but we have enough people on the goddamn registry that they can just be like, hey, we'll give you like $25 and a Starbucks gift card to do this study.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like the funding doesn't exist. Like it's...
So I have seen some studies where it's not about this specifically, but basically places where there's more liberal access to pornography, they have less sexual assaults in general. So there's probably some correlation there.
I mean, Japan had a very low rate with full-on hentai and stuff, and the more this was banned over in Europe, the higher it rose. But you can also argue the opposite. As Norway banned porn for a short period of time, the demand for porn then skyrocketed to the point where there was one guy in Oslo, our capital. He would drive over the border to Sweden and buy like trucks loads of porn and just drive it back and start selling it. And the police would stop him constantly, and he would keep doing it because he earned more doing this than the police could possibly confiscate from him.
Okay. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's unfortunate, but men appear to have a rather desperate urge to just splurge on things. This is just the thing. Lum Lum is lucky. It doesn't have this terrible curse upon it.
Yeah, see, I guess the thing is like, everyone says that looking at Lolly will eventually turn you into a pedophile. And it's like, I don't think
that was already
by that rationale.
With a lot of studies.
It's
like video game violence and like, just everything. It doesn't really seem to work that way.
And again, like, okay.
A lot of fantasies, they don't actually act on them.
So either then you're saying that automatically children are just so damn attractive, which, no. Trust me, children are terrible things and should all be put in cages until they're at least 18 or 20, preferably.
Put them in the mines.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, raise them underground where they belong. Or you're saying that whatever pornography you consume will eventually turn you into the liker of that thing. It's like, okay, let's open up some gay porn magazines in front of these people for a few years. Like, you can only jerk off to this. Will they then be into gay porn? That'd be an interesting experiment. Wait. But doesn't this also mean... Okay, see, this entire conversation, I hate having it, because the more I think about it, the more it does... It undermines the entirety of the left, right? Because the left argues, you cannot change your sexuality. You're born with it. Like, okay, well, shit. Now what do you do? And then they go like, oh, no, we can actually fix that. You can choose your sexuality. Okay, so we can fix people being gay. No, you can't do that. What?
So, Arch, this is something that I've actually been looking into in the past 6 months, on and off. Just as I come across a bit of information, I'll pack it away for a future video. There is something called strategic essentialism. All right? And I'll post the Wikipedia article here and live links for you so you can look at it. But it came out of post-colonial theory, specifically Indian post-colonial theory, but it's been adapted to all parts of the left at this point, where basically, one of the core values of the broad left wing is universalization. Everyone should be equal. Everyone's a blank slate. Everyone should be the same. The standards and rules should be the same for everyone. This is why borders are bad. This is why indigenous cultures are bad. This is why race doesn't exist. And if you disagree with this, you're being an essentialist. And essentialism is considered an insult on the left. The issue is that a lot of the trans identity and a lot of the gay identity is based in essentialism. Because, if you're born gay, well, that's an essential characteristic of you. If you're born with gender dysphoria, that's an essential characteristic of you. So strategic essentialism was developed by this Indian woman, whatever the fuck her name is, where it basically says, like, hey, we understand that people having a biological nature is a popular idea, so we're going to adopt it where it makes sense for us politically in the moment, but we don't actually believe it. And we actually believe that everything can be constructed. And what we should do is we should use the idea of a human nature for political maneuvering in order to get ourselves into a point where we can eventually abolish nature.
Yeah, so it's the same as the Gramscian idea of we will use liberalism against itself.
Mm-hmm.
Just a tool.
And so there's like a bunch of... If I can find those memes, because there's a bunch of memes coming out of left-wing Twitter about essentialism. Let me just see here real quick. If I could just find one, it would be nice.
Leftists are bad. It's the lesson I have learned yet again. Elsa Sorana for another $100. Thank you very much, sir. I am now donating to get Art to commission fan art of Lumi and Dev branded with his mark. Not a problem. I can do that easily enough.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Right shoulder, thank you.
This is well within my power.
Oh, yeah, so here's where you get stuff like this. Yeah. If nature isn't just, change nature. From Comic-Con.
Comic-Con.
Arrow Ace. Yeah.
Comic-Con.
Yeah. Arrow Ace, agender, anarcho-transhumanist, abolitionist, atheist, ADHD. Okay.
Those are a lot of words.
A lot of A's, in fact.
Contacting artists right now to draw properly branded lum-lums.
Do you need my reference sheet?
Do I know?
I send you my reference sheet.
Do I need to know what? This is gonna be a little lum-lum. You mean my version of lum-lum? What would I like lum-lum to look like?
It looks like me.
That's a bold assumption, but okay.
Here you go. There's my reference sheet.
You have a reference sheet? Isn't that
Yes,
a little...
I have a reference sheet.
Isn't that
What
a
kind of
little
VTuber
weird?
doesn't have a reference sheet?
I don't.
Is that normal for VTubers?
Yes,
Wow.
because it makes it easier to, be like, hey, can you draw me? Yeah, sure. And then here's reference sheet with colors and everything. There you go. Oh, thank you.
I don't know.
Here you go. Here's also the mermaid version.
I don't know. It sounds conceited. Don't like it.
It helps a lot because when you get reference sheets, you want to get them in flat colors so then other artists you work with can easily color pick. Here, Deb, I can show you the example of my fucking reference sheet. It's like,
Sure.
it's like, see, this makes it easier for artists to grab the colors that they need.
But Lum.
Don't grab the wrong one, or else you'll be blackfacing or something.
Yeah, and who the hell cares about making things easier for artists? They're servants to be
do.
abused.
No, I
No,
don't like
they
treating
are.
my artists well.
No, you are the problem, Lum. You are what is wrong with humanity. See, you've created this little group of artists who think they have worth and value as human beings. They do not.
One of my best friends is one of my main artists. I've known her for many years. I've
That's
had to bully
unfortunate.
her to raise her prices because they were too goddamn cheap.
But you're gonna have to disassociate with them.
No!
Oh my god. Can you guys hear me?
Yes?
No,
Okay, my entire computer's frozen.
That's fine.
fucking rip.
Now I can't see anything.
He's
But
blind.
I can still hear you, but I can't see. No, I accidentally told my computer to open every single bookmark that I have.
Including Medicur's docs.
Yeah.
Damn.
So it's currently trying to open over 10,000 bookmarks. So it's
How
just
do you do that?
I clicked the wrong thing.
Dumb, Dev. Dumb.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'll sure be back in a minute if the computer doesn't die.
But yes, artists should not have rights. Not for a very long time. Like, artists should be mistreated and buried in work, and they should not expect payment for it.
No, that is so mean. I like treating my artists well because then sometimes they're like, hey, since you commission me a lot, here's a free doodle, here's a free this, and I'm like, yay!
That never happens. Like, only my boy Dan does that, and that's because he's Serbian.
Well, my main artist is Australian, so.
Even worse, a criminal and a non-human.
Oh my god. It's
But,
good to treat your artists well. God
No,
damn.
it spoils them. It makes them think that they're allowed to think things and decide things for themselves.
They are allowed to think things. What would you do if you didn't have an artist working for you? What would you do?
Oh, I would be just fine. I would continue to live my happy little life. That other artists, however, would starve to death. The artists
Most
need us more than we need them. They will die without us. We will live on happily.
Most artists that I know work a real job on top of doing their art. So it's just like a secondary income for them.
Yeah, and that should only be expected.
So it's like, so an artist who has a real job that's just doing art for extra money is still subhuman and doesn't deserve rights.
Yes, they should labor for the passion of it, not for monetary compensation, the filth.
Oh my god.
Well, hold on, Arch, aren't you like passionate about making your videos?
No?
Oh. Well, okay then.
You think you can trap me with honesty, but you forget. Arch is more than capable of simply just lying to you whenever he so chooses.
Oh, I know. Happens every day.
You know, I don't know what's worse. The people who make the little child dolls, or people who think artists are human. I need to reconsider my relationship with Lum.
Oh my god. I wouldn't be a VTuber without my artists.
Yeah, you would. Would have been cheaper, too. If we
I've already
all
made
treated
back the money that I
artists... Like, if we all treated
already made back
artists
the
the way
art
they
that I
deserve,
spent.
this would not be a problem. The same with politicians.
Artists
will-
and politicians.
Mm-hmm.
I will keep treating my artists well because they treat me well.
There are
It's a mutual thing.
groups of people that we have treated far too well. And this is the problem with people like Lum. Okay? Politicians, artists, and actors. All of them have grown big heads and think they're worth something now. No. We let up for even a millisecond, and then look what they did to us.
Arch, I think you're
Yes.
going communist here, man. You're trying to compel labor from people without paying them.
Oh
Sounds
no,
pretty communist to me.
the compelling labor is capitalism. I compel their labor by the promise of potential payment.
Yeah, but
It is potential payment once they deliver my art piece.
See, Chat says Lum Lum needs to listen to Arch. She does. She knows not what she says. Anywho, Alex Adamson says, it sucks, but letting guys look at IRL lollies with sacrificing a chance for information for informant not being killed by KIA. I read that one. I forgot that one. I read it twice now. You got twice the value. Good on you. Papasod, Telegram does take it off when they find it, but they are getting smacked because they don't want the government looking into their back end. Do not give. Yes. Tyler Andrews. Hey Arch, what's with the people dogpiling on Dev? He seems like a classical liberal. Not a leftist neoliberal, and yet you just going by comments, you'd swear he was involved in an illicit sexual relationship with Kamala Harris.
I mean, that's an easy answer. Do you want to say it, Arch, or do you want me to say it?
Yeah, it's because you're a communist.
No. Well, firstly, like neolibs aren't even
mean
communists.
no?
Yeah, neolibs aren't even communists. Neolibs aren't even far left. Like, the whole like bureaucratized, very red tape kind of neolib where like that kind of person is not the same as someone who wants like a moneyless, stateless, classless society, right? Like they're not the same type of philosophy. I think putting them in the same camp is just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, claiming Dev is a classical liberal. Have you seen Sargon recently? The definition of one? Does he look like a Dev? No.
He is not a classical liberal anymore, dude. Like and you know it too. You fucking know it. You know things have been shifting, and that's fine. Like if you don't believe in that anymore, Sargon, that's fine. That's your business, Sargon. But he's not a liberal anymore, and that's okay. You don't have to be a liberal. But basically, I like some classically liberal stuff. I like some social liberal stuff. I like some neoliberal stuff. It really just depends on what topic we're talking about, right? But I'm definitely a type of liberal. The issue is that I'm not a socialist, which is why the actual lefties fucking hate me. But I'm also not a libertarian, and I'm also not, some sort of traditionalist, which is why the right wingers hate me. And also, a good chunk of people hate me because they just don't like Trump, and it's as simple as that. It's a one-dimensional hatred where there's no real critique behind it. It's just like, it's the Trump derangement syndrome. That's just what it is.
If that's true, Dev, why do I have so much communist art of you?
I don't know, Arch. What poor artist did you steal it from without paying?
Myself, and I didn't pay myself anything. I'm making Photoshop whilst you're ranting about communism. Momooka, hey, want to play a game that is loved many years later? Play Warframe, made by chill Canadians. I've never played a Warframe. I probably should.
Akko, that is your fucking, what was it? Oh yeah, abusive girlfriend game. That's what it is. You're in a Stockholm Syndrome relationship with Warframe. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Warframe
Same
isn't
with
that bad,
same Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is the worst girlfriend though.
I have some memories of Warframe, but oh, okay. No, I know what game this is. Okay, no, I thought it was something else for a minute. Okay, no, I think I played Warframe with Lilith for a little bit. It's a good enough game. Why you don't like it?
I never got into Warframe. I played during the closed beta when it first came out, and then I got confused and bored, and I never touched it again. Then Akko tried getting me back into it. I opened it, I got confused, and then I closed it again and uninstalled.
Okay.
Why Hayton says, I can see every platform now pulling the Disney Plus terms and conditions. You use us, you agree that you can't sue us. That is a very good TOS. And yes, that will probably happen.
Oh god, that was so stupid. I was gone while that happened, but the whole like Disney, a person dies at a Disney restaurant and they try to block them from suing because they had a Disney Plus subscription.
Yep.
God, it's so fucking dumb.
ShadowFox2300. Funny how they are changing 230 now when they could have done it any time in these last few years. Looks like they need ammo if more SM decide to jump ship and switch side. Yes. Yeah, like there's obviously some sort of movement being made here. Like, I know that we can't predict the future, Dev, but I predict the government is being mean to me. Hapamage. That was meant upload BS defense. We're not uploading any copyrighted material. It's our users. Oh yes, the 230, yeah. Shadow Fox, and now 230 will use it against the ones that won't toe the line. Yeah, it will be used against the YouTubers, as always. I am the victim here. Subject Noble. Well, Remington got sued for Sandy Hook, so people trying to remove Section 230 is the next evolution of the US legal system overreaching its powers. Yes. We will all be ruled by judges eventually.
The idea that because someone used the gun that your company made in a shooting means that you should be sued is so fucking dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Smith. Lumi, we need you to pick a game for Arch to teach you and you to play together. And I know I would contribute money to make this occur.
I mean, it's in, fuck. What was that game that people wanted us to play? That submarine game.
Oh, Barotrauma? That's a good
Yeah,
game.
Barotrauma.
We had a big
So
group
Arch
running
can
it like
teach
a
me
year ago.
Barotrauma.
It's a good game. Don't worry, Arch. I won't kill you next time.
We can bring Dev along for Barotrauma, but this time it will be my Barotrauma. No more little Kib ruining things.
Not Gibbs's.
My Barotrauma.
Well, to be honest, like how big of a crew would you want? Because the game got more fun the more people we had. We had like 10 people at one point. It was pretty good.
We can have several people. Lum Lum is basically 2 people. You're 1 person.
Oh.
I'm 1 person. That's 4 people right there. And we can just add on to that number as needed. War Turkify, as unhelpful as it is and counterproductive it is, I can't help but feel a bit of Schadenfreude, fuck you, at the idea of YouTube hurting itself in the effort to protect itself. Yes, it should be mocked. Artemis Fowl says, how much does Lumi really want that house?
Oh my god.
Artemis. No. I would love to buy a house, but I still need to figure out if I want to stay in the same area or not. But that's expensive.
Oh, speaking of Artemis funding everything, now that we're all settled, it's time for us to do Halo.
How long have you been putting that off, you little shit?
Like 6 months.
Oh, damn it, disgusting, Dev.
Gee.
Not a man of your word.
It's time. It's time.
Alex Adamson, interesting that most people want 2 or 3 kids, the exact number required to maintain or increase the population respectively. Last £5 for The Witcher. Poppetsots also 770 sounds base lol, just needs some tweaking. Nicholas Cantor, cool that the stream is on my birthday today. Oh, congratulations.
Those were about my my video on birth rates, Arch. 770 is referred to Decree 770 from Romania. I'm sure you know what that is. And basically, I guess the calculations I kind of ran with was that there's 10% of women who naturally just don't want kids. It's not in their personality. And there's 10% of women who are naturally infertile. They never have kids. And there's going to be some overlap between those two populations. However, 50% of women don't have kids right now. So if you just assume that there's a maximum disconnect between the two tens, that leaves 30% of women who don't have kids. And I mean, those two 10%, they're pretty solid. Like the 10% of women who don't want kids, that's been historically the case for as long as we know. 10% of women who are infertile, future tech will solve that eventually, but for now it's pretty much set in stone. So why is it that an extra 30% of women aren't having kids? And the answer seems to be partially economic, partially because they've been propagandized into not wanting to have them.
Well, sounds like breeding camps would solve that.
Oh, okay.
We could probably get the other 10% in there too, so we'll have 40% more having kids with the breeding camps.
Well, here's the thing. The reason that he brought up Decree 770 is because Romania didn't quite go that far, but they went like 90% of the way there, and it was fucking disastrous. It was terrible. Romania, for something like 20 years, banned contraception, banned birth control. They also had the government track all women in order to determine if they become pregnant or not. They had the secret police basically tracking women's ovulation cycles. Like they put everything they could into making sure that everyone was breeding as much as possible. No abortions, no birth control, and also just complete government surveillance. And they solved the baby crisis because they had a massive baby boom, but all of those kids ended up being abandoned because their parents didn't want them, and then they were raised in orphanages and they were mistreated, and then you had an entire generation of these young Romanian kids who were coming up, who a lot of them died, and a lot of them came up being completely socially maladjusted. And then 20 years later, there was a violent revolution against communism as you had this excess of fighting-aged males who were addicted to drugs and hopeless and completely unsocialized. It's like, oh, well, how did that happen?
So what you're saying is that we need to attach the mines to the camps.
What I'm saying is if people think that you're going to solve the birth rates by banning birth control and abortion, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
It's
you
gonna
need
be
to
way worse
go
than you think.
further than that. That's a half measure.
That's the half measure.
All right, well, I'll bear this in mind for the future, Deb. Thank you for the advice. Momoko, Under the Tea will own a content house together. Kek. Why not? Why not? You can have a content house, and Lum Lum can be there, and you can be there, and you can all live together happily and make content together.
I mean, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Or we can, like, buy an old school section each part of it off. Like, at this point, it would be cheaper to buy an abandoned school building than it is to buy a house.
Weird, but okay. Anonymous Fowl says, but Dev, the economy is good right now. You told me it was. You did tell him it was. You did that, Dev.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
Artists
did.
keep saying that.
In the super secret conspiracy chat, I remember Dev were like, all the economists say the economy is doing well.
No. Here's what I said. I said, if the economy is doing poorly, it's not currently being captured by the data, and we need some proof for it. I didn't say it's not happening. I said, show me that it's happening. I said, show me. Show me. Me asking for data is not the same thing as me just saying, well, the other thing's happening. It's not the same thing.
And
For some reason, everyone gets angry that I ask for proof of a fucking thing.
Anonymous also says, how much does Lumi want those coconuts? That's a good question, Lumi. How much do you want coconuts?
When did I mention anything about coconut?
This is Vosh's critique of capitalism. It's called Coconut Island, okay? So here's how it works. There's a plane crash, all right? And you and one other guy survives. Just the two of you. You're on a deserted island. You're completely separate from the rest of society. And the other guy wakes up before you. And then he does all of the hard labor of gathering up all of the coconuts on the island. So he's climbed the tree and he's opened the coconut and he's been eating them, and like he has a stash. He built a little vault for his coconuts. You know, it's all his own labor. So nothing is illegitimate here. But when you wake up and you notice that the island's completely devoid of all resources, and he has them all, and you say, hey, can I have some coconuts? He says, well, you have to trade me for them. And so what do you want to do for the coconuts? The joke being that if you have a capitalist system, and even if by capitalist morality of working hard and getting your own stuff, if all possible stuff has been consumed, then you still have a monopoly, and you still have an underclass of people who are oppressed because they don't own anything.
So what would I do in that situation?
Yeah, because the joke is like, well, you can have a coconut, but you have to give me a blowjob. And if you steal from him, you're stealing because he did work for it.
I mean, I could do the magical thing of wait till he's asleep, kill him, and take everything.
And there it comes. The Lum communism arises yet again.
Exactly, because now you're eating the rich. Yeah.
Lum has seen your trade offer, and Lum has elected to utilize violence.
Yeah.
I mean, I if someone is gonna take all resources and say, okay, well, give me something for it, I'm just gotta take him out. It's me or him, and it's gonna be fucking me. I will survive.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is like the critique of capitalism is that it breaks down as you approach monopolies, which seems to be true. If there's no way for new people coming into the system to get ahead by their own work, then it seems like capitalism can serve to entrench old property owners at the expense of new ones, and that is a problem.
And this has been another episode of Dev Teaches Lum Communism.
Oh god, it's not communism, it's me being selfish.
Same thing.
I am going to fucking kill you.
It's not just me, it's also Arch, and it's also chat.
Why does everything have to have a fucking label to it? Okay, I want to be selfish. Okay, you're a fucking commie. What do you mean I'm a fucking commie?
Well, because you want someone else's coconuts. He worked hard to gather them up.
Well, he should have been an asshole in the end.
Jordan Rogers says, Lumi is fatter than Dev. Money makes it true.
I don't know about that.
That's true. No, he gave $2. That's true now.
If I was fat, I would have killed myself a long time ago.
Cinders, Keikaku Dori, you will own nothing and be happy. Yes. And Kiddoos, my stepdad sold his home to me for a bargain in 2015, more of a gift than anything else. This is why parents are good. And ShadowFox2300, Dev, most of the time you're not a communist, just bad faith. Yes. I don't know. I think there's more communism in there than bad faith.
Ooh. Yeah, because bad faith implies that I know that I'm lying, that I'm saying something that I purposefully do not believe in order just to fuck with people, which I never do. Yeah. You might disagree with me. You might think I'm dumb, but no, I believe what I say.
I just think Dev is a communist. Anime Document, Lumi, don't shove anything up Dev's pooper. He would like that. Yeah, don't. And Glow in the Dark, when you use the retirement money of boomers to invest in housing, you can let it pop or it would cause an economic disaster, so government stops it. Government. Sindus, in the UK, we straight up give illegals houses. Well, they did make that illegal, eventually. Warturk5, fund Arch being cheap, Volcano Snoot. Indeed, that's another 5 for the Volcano Snoot game. Heat, when I first got here, I thought Arch convinced Lumi to transition to being the OG European equivalent of a Latino, Romanian gypsy boy. And Mushinio, dollars for Snoot game, not Volcano, and the Doloridino throne. Another 5. Very well. It's making progress, chat. Right. Before we get too far down, I'd like to get to the other topic as well, and that is the fact that China is going to own all of our entertainment very soon.
What?
Mm-hmm. So, we've been winning quite a lot recently. Deadpool and Wolverine, as we all know, was an enormous success, right? That's, I think last time I saw it, it was like $1.2, $1.3 billion, which is ridiculous. But despite all of this, and despite the general demoralization of the progressives, which is good, by the way, we need to keep pushing this. We need to continue to demoralize the left in entertainment. We need to get them to ask themselves why they are even alive anymore, and then, make the logical conclusion from there. However, The Japanese are just beginning to experience what we're experiencing. A lot of people saw this recently, as summarized nicely here by Permaband, where Capcom, I believe it was, has, or Bandai Namco. Is that Capcom? Japanese people.
Capcom. Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
Yeah.
This is Bandai Namco.
Yeah. Same thing.
No, it's not. Goddamn.
Yes.
No, it's not. Capcom was just in the news because fucking one of their developers just left.
Oh, that was the other thing, yes. It's declaring that it's going all in on DEI. All in, because Japan is basically just our cultural refuse. That's all it is. Japan is like a child trotting after its parent going, I want to be white too. And we're like, ha ha ha, monkey.
Well, I think I said this last week, Arch, but basically Japan, you know just as much as I do, it goes through open and closed periods. And during its open periods, culturally, it tends to want to be viewed as equals to the European powers. So if this is what Europeans are doing, they're doing it too.
Yes. They're our little retarded child, and unfortunately we have not raised it with enough violence to teach it right and wrong, and so now they're embracing the wrong. This is, however, also seeing a general brain drain, as the Capcom thing Lumi mentioned. Yes, they're leaving. They're beginning to move out of Japan and over to China, with NetEase quite famously pulling out of the studio who recently made the Visions of Mana game. They pulled out on the day it launched. They didn't even wait to see if it did well or anything. They just dumped their asses and abandoned them. Because China is looking at the enormous success of Wukong, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, why are we pouring any of our resources into any other country's entertainment? We are currently sitting here, and the West is begging for entertainment. Why should we not fill the West's demand for entertainment? Why should Japan be allowed to? And Korea is thinking the exact same thing. Dev, you mentioned this in your Stellar Blade video as well, where they elected to not voice act the game in Japanese, because Korea too is building up its own cultural industry with television, movies, and games, and are trying to take over from Japan.
Yep. This has been something that's going on for at least 20 years now. You had like Koreans moving into anime, moving into, with K-pop replacing J-pop. Korean dramas have been trying to replace Japanese dramas among like certain niche communities. So like, South Korea specifically, that's not talking about North Korea here. South Korea views itself as like a replacement Japan. Mm-hmm. It's been working very hard to like take that position, and they've been succeeding, to be honest, because the Japanese have kind of they've become lax in a lot of ways. The anime's still pretty good, but video games have been like slowly going downhill. With a few exceptions, FromSoft's still good, Nintendo's still good, but for the most part, like Square Enix is not what they used to be, Capcom is not what they used to be, Konami, Bandai Namco, they're all kind of going down the shitter right now.
Yep. As of course, Japan has the manga thing, like manga. Korean have manhwa, and the Chinese have manhua. And they're basically catching up to Japan in almost every regard. They're still lagging a bit behind because Japan has had a lot more of a head start, like 30 years head start. But very rapidly, Korea and China are building up their own cultural industries and beginning to look towards bigger markets. Because they've already, of course, conquered their own domestic markets by simple nature of them being their domestic markets. And now they want to expand and grow. And the West is dying for fucking entertainment right now. Absolutely fucking dying. To the point where we will accept nearly anything that comes out of these places so long as it's not Western entertainment. And Japan is about to become Western entertainment. Nobody wants to say anything about you little shits. Why do I even bring you?
Sorry, I'm just looking at some other shit, and it's like, from what I've noticed is that Japan usually, trends behind the U.S. by at least 5 years. So once the U.S. is starting to peter out of something such as DEI, Granted, we're not out of those fucking woods yet, but people are starting to realize that it is a net negative in terms of a lot of things. And with Japan going into this now, we're going to have at least like a 5 to 6 year low point in terms of what is coming out of Japan in terms of entertainment. So like, unfortunately, that's the trend that I've been noticing with a lot of things. I don't know if it's just me. I am 100% sure it's not just me noticing this shit.
And the thing is, too, one of the reasons why they hasn't happened earlier is because their entertainment has been somewhat knockoffy. Train to Busan is a great zombie movie, weirdly enough, coming from South Korea, that captures the feel of zombie stuff a lot better than we've got in the West, since our zombies were basically replaced with Walking Dead constantly. And a lot of their stuff feels a little bit knockoffy, because it's like what we used to do 10, 20 years ago is what they're doing now. Like, Korea has their own version of Saving Private Ryan, for example, which is Taegukwi, Brotherhood. And this has prevented it from really blowing up, but they're beginning to get into their own rights as well, and beginning to create more authentically their own entertainment, tearing themselves away from the Western influence. Now, this is going to be a good thing for us, but it is going to be a bad thing for Japan, and it is also going to be a little bit of a complicated thing, because here's the thing. I would have preferred, honestly, if Black Myth Wukong was not Chinese, because I do not want the Chinese to start realizing that they can become the new cultural hegemon. It is a good thing that America was the cultural hegemon, and if we start ceding that throne to China, oh boy.
Yep, that's the same way that I feel, because even if you have like good faith Chinese artists who just want to make a good game, and I'm sure there are a lot of them, if you run a business in China, the government has their hands in it. As simple as that. Yep. And it's way more than you might see in the West, where there might be some regulations in the West, or there might be some contracts that some companies take from the government because it's good money. In China, no. In China, they direct your production. All right, like you're not going to be able to make an anti-Chinese story in your video game in China. It's as simple as that. So it's not about individual Chinese developers who may or may not be good. It's about, we know what the Chinese government is, and we know what they want to do, and we know how they view us, and they're going to use every lever at their disposal to get power over us. Which is, by the way, why the American empire is fucking amazing. But yes, this is one of many little domains where China can move in if America pulls out. And right now, because America is not making good, cultural content, the Chinese will see that they can step up.
Yes, and the Chinese have very different worldviews than we do. Very, very different worldviews than we do. And they have made some really good stuff. There is a Chinese movie called Red Cliff. And there are two of them, Red Cliff 1 and Red Cliff 2. And these are, in essence, they're China's Lord of the Rings, is what they are. If you're watching them, they feel like Lord of the Rings movies. They feel epic, grand, remarkable. They feel like old school cinema. And they're really, really, really good. But then you've also got Chinese entertainment like, what was... You know this movie, Dev. Did you watch it? The one with the frozen potatoes.
Oh, The Martian.
What? No.
Yeah, The Martian.
No.
Where he's stuck on Mars and he has to like grow potatoes and they freeze because.
What the fuck does that have to do with China?
Because the reason that there's a Chinese rocket, the Taiyang in The Martian, is because the movie was getting released in China, so they added like a Chinese subplot.
Hit. No, I was referring to the movie called The Battle of Lake Changjin, where there's a scene where the Chinese are eating frozen potatoes.
That's right. Where they're eating frozen potatoes while the Americans have like a giant like feast going on the other side of the ridge. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
okay, so this movie is very interesting because it begins with, it's the year is 1950 and America is invading North Korea. I don't remember that version of the story.
Yeah,
What?
I don't remember that.
Why did America invade North Korea for no fucking reason?
Maybe something happened around that time that caused.
I don't know, maybe.
And it's played straight like that. There is no mention of North Korea invading South Korea at all. It's just like the first image in the movie is just the massive American fleet bombing the fuck out of North Korean civilians and invading North Korea. And the Chinese like, my God, we have to help our brothers. Like,
It's like, okay, are you guys familiar with the North Korean propaganda museum that is made out of a defunct American warship? It's like it's just full
No.
of anti-American propaganda. It's like framing that America is just 100% evil, fucking raised to hate Koreans and everything. It's like if you go on those North Korean tours and stuff, like you have to go through China to go into North Korea for these tours and everything. They will bring you through that museum. It's fucking wild, man. Because it was like the only United States battleship that they were able to, take down, and they brought it to shore and they made it into a propaganda museum.
I mean, why not?
Oh, I think I vaguely recall this. I saw a documentary on this like a decade ago. There was like a cute girl who was playing pool there.
Well, there you go. One of the many benefits of North Korea. Women don't have any rights.
Well, listen, if you're a Westerner going to North Korea, they put all the best women on the tour.
Ah,
Yeah.
Like yeah, that's just how it is.
good. The country knows what I need. I don't think North Korea is so bad, honestly.
Listen, I'm pretty sure if you have sex with one of them, they'll kill you, though.
Nah, you'll just have to bring him back home and promise to be good PR. But, okay, so China already is beginning to move into, like, this cultural market, and they have a very, very different interpretation of events and reality than we do. And they are trying to build up this as propaganda. Like, a Chinese war movie is not just a stupid war movie, it is propaganda. And sometimes it hits, sometimes it does not. There is a scene where the Chinese soldiers are freezing and they're starving and they have like a one frozen potato and they hand it like, here, you eat the potato. No, you eat the potato, brother. And it's supposed to be like a scene of brotherhood and camaraderie and how they're toughing it out despite not having anything, having a tight bond with one another. And that's cool and all. But then you switch to a scene with the Americans, just fucking shoving turkey into their mouth and loads of gravy and fresh vegetables as their logistical system is actually working. It's like, this does not prove the point you think it does, China. This make you look bad. Then there's also the fact that sometimes the Chinese do better Americans than America does. Another movie, The Sacrifice, which is a terrible movie, don't watch it, has one of the best characters I've ever seen of an American. He's a dive bomber pilot who, flies his aircraft with the cockpit open, wearing a cowboy hat that must be surgically fucking fastened to his head as it never flies off. And he's like, God damn these yellow sons of bitches, I'm gonna bomb you for America. He's great.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of doing they're doing what Japan used to do, where they have, the over-the-top American character.
Yes. He's the most American thing you've ever
teeth.
seen.
Yeah. Or, Guile from Street Fighter, where it's just, fucking ridiculous.
Yes, and he's a fantastic character.
Listen, guys, you have to be the American that the Japanese thinks you are.
Yes. Be the America that China thinks you are at this point. Oh god, I can't find a good picture of him, only a super blurry one. But as you can see, cockpit open, cowboy hat on, screaming as he's plummeting down towards the Chinese, firing his machine guns.
Here, I'll give you a picture, Arch. Go ahead with that one.
Oh, perfect. Oh, and this is the museum, Dev.
Oh, cool. The USS Pueblo.
Pueblo. That's why it fucking got captured. It was named after the Mexicans.
Damn it.
It's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
But this is a genuine concern, though, because America has been able to basically shape culture around the world, and that's largely why the American perception of reality is now just the normalized perception of reality. And America, by and large, is a fairly benevolent entity in this regard. It's going to do some retarded things here and there, and it's going to abuse its power on occasion, absolutely, but it is, by and large, a relatively benevolent entity. And it's going to create entertainment that's mostly just for shits and giggles. Like, American propaganda movies are fairly few and far between in the modern day. China, not so much. China is not a benevolent entity. China is not going to create entertainment for all of our shits and giggles. It is going to create active propaganda. It is going to Romanize us all with full-on cultural imperialism, in essence.
Yep. No, I completely agree. Though, Arch, I'm surprised you actually have the take that, America isn't that bad. I feel like the chat's gonna definitely disagree with you on that, but I agree with you. If the world hegemon was Russia or China, the world would look way different. For all of America's flaws. I get it. I get it, libertarians. It's the state. It's the state. It's the government. Yeah, fine. You know what? Not every state is the same. Not every government is the same. Some are worse than others. If it were any other power, it would be so much worse. The entire world would be shit. But America's actually great, which is why the American empire is good.
Return. But yes, this is going to be bad for us. And the only way we can really get around this is beginning to make our own entertainment again, because we haven't fallen just yet. Like, China still hasn't realized the position it's in. Black Myth Wukong was like their first wake-up moment when they realized that they could make something that was explicitly Chinese, pretty much explicitly for the Chinese market, and still have people buy it in the West and become a major economic success. And that was largely by accident. Like, it was partially because the developers figured out how to use anti-woke as a marketing tool, and it was partially because of just the fact that it was a good game, and it became a cultural phenomenon. If China starts to actively aim to create games like that, we're basically going to get a Black Myth Wukong plus Stellar Blade, where you're no longer going to be playing a little furry, you're going to be playing a hot woman, and the West will thus fall into their eternal embrace, because we've forgotten what woman is. We have created documentaries. What is woman?
That's the dumbest fucking hill. You know what? Okay. A lot of the leftist stuff, even the bad stuff, would have probably been just... They probably would have won and then just normalized it if they hadn't gone down the trans woman or woman road. Like, that seemed to be the breaking point for fucking everyone. Because it was so obviously just not the case by a lot of metrics.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, nope, you pushed them too far. Now you're going to lose everything because everyone has just turned around on you, and it's so dumb.
But luckily, it's beginning to normalize futa, so maybe there is hope yet. I wonder what the Chinese word for futa is.
I'm not sure if they have one, to be honest.
Lum, you're the resident researcher now. Find out what the Chinese word for futa is.
Okay.
She just... I was not expecting her to agree.
Hey, if I didn't search it, I know Dev would.
So here's the thing, right? Like, okay. By some definitions, you have, like, if you want to be like a philosophy nerd about it, okay, trans women or women, okay, I understand the arguments. There's also, by the way, very strong and solid arguments for trans women being men, obviously. The issue is it doesn't really matter, right? Like, if God himself came down and declared that trans women were a subcategory of men, does that mean that, trans women should stop taking hormones, or there should not be any more feminine males? Now, the answer to that is obviously no, right? Whether or not trans women are women or men or something else doesn't mean that they should stop doing what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? But they focused on the label because they wanted to claim that label, and it just didn't fit. And they destroyed themselves in the attempt to do it. It's like, no, you should have just like you know what? Here, just be a feminine male. It's fine. You'll be okay. The world won't collapse. Like, stop being retarded, guys.
Yes, and also it's just the same word.
It's just
Futa?
futa?
Yep.
Futanari?
Just
Lazy
Futa.
Chinese people. Lazy. Oh well, at least it'll make it easy for us when we all transition over to it, I guess. You know, we'll just use the Japanese words.
Yeah, I guess.
Simple enough. But yes, there's the Japanese brain drain, and on the one hand, it's going to give us more entertainment, which is good. On the other, we're going to need to start consuming it a little bit more critically.
Hey, wait a second. Hold on. You said Japanese brain drain. So are you saying Japanese people are moving to China to make better games?
Yes, there are quite a few Japanese developers that are basically being influenced to go to China because there's simply better wages, better positions over there.
Right, right. I mean, that's got to backfire on them at some point, right? Because the Chinese fucking hate the Japanese.
Well, you
There's
know,
going to be... Something's going to happen there outside their own economics.
they'll put them in a little box separate to everybody else and goes like, you go in there. Little Japanese ethnic enclaves of video game developers. Returning to the super chats again, now that we're done with the two main topics. Subject Noble, late stage capitalism? You mean corporate socialism? That's true.
Oh my god, I hate the fucking labels argument. You're talking about the same thing. You just want to put a different label on it so that the guys you hate can get slapped with it. It's so tiring.
We are living in socialism in decline, Dev. And one day you'll understand that.
Are we?
Yep.
Where do the workers own the means of production, Arch?
That never happened in socialism. Adam Unfriended has been a member for 9 months. Thank you very much, sir. I'm convinced Art is the problem child between V and Dev because he always instigates them to fight. But that's why I love the trio. No homo.
Is that you, Arch? Are you the one causing all the problems?
No. That's mostly Lumi. Maleficus Shai Khan. I am replaying. Okay, not re-raping. That was weird. Come on, conquer Tiberian Wars. And with Acumen. How close you say that fund was, Arch? 5 for Snoot. Snoot Game is now around about halfway. Yes, it's about halfway. Halfway there. March named. All political party systems devolve into either two parties directly opposed, or one party with a supermajority and dozens of minor parties with not enough seats to make a difference. Now, our political system does have like 5 or 6 parties, and we do relatively well in Norway, but by and large, it still just vacillates between left and right, basically, because they form coalitions. They should not be allowed to form coalitions. At all. You vote for the party. Yeah, you vote for the party. And that party then needs to do whatever it can to be in power. If it doesn't have enough power to change anything, you know what that means, Dev? It means nothing needs to change.
Oh.
Yes. Political gridlock is a good thing.
But America has been like historically gridlocked for a while and everyone's tired of it.
I don't think so, Dev, because America is starting to look at women now and think they're men, and think that men are women. America is not gridlocked enough. This is the exact same thing as with 40k, where people are like, their story needs to go forward. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're not intelligent enough to move the story forward. Same with legislation. We just need to freeze everything. Simple.
Wait, hold on. Does that include Section 230?
Yeah, for the moment. Like, it's not perfect, but it's working out okay. Like, if everything could freeze immediately, well, we should have frozen it about 20 years ago, but potentially. We just go back to the year 2000 and we just stop everything right there. Nothing gets changed. Nothing. Nothing at all. So on the Lich says, Dev supports the death to remove from ballot rule. Dems failed with Trump, so Dev is very sad. Fortunately, he can play Dustborn and live his dream.
What?
Dev has always wanted to be a fat black woman.
the death to remove from ballot rule. I mean, well, isn't that normal? Like, if someone dies, take them off the ballot. Like, that seems normal, doesn't it?
Well, does it? It wasn't normal in Texas.
What do you mean?
They recently removed 400,000 dead people from the voting rolls in Texas that had just been staying on there.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Hmm.
What's the problem?
Oh, you don't think it's good?
Yes, I do. Why wouldn't I?
Because chat says so.
Oh my god.
That says so that means it's true, I guess.
Yep.
That's how it is.
Unlike in Devtopia, we're a capitalist utopia here on the ArchCast channel.
Mm-hmm.
Marksman of 117B says, Paul Tassi used to be fair, now he's broken. He is, because he used to be much better, I swear to God. Black Cat 7K, the Stellar BS trash makes no damn sense. Shift up Gaslit for months saying there will be no censorship, then release game with censorship, and then censored after the fact as well. But this is a win. In the grand scheme of things, yes. It could have been a bigger win, and it'll probably be a much smaller win in the future, but it's something. It is a crumb, and I will take the crumb.
Yeah, I still don't buy the censorship bullshit with that. Dude, the fact that we got the sexiest of all outfits in that next patch, nah, I don't buy it.
The bathing suits look so fucking nice.
Yeah. They added that red one that reveals the most skin out of any of them after the claim that they were censoring. It's like, well, I guess probably not.
Bufferchu has been a member for 14 months. Thank you very much, sir. How much of this far-right domination do the group think is from actual pushback, and how much is from perceived normal of games being so far left? That's a good question. I definitely do think that it has a fair bit to do with the fact that the Orwellian window... Orwellian? Yeah, no, that's good enough. Orwellian window has been moved so far left now that even just having a woman in a bathing suit is seen as a major right-wing victory. But it's baby steps. If we want to haul it back to normalcy, we're going to have to start somewhere and slowly drag it back on again.
Also, let's be honest. When you say right-wing, Arch, you're not thinking about what I'm thinking about when I think right-wing, because right-wingers do not want women in bathing suits. They think that's degenerate. It's too sexual for the public. So... But I get your point, though, is that it's swinging back from the far left, which views women being in bathing as oppressive instead of degenerate. But still, I get it, yeah.
Right-wing are normal people, Dev.
Listen, Arch, no.
Yes,
There's...
Lum Lum is a right-wing. Look at Lum Lum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right-wing.
Okay, listen. There's an entire sector of the right out there that wants to ban pornography. So I do not take this definition of the right wing as being like, oh, we just want hot girls back in the video games. No.
Yeah, but that's only because you grant them the title of right-winged, Dev. I deny them that.
Wait, you deny the people who want to ban porn right wing? What do you call them then?
Yeah, fucking crazy.
Well, yeah.
Or leftists, depending on. What will hurt them the most?
Okay.
See, this goes back to what I said earlier, Dev. The one who decides this, the one who defines all of this, is me. I decide.
Okay.
Simple.
Hold on a second. Is Matt Walsh is a leftist?
Yeah.
Also, here, you don't want the funny Chinaman up there anymore. Here you go. Have Eve.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Anyone who disagrees with me is a leftist. It really is pretty fucking simple when it comes down to it. Much shame. Downfall, parody of Concord. Yes. Glow in the dark. Calm down, Arch. Your footer fetish needs containing. It does not need containing. It needs expanding.
Just like the food of penises.
War Turkify, from what I hear, Overwatch lost popularity because Blizzard made it worse, so its fans would be hungry for a replacement. Largely, yeah, they kept nerfing and balancing stuff constantly for the competitive scene, and nobody was asking for that. Nobody was like, hey, can we make this game more competitive? No, they wanted to have fun. But they made it meta, and then they made the characters ugly too. And
Yeah.
Sindus.
There's actually when it comes to meta, there seems to be a lifespan for a game where once too many people know the optimal way to play it, it starts being less fun.
Yes.
Like when the game is more unknown and it's like new and everyone's like exploring it, that's the most fun moment.
Yes,
Oh,
definitely.
I agree. I hate when people are like, "Oh, but this is so much more efficient." I'm like, hush now. I want to just have fun. It's like when I was playing Stellar Blade and I was, beating my head against the wall when I was fighting Raven. They're like, "Oh, why not use this part, and this part to make it easier?" I'm like, no. I'm gonna do it how I have it right now. And then I eventually beat her because Arch was waving $100 at my.
If you win, you get $100.
Yes, that's exactly what he did. He's like, "I gotta leave in an hour. If you beat her, I'll give you $100." And then I beat her and I got $100.
Damn, Marsh never do that for me in my streams.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because I already have you. I was trying to groom Lum at the time.
Oh, okay. Is it because I'll just beat them? I don't need the motivation.
Maybe.
Also, just real quick, okay, to outline what I'm talking about, I just took this from the chat. This is from your chat, Arch, just now, all right? You got one person saying, if you want the state to ban things, you're a leftist. You got another person saying, I'm a right-winger, I want women out of bathing suits. Like, the duality of man right here. They're pointing at the same thing and calling it left and right.
Of course, but that's the point. That's why I make the decision. Simple. Democracy was a terrible mistake. Archtocracy is the future.
Oh, okay.
It'll be so much easier for everyone involved. And Sindus says, in defense of Dev, Celeste.
Yeah, good game.
Elsa Sorana, if woke is an infection, does that make Dev some kind of discount chlamydia? No, not discount. Full strain.
Nah, come on.
Hexy says, Suicide Squad is a good game. Bad faith Dev. Yeah, he did say that.
Wait, no, I didn't. Yeah. When did I say Suicide Squad was a bad game? What the fuck?
Since chat said you said it.
That's bullshit. This is bullshit.
Antelope, Hollow Knight, Dev.
Yeah, Hollow Knight's a good game, yeah.
Does it work?
I don't think so. I mean, there's like random NPCs in there that are lesbian, but it's not really a part of the story. It's like a side quest. Like, not really. There's not much in the way of sexuality in the game at all.
We've got to reclaim lesbians for the right.
I guess my link in the description is broken again, Arch.
That's entirely natural. I've given up on fixing it.
It was fine earlier.
Working as
completely
intended.
Fine earlier.
It is broken.
Yes,
oh, wow.
Here's Lum. You don't get to see her, but she's here. She's there.
Hexy, I can hear the heavy breathing when Dev rants. He does that. Adam Unfriended. Deadlock is thriving because its gameplay feels fresh, blending the rail system from Bioshock Infinite with MOBA and hero shooter elements, all presented in a third person instead of a first person, in my opinion.
Oh, cool.
Maybe it'll be worth a look.
As soon as Mr. Dev accepts my friend request, I'm going to send him an invite to Deadlock, and I guess I'll send one to Arch too.
I'll do it right now. Give me a second. Mr. Dev. Ooh, that sounds nice.
Okay, Kami Dev. There we go.
No!
Noah Sprague Studios. I don't even buy mainstream games except Nintendo anymore. My jam is now things like Freedom Planet 1-2, Corn Kids 3D, Pizzuto Gorillas, Squirrel with a Gun, and Zorchk. Embrace indie, reject modernity. This is good, yes. What did Boog send me?
Nintendo is pretty good nowadays, man. They're still holding on. One of the few Japanese developers holding on and doing what their fans just want them to do.
Aww.
There's a new Zelda game coming out next month. Looks pretty good. Dev is happy.
So, somebody, according to Dev, also I can't help but notice that the new redirect link from Discord has a little trans flag in it.
Wait, does it? Where?
Yeah.
What? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Apparently, somebody managed to make something go viral about a way to get free money from Chase Bank somehow.
Oh.
This has resulted in lots of people losing a lot of money, including one person placing himself $40,000 in debt over the free money glitch.
What, hold on, what's the free money glitch?
I don't even know. That's all Booga sent me. I don't know. I don't understand anything.
Boog, send it to me.
Just that people are weird. What can I say?
Looks like someone on Twitter made this after I posted something.
Oh my god. Right on the forehead, too.
Right on the forehead. It's like Corcus with his fucking brand of sacrifice. God damn it.
Lum Lum is property. It is good that Lum Lum is beginning to understand this. Where was I? Oh yes, Mercenary X21, Catgirls, Mermaids, Centaurs. We need options, man. That's true. We do need more different differentials.
That's why you get the Monster Girl Encyclopedia so you can see what your options are.
Mercenary X21, I prefer Thermite over Snow. Way more effective.
Oh my god. Okay, I found it. Yeah, so there's currently a glitch with Chase Bank ATMs where you can withdraw money and it won't take it out of your account. So there's videos of people like taking out thousands of dollars right now that are going viral, and they're all getting fucked because of course they're gonna find that glitch. Like, they're not idiots.
Yeah.
So there's guys posting TikToks saying like I'm now $40,000 in debt.
Because the government isn't our government. The bank isn't just going to give you money. Ben says China Uncensored claims Wukong is being used by the CCP to push Chinese propaganda. Make some dollars by latching onto woke sentiment. Your thoughts? I mean, there's not a lot of Chinese propaganda in there as far as I could see, so.
Yeah,
no.
I mean, from what I understand, like the first step on like the long game is cultural normalization. So, seeing Chinese stuff in the West's culture, the cultural canon, that's like step one. And then you start using that as like the wedge.
That's true. Mercy Next 21. Dev, you now have 2 debate Racifist on income tax. Yeah,
Do I?
it. Do it.
Okay. I don't know. Sure. I think it's because he doesn't like the idea of an income tax, right? Like he just wants it to go away.
I want it to go away.
I'm not sure that would be a good idea, but I don't know. I mean, I could be pushed either way on it, but I'm pretty sure it'd be a bad idea for it to go away.
Yes, I imagine Dev fetishizes taxes, dreams of it, touches himself to it.
No, god damn it! It's because of what I said last week.
Income tax.
Inflation, very broadly speaking, is a product of the ratio between how much a government taxes and how much a government spends. All right. If you increase spending or decrease taxes, you will get more inflation. So, if you want inflation down and you want income taxes gone, you only get one of those two things.
I don't know about that. Let's try it. This is Rana, Silence Dev, Muscle Mummies, stand above all. They are kind of charming, it is true.
I was never anti-muscle mommy. I was pro muscle mommy when we were talking about that.
Marked ashamed. Remember the game Hatred? I do not. Nor does anybody else. It was forgotten completely.
I only ever hear the game Hatred brought up when people are just like, oh, well, these guys basically want to be the main character of Hatred. I'm like, I haven't heard the name Hatred in such a long time. Who the fuck?
Black at 7K. East is gaslighting with the culture war. We're supporting pay-to-win trash, mid-tier bullshit, and CCP-controlled devs. Can we get a damn grip? Chasing likes, etc. is making a huge backdoor to get shafted from. Oh, it is. It absolutely is. This is my biggest critique of the right movement, the our side movement, is that we do tend to leap on things far too quickly. And there was, what was a recent example of that? Oh yes, for the Lara Croft anime, where somebody made a like a text, like it looked like it had text for the anime. It was like, it's cultural appropriation, Lara. You gotta give back your artifacts. And it was obviously fake.
Yeah,
because the trailer was out and we could see for ourselves that's not what they said, but people still started retweeting it like crazy. Like, God, it's 5 seconds to verify. 5 seconds.
Yep. That's how it is on Twitter, man. It's like, if it makes people angry and it fits your preconceived notions and you don't have to activate any brain power to actually think about it, it just triggers you, you're going to retweet it. And that's for any political side.
It's like, sometimes Twitter feels like the modern day Facebook. Like how people are like, oh,
you
well,
fucking
like,
Zoomer, you.
Parents will believe anything that's on Facebook and everything. But now it's like the same thing for Twitter now for younger people.
Absolutely. Listen, as long as you have like all caps breaking and a couple siren emojis, you don't need sources for anything. Just post it and people will believe you.
You know what? I should do that once just to see what would happen.
It does happen too often. It's a problem.
It's like people would fully believe if I just put a picture of you in front of fucking some building in Russia and just say, breaking, Dev finally moves to Russia, becomes a full commie. And people would believe it.
Oh, they would. They wouldn't even hesitate. They would retweet that immediately. Look, finally he did it.
He did it. He committed.
They would also forget that I'm generally pro-Ukraine. You know, that cognitive dissonance wouldn't even kick in.
Let's put up the Dev national flag.
I mean, I could just put you in the fucking Ukrainian battlefield and be like, Dev, double agent for Russia.
Rock says, happy birthday to me, darling Arch. I wish after you detrans Gibbs to give Lumi the vote and the unperson Dev because he is fucking traitor to the crown. This is true. And happy birthday.
Crown?
Yeah. You're a subject of Queen Elizabeth.
I guess, yeah. Well, hold on, she's dead.
Says you.
How is she still alive? Is she on the golden throne being kept alive?
No, the moon, actually.
Oh, okay.
Elsie Sorana, we need state-mandated centaur girls. Arch needs his brony wife. You know, another hot take here, but people are into centaurs. You just want to fuck a horse, okay?
Listen,
it's weird.
This is getting way too close to Vosh territory for me, okay?
Yeah, people who like centaur girls, you just want to have sex with horses. That's not kosher at all.
Yep.
It's not halal.
Sorry, Tomo. It's just how it is.
It's fucking weird. Ben, tons of problems with Nekopara from a pragmatic point. Nekopara was the first hentai game that actually made me feel bad, because it's like, oh, cute cat girls, that's great. Yeah, but they're all retarded. They're all like, I have the intelligence of a 6-year-old girl, have sex with me. I'm like, no, that's weird. Stop it, video game.
Speaking of Nekopara, I still need to buy the newer ones.
You're weird.
I like my cat girls.
Even if they're low IQ?
Yeah, even if they're low IQ.
Everyone likes their own retarded little girlfriend. It's okay. They're fine.
Lumlum reaches her hand up in the air slowly, hesitantly, and goes, I'm retarded too.
A little bit. I have my moment.
Are you somebody's retarded girlfriend then?
Hey, babe. Am I your retarded girlfriend? Am I your retarded girlfriend? I'm not retarded, but I am his girlfriend. There we go.
One out of two.
Sounds like he's simping.
Ace 1918 says propaganda is the antithesis of art. Pretty much. Or at least when it is used purely for propaganda. Then again, some propaganda can be art. Old Soviet propaganda, old Nazi propaganda. Some of it looks really good.
Yep.
Elsie Sorana, we need Art to become the Borg Queen so he can spread his vision. Yes, we do. And lives in Dev's new wall, specifically. It's like people have forgotten that art doesn't require political framing, so they feel the need to project it into everything. Well, they realized it was a valuable tool to be used, because if you can look at people and go like, you know that piece of entertainment you like? Yeah, it's communist. It's very useful.
Yep. I mean, there's also like, an artist might actually want to say something with their art, so they're going to talk about some event or some idea, But also, just even then, it really just depends on how it impacts the real world, right? Because something happened recently. I was talking about it with Rags and Mahler, and I forget what the fuck the conversation was, but there was a tweet recently where someone said that the progressives were dusting off their Death of the Author hat, because for so long they've held this cultural hegemony over the pop culture space, where like shows were being made that had legitimate pro left-wing themes, like The Boys, for example, is a big one they always fall back on. It's a pro left-wing show. Okay, understood. You're making fun of right-wingers. Okay, I get it. But now that we have artwork coming out that does the opposite, they're starting to say, oh, well, it doesn't actually matter what the author intended for this work. We can just choose whatever we want. I think it was a reference to Fallout, because Tim Kaine came out and was like, Fallout isn't anti-capitalist, guys. And now they're like, oh, but we can just disregard that. So yeah, like I think that's what it was. But basically, there's no consistency here with how they actually view art. It is simply a vehicle, and whatever gets them to their destination is the way they'll go.
Something.
Dark
I
side?
mean, what's the political message with that piece of art that was just a banana duct taped to a wall?
Probably something about nihilism. I don't fucking know.
Oh yes, I remember.
You know what? It's going to be post-colonialism, because bananas come from the third world.
Oh my god.
The problem here is yet again Lumi. See, Lumi treat artists like people, and thus the artists believe that they get to say something with their art. If we had stomped this out at the beginning, this wouldn't be a problem. But because Lumi is like, they're human too, now they make communist propaganda.
No. Only the artists that I work with are human. The ones that I work with personally are human. The other ones I don't give a shit about. I care about my artists.
We need a far stricter interpretation. Mercenex21, all 10 to snoot game, Arch, leader for life, but 80s. I don't even know what that means, but I'll note that down. Lives in Dev's new world, specifically, Dev might want to wipe off those nice things. And Arch, where is Shabbat World Crusade 13 at? It is not existing. Simple as. Nothing this week. Got lazy. Decided didn't want to. Fuck you. Essentially. That and technical
difficulties. Stop killing on my stuff.
No, Dev. The coating of your things will continue until morale improves. Strange Chinese letters says, the body is the ultimate oppressor. That is kind of true, yes. Sometimes I want to continue doing things, then my body's like, but you're tired. I don't want to.
Kind of like with you watching The Rings of Power. You just didn't want to, but you still watched all 3 hours.
I did. It was terrible.
Hold on. Lumi, you're supposed to join in on this. Are you doing it? Are you watching Rings of Power?
I just couldn't the first one because I worked a 12-hour shift and I got sleepy when I got home.
Oh, don't worry. I'm behind in fucking everything.
I mean,
I watched the IRL stuff.
I watched all 3 of them yesterday. Like, from what?
How do you feel about it?
I don't like it. It's like,
Is it worse than the first season? Do you think?
It was 3 hours of trying to say a lot while doing nothing, saying nothing, doing nothing. 3 hours of a lot of nothing. It's like, okay, why are the elven rings like fucking trying to tempt people into wearing them now? Sauron didn't even make the One Ring yet. The dwarven rings aren't even made yet. The 9 rings for men have not even been made yet. The elven ring should not be screaming at them to put me on because I'm pretty.
They
I don't
shouldn't do
think
that.
they did that anyway. Yeah.
Well, they didn't.
It's like, I know, and it's just like it's like the reason why the elves didn't even want to put on the goddamn rings is because after fucking, you know, the One Ring was made and put on by Sauron, the elves were like, ah, shit, he's watching us, take him off, hide him. But I'm just saying, I don't know, it's weird. Guys, if you want to learn more about Sauron and the Second Age, go watch the Vile Eyes video. It's 2 hours long and it's so good. I'll even drop the link to his fucking video because it's worth the watch. It's very good to listen.
Scarfy the Strange says Comic-Con is the most sellout concept I've ever heard.
Comic-Con.
Pretty close, yes. And Mechanicus on duty as an artist, I agree with Arch. The abuse helps. There you go. Lum is doing her artist a disfavor, a disservice. Ojito Eryu says Lum needs to listen to Arch. Yes, she does. And Elsa Serrana, Arch, the link to Lumi's YouTube page in the description is broken. Working as intended. Zero, I've arrived drunk. What I miss? Warframe is great. But is it? Mama Oko, Warframe is not woke trash. Lumi is confused for D2. Warframe has assets like Wisp Prime. It's a game for the gamer by the gamer. They are just, unfortunately, Canadians. Frosty Guns 55, I hate Dev because he hates firefighters. Nice and simple.
I? Is it the new lore?
Yes. American Outlier, how are you doing, Arch and the gang? Hope all is well. Remember, a reminder, I sent you a page of the official line art from our manga. I don't think I've gotten that. Have I? I don't think I have. Send it again. Ohito, future people will grow on government artificial wombs. We can but hope. Scarf the Strange. Romania created a generation of mylings. Oof.
Jesus.
Lives in Dev News Wall. Specifically, houses are overrated. Why can't we all live in tents? Zero.
Because he lives in my walls.
Mama Oko on ArchCast when? Well, next week we've got Yellow Flash on, so anytime after that. Raging Bull, Dev, if you're asking for proof that the economy is doing bad and I point outside the rotting, burning city that is Portland, is that enough proof?
I mean, it's proof that Portland is a rotting, burning city, yeah.
So the answer is no. By the Deviant standard, there's not enough economists that backs your claim.
God damn it, when did you guys become so anti-proof? What the fuck happened?
Since we encountered the Deviant standard of proof.
Which is what, some?
No, the Deviant standard of proof is literally hearing it from the horse's mouth. Mark Zuckerberg himself has to come out and lean into Dev's face and whisper into his ear, yes, the government did pressure me, Dev.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Zuckerberg didn't even say that he got forced to do it.
He did, though. In the letter, he literally said...
No. He didn't say force. He said pressure. Those are two
pressure. No. See, this is the Deviant standard of truth. Actually, he said pressure.
Listen here, Arch. Listen here. All right? So I want to hear the communist Arch explanation now. Because, listen, you're pressured by your boss to do certain things. I mean, you don't have to. You can just go without a job, right? I mean, it's okay. You can just get another job.
This sounds like the argument for my position, doesn't it? Like, if you don't abide by the government, you get hurt.
Okay, the point, though, is that just because the other party, all right, has levers that they can pull to do things, does not mean that you were forced to do it, all right? Like, you might be motivated by a big payday to do something. Were you forced to do it because of that motivation? The answer is obviously no, right?
Hold on. Found it. Right.
Okay.
Dev, I'm not forcing you to do anything, but if you don't, I will shoot you. I am pressuring you now, Dev.
Right. So what was the negative part of that deal that Zuckerberg was faced with? Did he say what the government said they'll do to him if he didn't do it?
Yes, the government came to his house and showed him their guns.
Was that in the letter?
FBI comes to your house and goes like, "Hello, we're the FBI. Do what we say."
But was that in the letter?
That's
I'm honestly asking. I didn't read it. I didn't read it.
It's like it's the interaction with the government. There's always a certain degree of implied threat and force in this. When the cop car comes up behind you, Dev, and goes wee woo, and you drive up to the side of the road, you do so because if you don't, they're gonna fucking shoot you, Dev.
Yes, I understand that every time you interact with the government, there's always going to be some threat. Like there's some underlying threat there because if things go tits up somehow, they have the right to shoot you because they have the monopoly on force. I understand that part of it, but where's the part where it becomes illegitimate?
When it becomes anti-freedom. As the government agent goes into FBI headquarters, leans in on Zuckerberg's desk, opens his jacket just a little bit and goes, "Suppress the laptop, Zuckerberg." That is illegitimate, because that is the government acting upon its political sides. It's helping one political position whilst damaging the other. Bad, Dev. Bad, Slapdev. Bad. Bad.
So then the next level of the conversation is, okay, well, was it wrong for the government to do that?
Dev. Yes,
Yeah.
I have determined it's bad.
You have determined.
Yep.
Unilaterally. Yeah, because, so for example, like, if there's something that is, that is false, for example, and you could be like, listen, you can't, don't spread that around. Is it bad if the government asks you not to is it bad if the government asks you not to say the thing that they know is false? I mean, depends on the circumstances. I can see some instances where it is and some instances where it isn't. It really depends what we're talking about here.
And I will make the arbitrary decision on each point by point.
Yeah, no, fair enough, right? But like, here's the rub, all right? Let's say that we actually do encounter an instance of legitimate foreign meddling, right? Where there's some enemy of America that has decided to have a propaganda campaign to fuck with, to basically fuck with, the accuracy of information in the American zeitgeist as an election comes up. And we know that that's true, that, this actually did come from Russia or China. At what point can the government step in and legitimately say, hey, you probably shouldn't allow that on your platform?
No, and we know this because the Free Palestine video game, which you fight against the IDF as a Palestinian terrorist, is on Steam.
Well, sure, but you didn't answer the question, though.
No, they don't get to.
At all. So there should be no efforts to suppress even legitimate propaganda attempts by foreign adversaries.
Not until I say so.
Okay, what's your standard? Is what I'm saying for Art. Like, what's your standard? Give me your standard.
People are nuking each other.
I think it's too far by then, man.
No, if there's an active state of war between the two parties, then yes, censoring the other party is fine. You won't see me, for example, complaining about the FBI breaking into Zuckerberg's office during the Third American Civil War. At that point, okay, legitimate. But we're not there quite yet.
Just wait, chat. I'm not saying the laptop is not legitimate. This is a hypothetical we're talking about here, okay? The laptop was clearly true. Obviously, we all know that. But yeah, like it just seems like if you have foreign adversaries, and you allow them to basically use liberalism's rules against itself, that is no different than what the wokes do in the cultural sphere. And if we're going to stop it there, we should obviously stop it here too.
Mm-hmm. But this is not unfair, Dev.
How do you mean?
I will oppress the left because they oppressed me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I mean, here's the thing.
Yep.
I'm completely fine with the American state being used to oppress its enemies. It's foreign enemies specifically. Domestic ones, there should be a higher threshold. But like if you want to say, hey, you know what? Here's some legitimate Russian propaganda or some legitimate Chinese propaganda, we can just ban that. I'm okay with that.
No, because I enjoy Chinese propaganda movies.
Okay, yeah, but you know what I mean though. Like it's, foreign governments do not get to claim the protection of the First Amendment.
So long, I think it's funny. I think, yeah. No, they do. Have you seen the North Korean anti-American propaganda movie? It's great.
I have. It's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, oh my God, in the chat, the idea of telling the truth just doesn't even register in Dev's retardation. You guys have no place to talk about not telling the truth.
Silly Dev. Raging Bull, Dev, if you're asking for Apple Ghost, hey Dev, remember when you called people with credit card debt rart instead of just assuming the economy is bad? Should I post the link?
I think he means retarded, and yeah, I did. Because we were talking about people who like just buy a bunch of dumb shit and put it on their fucking credit card and then blame everyone else. It's like, oh, the economy's bad. Well, what's wrong? Oh, I have like $20,000 in credit card debt. Well, what did you do? I bought a new car. It's like, you fucking moron. Like, I understand the economy has some problems, but there are absolutely people out there who like mindlessly spend. They live way beyond their means. They have no financial literacy. And at some point you just have to not care. It's like, you know what, dude? You're the idiot here.
That's true as well, and we need to oppress those people too. No one. The Romanian way sounds like Matt Walsh's dreamland, which is why the likes of him need to be sent to the mines first. This can be arranged. Scarf of the Strange. Why does nobody offer to pick the next round of coconuts in exchange for coconuts? Who knows?
I think in the example, the idea is that there's no more coconuts. Like the Vosh guy has picked the trees so hard they'll never grow coconuts again.
Well, yeah, then it's just morally right to kill him.
Eat the rich, Lumi.
It's just me wanting to survive.
Back to Lollipop.
It's nothing to do with eating the rich. It's called eating the greedy.
Oh my God, Lumi, you're well on your way.
She is well on her way.
I can hear all like every leftist talking point is in there, just like slightly tweaked. You're so close.
I'm gonna fucking jump off of a building. God damn it! Arch, put that picture away.
We just want to survive. We don't actually hate the rich. We just need something to eat, guys.
Says Lumi as she stands above the man who picked the coconuts with a large rock.
You can't gaslight me into communism, I refuse.
Oh, no gaslighting required, you're already there.
Shut up.
Doman says, what strategy game should Lum Lum play, Arch? What? You English. Command modern
actually,
operations, clearly.
So, Lumi, are you a strategy gamer? Do you play strategy games?
I've never played a strategy game before.
You don't
Okay,
say.
listen, if you want to be like absolutely butt fucked and to hate it, listen to whatever Arch says, okay?
Yep.
Because strategy games tend to be very complicated. If you want to ease your way into it and actually enjoy the games you're playing, start with Pikmin, because Pikmin it's a Nintendo game and it is the most barest bone of a strategy game. And that'll get you do Pikmin, and then after you play through that game, play like Civilization. After you play through that game, like one round of that game, then start to move on to some more complicated ones. That's the way.
Okay.
Stop feminizing my lum-lum.
Feminizing?
It needs to enter strategy gaming on the right side, which means beginning with command modern operations.
Jesus Christ.
Animate Acumen, I recall Kirsch's answer as well. Take his eggplant off and take them in more colourful words. I don't know what that means.
He's talking about the coconuts, and yes, communist all.
So the Lech, Dev is waiting for the Canadian Parliament to stop cheering for Ukrainian soldiers to tell him that he may get hepatitis from Dusty Knee's beehives. That thing dripping ain't honey. Devon the Pooh. Devon the Pooh?
What the fuck does any of this even mean?
I don't know. I just read it. I don't make it. Ohito Eryu, China/South Korea joins cultural industrial complex. They do. They do indeed. Elsa Sorana, American Empire? Dev, you forgot about the Dominion of Canada. That sounds so much cooler. It kind of does, but it's also weaker.
Yeah, Canada sucks, guys. Canada fucking sucks.
Lives in Dev's new wall, specifically. The Chinese Martian subplot was in the novels. Silly Dev. Zero. What was the Chinese propaganda movie where they drove past the African mercenaries waving the Chinese flag? And source, I made it the fuck up. That I think it was Wolf Warrior. That one was really good because all of the blacks are just like, thank God the Chinese are here to colonize us and save us from ourselves. Noah Sprague Studios. I think the only hope for American entertainment is in the YouTubers and indie sphere. I'm currently working on a stop-motion animated show, but the only issue I'm running into is the drive to push through, but it is possible. Oh, I hope you manage to get something finished, my dude. Because yes, we do need to start creating our own stuff. Now, you could create communist propaganda like Dev does, and make a decent living out of that.
Hold on. What fucking propaganda?
Oh, your entire
You've
channel.
seen lots of my You've seen tons of my videos, Arch.
Yeah, all communist propaganda, but some of it more subtle than others.
Here, Lumi, you watched my birth rates video. How communist did that sound?
I don't even know how to identify communism because apparently me speaking my opinion is apparently communism.
It's a communist opinion.
Yep.
Oh my god!
It is a communist opinion, though.
I don't know.
Alternatively, you could sell feet pics like Lum Lum does on the internet. That's profitable, too.
Oh.
Wait, do you?
Oh, yeah.
No, I hate feet. They need to be cut off.
Wait, how are you gonna walk?
Disgusting.
How do you plan to walk?
I'll just collect a disability check, I guess.
Oh my God! You want government handouts? So you're not just like a classical communist. You're like an American communist.
Oh, I keep
More government payouts.
No.
And wait. You want the government payout specifically because you have body dysmorphia.
No.
Because you don't like your feet.
That's right. That is true.
Hold on, do I have the power to kick Deb out of this call? Hold on, do I? God damn it! Arch, give me more power.
Larger SJW than one would have thought, frankly.
God.
Raging Bull. For $50, thank you very much, sir. Also, it's funny, they show the Chinese soldiers having camaraderie. Meanwhile, in real life, they are worse than rats. It's everyone for himself. You learn this as a kid. It's why the term little G's or little emperor syndrome exists. Little G's. Skulltron 888, God doesn't exist. Whole stop. I don't know about that. Maybe he does. Maybe many gods exist. We don't know. Adam Unfriended. Optimistic take. As Chinese and Korean games, anime and manga compete with Japanese ones, Japanese racism may push them away from the DEI and refocus them on what has already proven successful. That would be good, yes. Yes, I hope so. By the power of racism be purged. Pieman. China will mess up its media just like the US due to political meddling. Also, Snoot Game. Very well, sir. More Snoot Game. Why, Hayton, I think we should get rid of parties altogether. Same. One party, one nation, one leader is the future, all under Arch. Bangs Naughty Bits. Breaking. This week, the Third Circuit Court overrule Section 230, Protection in TikTok Blackout Challenge. Case 230 is falling, too. That indeed. We did cover that. Looks very interesting. Mama Oko, in the Under the Tea law, Lumi is considered the milk toast here. I am the right wing, and Mizu is the who shall not be named.
I mean, the thing is, when it comes to our podcast and stuff, I keep my actual opinion to myself, because otherwise I think I'd be crucified live by leftist VTubers. Some people know my actual opinions on a lot of things. The wider VTuber space on Twitter does not know my actual opinions on things. It's called what?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. I already lost my train of thought.
No, I was wondering, like, is your audience, especially on that podcast, is it more of like a left-wing audience?
Oh no, it's just like I like to keep a nice level head on my shoulders when it comes to my podcast, and more so when I talk on Twitter. I am letting my opinions out there a little bit more, but
no, fair enough. Yeah.
It's like a certain server that I'm in and stuff. That's where a pretty decent amount of people and some VTubers actually speak their fucking mind that they would not speak on Twitter, because that wouldn't go good for anybody.
I mean, there are many YouTubers who aren't in the political sphere who definitely do not like, the current progressive cultural hegemony, but they don't say it because they don't want to get canceled, right? It's not just a VTuber thing.
Yeah, but it's like, this is specifically for VTubers, because like the wider Western VTuber audience specifically is very, very left-leaning. There's not as many right-leaning or even centrist, but they want to cater to either, both audiences, or be vague enough that both will watch them. But seeing how some of them talk in private, yeah, no. they would get whipped and flayed by the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think it happens because a lot of the VTuber space is, very soft and cuddly and, very cozy, and that all gives off like Tumblr vibes, so it attracts that kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's probably why that's the case. To be honest, though, I've only had limited interactions with your two co-hosts, but they both seemed significantly more left-wing than you are.
I mean, I'm not left-wing. Both my co-hosts are very, very centrist, honestly. Like, they are.
No, yeah, I know you're not left-wing, but they both seem more left-wing than you, as in they are to the left of you.
Wait,
I think
have
they
we
might be a
backtracked from the
little
Lum
more
communist
left-leaning than I
position?
am.
Oh, so if Lumi's a communist, those guys have to be like super communists.
Oof.
Super commies. But yeah, it's like it's something that I have definitely noticed. But the ones who specifically male VTubers, I'm sorry, but like it's not all of them, but the male feminist types, they eventually get outed as sex pests, or manipulating women behind the scenes, like that fucking Twitch ambassador. He goes by Evil Toaster. Fucking, the definition of a male feminist. It's like he would talk to these women and be like, man, I'm so lonely. I wish I was one of the girlies. He says that he's fucking non-binary and gender fluid while looking like the crazy cat therapist from My Cat from Hell. And he's like, I'm so lonely. I wish I could be one of the girlies. I wish girls would let me, talk to them. I wish they would let me touch them like other girls do. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Wait, I wish I could be one of the girlies. Well,
Yes.
start transitioning, dude. I mean, that's your best shot. Like,
But he doesn't want to transition. He wants to look like a man while being a fucking feminist, but wanting to be in women's spaces. He's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And the fact that Twitch is still letting this man stay as an ambassador while having screenshots and everything out there, which I'm just like, man, maybe if Twitch is letting fucking sex pests stay around, granted, I'm sure there's a bunch of them in there because, they all love their e-thoughts. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, man, maybe YouTube ain't so bad.
Yep. I think I know what you mean. Oh, fuck. I mean, the male feminist thing is also something that exists outside of VTubing spaces, too. Those are all over the place in progressive spaces. There's always stories of, like, here, you know what? Because I'm doing the Gamergate video, I've been looking at this as well. Game journalists who in the past 10 years since Gamergate, they were all very lefty back in 2014. They've since been hit with, like, sex pest allegations of some type. It's like, there's so fucking many of them, dude.
Oh, and someone said miss the dear gender Twitch thing. It's like, okay, I was in one of my friends' chats and stuff, and we were talking about how cringe the dear girl was. And then Evil Toaster is in this streamer's chat, and he's like, oh, don't be transphobic. And I'm like, it's not transphobic to call someone cringe of being a deer.
Hold on.
And then he got mad at me.
Yeah, because deer isn't a fucking gender, dude. Like it's not like this is a male who wants to be a woman and has transitioned. This is a fucking deer.
Don't be transphobic. I'm like, me. And then ever since, I'm just like, you're on my shit list. And then shit came out, and now I am going to be a thorn in his fucking side for the rest of his life.
I mean, I would hope that since the Hogwarts Legacy thing happened, the wokeness has like hit its peak in the VTubing community, and now it's like, because that was crazy, that event, right? So has there been a decline since then?
No, not really.
Worse? Has it gotten worse?
I'm waiting for the next Hogwarts game to come out, and I'm honestly waiting for Lollipop Chainsaw to come out, and then people being pissed off about Tara Strong still being in the game. Because she's Jewish and apparently racist.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that.
Yes.
All right. Now, I think if we're talking about like specifically terminally online spaces, VTubing will probably be the last for the progressive stuff to be rolled back. I think it feels like it.
It will be sad the day I'll have to put Lum down.
What? I'm not going anywhere.
That's the problem. You'll progressively grow more and more left, and one day it'll just be too much.
I used to be pretty far lefty, and then
Everyone I know is like, I used to be a fucking raging communist. Like, wow.
Because I was a stupid teenager. And then I went out into the real world, got a job, noticed that the government's bullshit because they take too much of my goddamn money. And then I actually started paying attention to politics, and now here I am.
That's more or less my journey as well. More or less. A few different things, but yeah. I don't think the government's necessarily bullshit. It can be, but not as a hard and fast rule.
And yet again, Dev reaffirms his state-worshipping stance.
Okay. I like how me saying, hey, the entire government isn't bullshit all the time is state-worshipping.
Yep.
You know, there's in-betweens here, Arch.
Nope.
It's not just all one way or all another way.
You keep claiming that. Document says efficiency is meta, and meta is lame. 5 morsels for snoot game. Lucian, a biggest sector of the left want you to fetishize ogres and land whales. Dev sees the right-left dichotomy as pure black and white.
No, I don't. I absolutely do not. But hold on. I wouldn't be a moderate if I did.
Boog, cursed knowledge. Google chase money glitch. Don't wanna.
Yeah, I already looked into that, yeah.
Scarf of the Strange. There are no good woke games, just games that are good in spite of wokeness. Correct. And Boog says, Dev, send me the video and I'll send it to you.
Already found it, Boog, thanks.
Breaker conservative is conserving specific X. In 1920s, women's ankles risk modern conservative wants smaller gov. Woman's ankles risk modern conservative wants smaller gov, but he defaults to 1990s religious viewpoint. Woman's ankles.
Okay, what he's basically saying is that conservatism simply wants to keep around what came before. So in the 1920s, what came before was showing a woman's ankle was racy. That was too much skin being shown. So there is a section of the right wing, especially the American right wing right now, that says, hey, listen, the conservatives are all cucks. They don't go far enough. They simply want to conserve the previous system which led us here in the first place. So they're just part of the problem. Conservatives are just leftists. We actually have to just go back to full tradition. They are like the Western Christian equivalent of put women in burqas.
Well, I mean, they make a solid argument in some sense.
Lumi.
Huh?
It's burqa time.
I don't want to.
That's why you're a leftist.
But what?
Did you miss that whole thing?
I kind of zoned out because I really want to play Smite 2.
Oh.
It's just a lum-lum. Sean King, Lumi, I have branded you with the mark of Arch. He has.
Nice scene. Thank you.
Zero, breaking, communism has never worked. That's true as well.
That is true.
Mr. Luckless, Arch should have already known that a cat is fine too. This has been internet law from the beginning.
That's an old meme, man.
A cat is fine, but a horse is not. Shepard Noble, Buck Broken Dev arc is going to start soon on election day when Trudeau wins again. Yep, and when he votes for him as well. Don't forget that.
Listen, I haven't voted for Trudeau since 2015.
Yeah, but
It's been 9 fucking years.
Yeah. Yeah, this sin doesn't go away that easy, Dev. Doman, did you hear about the Saudis buying out esports? I did, and I hope they succeed. I hope they do.
The Saudis are a strange case because, like, you think they're just like a bunch of fucking backwards sand people, and a lot of them are. There's just like a lot of religious conservatism there. But the royal family is all like Western educated, and they're more progressive than they let on. Not necessarily in like a leftist way, but just like in a we're not actually this religious, in this religious insanity way, But they also understand politics, and they understand like if they were to push their country, out of the fucking 800s too quickly, they would just be immediately deposed. This is, and I like you hear people say like Saudi Arabia is terrible, women aren't allowed to drive. Like I think they're like slowly boiling the frog on a lot of things over there right now.
Yeah. Saudis are wonderful. They're oppressing their people in exactly the way they should and slowly dragging them out of their backwards religious ways.
It just takes a few generations. You can't do it right away.
Absolutely.
Someone says, oh my, Dev being racist? Listen, if you think... I understand the jokes about Dev being a leftist and a communist and all this bullshit. If you think I give 2 fucks about racist jokes, you have not been listening to me.
Ohito Eryu says Dev is not bad faith. He is just dumb. Listen to Arch. Do listen to Arch.
You know what? That's fine. If you think I'm stupid, it's okay. I understand.
Zero. Dev, your
Everybody
reasoning
feels
ends up with a government like mine. It does. It ends up with the UK government, Dev.
What do you mean? I don't know what this is in reference to.
Well, everything you say, I guess. The worship of the state in general.
I don't worship him.
Worship the state less.
I don't.
I mean,
Ben.
at least at least he hasn't gotten to the point of like, ritual sacrifice for the state.
Well,
Then
I
I
don't
do.
know that. Ben says, eat the rich only works versus nobles and royals. Not to Lumi. If somebody has too many coconuts, she's going to kill that person.
I mean, I've already threatened to cannibalize Arch earlier.
Glow in the dark. Woman's opinions equal communism. Largely correct. Commander of All 511? I refuse the coconut analogy. It's inherently bad. If the other person is a woman, she can trade coconuts for sex. Even if not, the other person can know how to fish or start a fire. Capitalism can fulfill niches. That's true as well.
I mean, yeah, I get that, but like the point of the critique is basically once all resources have been monopolized by current property owners, new people coming up will have no way to actually own property. And so, the whole late stage capitalism the leftists talk about is just a recreation of like feudal structures. That's the critique. And there's probably some truth to it if you get to if you get to extremes, but there's like we are nowhere near that at this point. And people pretending that we are just retarded.
Marked ashamed, art may be the critique of capitalism, but history is the critique of socialism. Yes.
Yep.
And Zero Firewater, Dev, are you retarded? They can jail you and fine you into oblivion if you refuse them. Dev is out there moving the goalposts and defending government tyranny like it's a tranny. Oh, boy.
Oh my god.
You like the government that much?
This is so dumb. Okay, listen. Yes, you know what? The government can do technically whatever it wants, and if there's a piece of paper standing between you and what it wants, it will trample over it if it's that type of government. Yes, all right. Welcome to Power 101, okay? And this whole, well, we have to elect a new guy, or we have to amend the Constitution. It doesn't matter, all right? A tyrant will do what a tyrant is going to do because that is the nature of power. These aren't like these critiques that they're surface level because it's like, well, then you have no solution to this is the point. And no, you owning guns ain't the solution. The Second Amendment is not really the solution anymore. All right, because the government will simply just bomb you from fucking orbit at this point. So like, the solution, by the way, is to not go down that road in the first place. Oh God. Okay, Mushi Nino, what fixes tyrants, Dev? Okay. So here, you just accept tyranny. Okay, let's have this conversation really quickly. Lumi, you're an American.
Yes.
And you're like a relatively right-leaning, libertarian-oriented American, I think, right?
Sure.
Right. What is the Second Amendment?
Second Amendment, freedom dispensers, freedom bullets go pew.
Right. What's the purpose of it?
To be able to own your own firearms so you can protect your home and yourself.
No. Getting close. I mean, self-defense is definitely a good use for it. Everyone uses it. But that's not the reason why the founders put the Second Amendment into the Constitution. The reason,
why?
Yeah, the reason is so that American patriots can shoot tyrants. That's the reason. It's that if you have,
essentially self-defense.
It's not just self-defense though. It's aggressive action against the government if the government becomes tyrannical. It's for fighting the government. That is the purpose of the Second Amendment. So, so it is pretty much embedded in like the idea of a revolution is embedded in American culture much more so than in Canada or in Norway with you, Arch. All right, like we have different kind of cultural values, but the Americans, they are all about shooting their politicians. That just seems to be like a thing that you guys do. Which is why it's always been ridiculous to me that the most pro-Second Amendment people on the fucking planet suddenly get really mad when politicians start getting shot.
Dev.
Yes, that was just that was just me riling the chat up. That's what I was doing. Yes.
Bad
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
I was about to say, were you still talking at me because I didn't hear anything you just said?
No. Listen, Lumi, I understand that when I'm going on a political rant, you tune out. I get it.
I don't understand half of it, and I'm just like, I eventually pick up on it, but I'm also just mostly reading chat because they're funny.
Zero says nothing radicalizes quite like taxes. True. No one. Base team start with Ayn Rand, not leftist bullshit. Zero, lastly, good to have you back, Dev. Move go okay. Are you located in Yugoslavia now?
I don't know where the Yugoslavia meme came from, but apparently that's a thing now. Oh, it was you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Glow in the dark. Germans voted for a guy, still get shit on for it. That's true. Skullthrone 888. Dev did 20 years in Afghanistan. Teach us nothing. Yep.
Yeah. So this is the scarring on the American psyche. You know, George Bush led the Americans down a wrong path, so now they don't want to be the world hegemon anymore. Even though it'd be a terrible idea for everyone involved, including America. You know, if China and Russia controlled the rest of the world, America would fall. So no. If you guys want to, if you guys want to maintain your lifestyle, you need to be the world empire. It's good for you and it's good for us, so you should keep doing it.
I just remembered a good comic for Dev's rough position.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the government has tanks and jets. How do you beat that? Well, there's actually a difference there, though. The difference is that, oh God, who was it? You guys know who the distributist is, right?
No.
No.
Really? Dave the distributist?
No.
Okay, all right. No, he's a pretty far right guy, very intelligent. I don't agree with him often, but he's a nice guy. You know, I've had a few conversations with him. But one of his like big phrases is that wars are, especially if you win them, they are wars of belief. All right, and that's the thing, right? Americans until like basically the Americans after they dealt with Bin Laden, they were aimless, and so it didn't matter what kind of technological superiority they had. They were always going to lose to the Taliban. And the Taliban, you could kill them as much as you want. They were never going to lose. Unless you like genocided them, they were never going to lose. And it's because it's not just a war of logistics, it's a war of belief. Because they had a belief structure and the Americans didn't. The Americans had a belief structure at the start of the war, and then they lost it over time. I don't think if the American government actually did go full tyranny, I'm not sure enough Americans would even be able to resist them, because I don't think they have the gumption anymore. I think modernity has basically neutered the American male, and since it would be a war of belief, I think it would be a war that Americans would lose to their own government.
Lives in Dev New Walls specifically says Dev getting one guide on other people's chats. Dev.
It's so fun though.
Lucian, the coconut critique is retardedly simplistic. Yes, because it was invented by a retard.
Yep.
Glow in the dark. Dev was a Yugoslavian enforcer. Unfortunately, he shoved a bottle up a guy's bum, which started the war. Black 917, Hail Archchrist, our prophetic Lord and Savior. Why did I just do that to myself? Never mind. Hi Lumi, hi Dev. Thank you for taking the mask off and showing that you are bad faith. Bad Dev.
Am I? How?
I just drew all over myself because I was playing with a pen.
Good job.
Ben, US not ruthless enough versus Haji's left won't allow it. Ruthlessness is part of it, but it's also American cultural imperialism needs to be pushed harder.
Yep. A lot of the Americans, like honestly, even in some places on the right, the Americans are just so cucked. You know, like leftists say, oh, the West is bad. Oh, our values are bad. Oh, other cultures. Oh, these indigenous native cultures are so cool, and like we're just colonizers. But even right wingers are like, America's bad. We shouldn't be doing anything. We need to withdraw from the world. Like nobody seems to like America right now. Nobody has a positive vision of what America should be going forward. So like it just seems like Americans are just like a race of cucked people right now. Sorry, Lumi, no offense.
No, I mean for the right, it seems like they more so just they don't want to they don't want our government or our country involving themselves in other countries' politics and bullshit. They still want to go full isolationist with things. We can't go full isolationist because our country would fucking crumble within a handful of years. We can't do that. We import way too fucking much. We transfer too many jobs out to other countries. We can't do that. We can't go full isolationist as much as some of the right wants to.
It'd also be bad for you, frankly.
Yes, that was implied with the whole we can't do that. We sent too many jobs out to other places.
No. It's not just that. I mean in a different way. It's like other like cultures are different, which means that they specialize in different things. And so like it's not just that you sent jobs out. It's that other people can do jobs better than you. And so it's better that you specialize and they specialize and then you trade. Because then you both get the products of each other's specialization.
Mm.
Oh god, we're finally closing in on being finished. Nice. Mercenary 10. Over on Streamlabs. No, seriously, I won't send Dev into the satellite of love and force him with 2 robots. They are more dry with humor than the current batch to make comments on bad movies because the current MST3K sucks. Dev gets free popcorn, food, and lots of bad movies. MS.
Do you like MST3K?
3K? What does that mean? What does it mean?
It is Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Oh, sounds gay.
They were basically YouTubers before YouTube existed, in a sense, because I think in the first seasons it was Joel, and in the second season it was Mike, and he was on a satellite with 3 robots, and he would be tortured by people down on the surface who would beam bad movies to him, and so he and his robot friends would do riffs of the movies. It played. Oh, what channel did it play on? It was fucking hilarious though. It was back in the 90s, and it was basically YouTubing before YouTubers. It was really good.
Mercenary 10 also says, this one goes to Snoop game. Why can't you not spell? What's wrong with all this? And teen brothers were caught with wet dopamines that went to CP sites, and apparently a former FBI agent pointing out that these guys must be glowing. At this point, it was on Twitter interviews. And Cranstitian brothers getting caught with those CP websites. Also had in trouble in Florida for attacking manatees. And everyone's flooding their Twitter with manatee pictures. That's the level of insanity we're talking about here, people. What even? Evolved Potato. Wokeness affects gameplay. The wokies are the ones hiring, and they only hire in-group. They won't get best person for the job. They must place their ideology over the product. Therefore, wokeism makes poorer quality games. That is just a fact. True.
That definitely happens sometimes, for sure. That's the competency crisis in action.
Every time.
Not every time.
Always.
There are some studios where, for example, the woke people are like isolated to the art department or something, right? And the people doing the hiring, they're still like sane, or the CEO of the company is still sane. You know what I mean? So not all the time, but it is a common enough occurrence that you can see a pattern.
Hashtag always. Here are you 45. The declining birth rate can't be because the legal system, women being fat, cheating, disrespectful 304s, women empowerment, or shitty economy. No, it's the weather. Climate change, bruh. Or Gamergate. That is indeed the deviant position. It's the weather.
No, see, this is why I said that this is such a fucking ridiculous conversation, because so many right-wingers are insisting the economy is terrible, and fair enough. But then when it comes to birth rates, they completely discount economic factors. Like, the contradiction is fucking wild, guys. You guys got to get your head screwed on straight. Like, either the economy is shit and women can't afford to have kids, or women are just sluts and everything's actually fine? Like, what's it going to be?
Can't it be both?
I mean, the honest truth is, depending on what class you are, it probably is one or the other. But like, so there's going to be a little bit of both in there. But like, of course, economic factors come into play when it comes to how many kids you have. Lumi, you admitted it yourself. So like, it's so dumb, such a dumb conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Evil Potato. Vorsh's Coconut Island is not a critique of capitalism, it is a critique of monopolies, and monopolies have only existed with the help of government protections and policies. This is an observable fact.
No, that's not true. There are natural monopolies out there. Not all monopolies are a result of government intervention. I get it, right? Because if you have government intervention, you have regulation, and the market regulations cost money. That means that there's a higher barrier to entry, which means that you have more large corporations and few small business people. So you tend towards monopoly with government regulation. I get it. But there's also natural monopolies, where just due to the nature of the product being sold or the resource being cultivated, it just trends towards a monopoly.
I stabbed myself in the finger with my pen.
Well, stop that.
I can't. I need to fidget with something whilst I'm sitting here.
Well, you can fidget, just don't stab yourself. It's that easy.
Mercenary
Is it the
10.
autism kicking in, Arch?
No, it's just, I don't know. I don't know.
We've been going too
It's a
long. You
condition.
need this nap.
No, I fidget with things all the time. It's just normal. I need to fidget with things. It's better than in the past when I used to fidget with the knife I have on my desk. That caused many, many painful memories.
That sounds like something an edgy teenage girl in 2009 would say.
I cut myself not out of desire for attention. I cut myself out of not paying attention.
Fair enough.
The government cannot pressure someone to violate someone else's constitutional rights, and that's what they did with Facebook. A judge said the government cannot use proxies to violate people's constitutional rights. Well, there you go. I'll take that one as the argument. Silly Dev.
Yeah, that was the court case that basically decided the government should not have done that. Should not have approached Facebook to ask.
Glowman. Oh god, we're going back in time. The only way I can see dolls for pedos working is to also add so many drugs alongside it to burn out the dopamine receptors, making them unable to gain any joy from it again. But this may also make them go more insane and attempt to try the real thing. I think so. See, again, I think so long as they get something to play with to get their rocks off, they'll be more or less harmless for the immediate future. However, suppressing sexual needs have rarely turned out well in human history. Evil Potato, the government has no right to censor things even if it's provably false. How about we use your standards, Dev, and the government proves it false? This is why we all know you're a statist, Dev. You don't keep your standards constant with the government.
What do you mean?
He means you're a statist.
That's retarded, though.
I don't know about that.
Most of the times where I've actually been pro censorship is because they've proven it to be actually false, and also not just false, but from a foreign source where it actually is propaganda. Like for example, like I don't, I think a lot of the anti-vaxxers when they talk about the COVID vaccine are fucking retarded, but I don't think they should be censored for their retardation. It's just their dumb opinions they're posting on Facebook or whatever, right? It's just whatever. But yeah, when it's propaganda and it's provable, yeah, censor it. Fine. The point is, but yeah, it should be provable. Yes, of course.
Bad statist, Dev.
Oh my god. Hold on. Is statist just when you have a government? Is that what it is?
Yep.
There is a government that does stuff.
Mm.
Okay. So the only options are statist and anarchist. That's it.
No, and the Archian position is the third one.
What is it?
It's whatever I say it is.
Okay.
One defines one's own position, and one defines those people around oneself's position. Glowman, the problem with reinforcing in behavior is it gets more acceptable the more the behavior proliferates. Just look at Reddit and Tumblr. They basically breed today's progressivisms. You will get pedo-progressives unless you break them up. It needs to be shamed. Oh, I think there's already plenty of shame going around. The only ones trying to normalize pedophilia are the progressives, and so long as we keep shaming them, I'm pretty sure we can keep it in check. Evil Potato, I believe Dev won't vote for Trudeau because 99% of Canadians don't vote for Trudeau. Canadians don't vote for their leader, they vote for a party, and even then it's a list of your preferred that goes through. He will support Trudeau anyway. Is that true, Dev? Will you vote for Trudeau's party?
That's how the system works, but no, it's not what I'm doing. Yeah. What you do is basically the prime minister is the equivalent of your Speaker of the House in America. So, whichever party gets the most seats in Parliament, that's who gets to be the prime minister. So you vote for whoever's going to be your representative in Parliament, and then whoever wins, whatever party has the most seats, they get to run the country. So no. I have not voted for the Liberal Party since 2015. And I probably will not for the near future because under Trudeau's leadership, they've gone off a fucking left-wing cliff.
Evil Potato. Dev, you admit that you make claims that you know are false all the time. By definition, that makes you disingenuous, yet you'll keep denying it, so you're bad faith.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I can't believe I have to explain this. So, there's a difference between saying something that you know is false, and you're saying it specifically to bamboozle the other side, to make them believe that you think something that you don't actually think. The difference between that and between, fucking around and taking the piss, telling a joke. There's a difference between those two things. There's obviously a difference between those two things. Arch, you say things on this show all the time you don't believe.
I don't know about that.
Everyone does. It's jokes. It's jokes.
Glowman, I'm kinda okay giving up the American Empire if it's gay. If we go full far right, I'll happily beat down the Russians for Arch, as well as the Chinese. That's good. Zero Firewater. Also, Dev, when people start shooting politicians, it's all the government sanctioned against right-wingers. It would be fine if both sides did it, but it would at least be fair. That would be fair.
Wait, sorry, what? Can you repeat that? Sorry?
We're going to start shooting politicians from both sides. Because right now, only the lefts are trying to shoot politicians.
The last shooter wasn't a leftist. He was just an idiot.
Oh, I don't know about that, Dev.
I mean, the last I looked into it, basically they found no political motivations. He was just like a schizo.
Yeah, I did it for no reason, Dev.
One of the reasons is because the voices in his head told him to do it.
Yeah, the voices sounded a lot like Kamala Harris and his FBI handler.
No, come on.
No. I do not for a second buy this whole, we have no idea why he did it, just randomly.
Well, hold on. So,
No.
the idea seems to be that he just had mental problems because he was looking up both Trump and Biden events. The nearest one closest to him, the soonest, he just wanted to shoot someone. And there was no evidence on any of his social medias that he was really ideologically aligned in any direction. He was probably just a troubled fucking kid who wanted to get his name in the history books.
The mental problem was called leftism.
To prove that, Arch.
I don't. I can simply look at him shooting at the Republican presidential candidate and make the educated assumption that he's probably in opposition to him. In the same way that a man wearing all white with a knife and that little top hat probably has motivations for his knife attacks in London. Evil Potato. Yes, there are some people that want to be isolationists, but that's not a significant amount of people. They just don't want to be involved in endless, meaningless wars. But people like Dev misconstrue it to them, being isolationists. And $55 to The Witcher. Very well, sir.
Listen, I also didn't like Afghanistan, at least as it went on. And I also did not agree with Iraq, all right? That doesn't mean that every single American encounter overseas is somehow, this terrible thing that needs to be stopped. No, sometimes it's good to drop a few bombs on a tyrant. It's a good thing. It is good to oppress your enemies.
Zero Firewater. 10 towards MLP Smasher Pass. Dev, did you enjoy Concord and worship at the altar of Dustborn?
They're both terrible fucking games, but at least they're funny.
I did play them. Goddamn, Dev. Goddamn it. Oh, God.
There's been a lot of Superchats today, man. You've been rolling it in. You've been just raking it.
Mm-hmm.
Any more?
Yes.
They keep coming in. He's never going to be able to end stream.
Which, a 300-pound Canadian lecturing Americans on war. Indeed.
Sorry, I'm not that fat anymore.
Marksman of 117B.
Yeah, he's at least 295.
The issue is we went to the interventionist with no planning. America needs to plan out its interventions as we have mostly wasted time and money. Also, Snoot Game. Play the 4chan game, Arch. That is true. You needed a better plan.
Yeah.
Skullthrone 888. America can't become isolationist because Canada would have to get off its lazy ass. Dev 2024.
Also true.
I have a mosquito bite inside my ear, and it annoys me tremendously.
Oh my god. Wait, you have mosquitoes in Norway?
Yes.
Isn't it too cold?
No. Sadly.
Art suffering from success. Yes, he is.
Zero. We'll watch the VOD, but did you cover Telegram? Yes, briefly. Ben. Solution. USA annexes Canada for resources and fuel. Yes.
I'm okay with that, man. Listen, I'll be an American.
But then he'll vote for Kamala Harris, so are you sure? You'll just... See, here's the thing. You complain about too many Mexicans crossing the borders, flipping our elections, and you want to take over Canada?
Oh, listen. In Dustborn, there's a border on the northern wall, and the Canadians built it. Listen, I actually don't like Kamala. She's too far left for me. I don't like Trump either. If I were an American, I probably wouldn't vote this cycle. It just... No one seems good. Biden was better than Kamala. Just Biden was old. Give me Biden 30 years ago.
So you're telling me you don't want to be co-workers with Harry Sisson? Man.
Who's that? Wait, who's that?
You don't know who Harry Sisson is? Oh, I'll
No.
send you some stuff on him later.
Okay.
It's like he makes you look like you are far right.
Damn.
Let me look him up. Oh, this fucking kid.
Yes, that kid.
Oh, the TikToker. Oh god, this guy's an idiot. Honestly, I've seen a few accounts like this. I've seen some for Trump too, where it's like young Zoomers, and they're always wearing like a reasonably nice suit, and they're always just spouting the most partisan bullshit. And for some reason, they have millions of followers, and it's like, why does anyone watch you? You're just a kid.
I mean, Harry gets paid some pretty fucking good money to, sniff Biden's ass, and now I guess eating out Kamala.
Hmm. Well, that is a promotion, I guess.
Disgusting mental images. Why, Lum Lum? Why? Why betray Arch like this?
Because you torment me too. But it's like, I wanted to try to get the elder millennial on here because he's been talking about Harry Sisson since before he hit the mainstream. So it's like he definitely has a lot to say about that fucking psychopath. I'll probably send him another DM to see if he's interested in showing up sometime.
Glow in the dark. I doubt it's money, Dev, that stops women from having kids. Look at Africa and India. Yes, but Lum Lum is not African or Indian.
Yeah, that's the point, right? Like, I could very easily say the economy's not doing bad. Just live like Africans. Just live like Indians. Well, no one in America wants to do that. No one in Canada wants to do that. No one in Europe wants to do that because we're accustomed to a higher way of life. All right? So you can't make that argument and then turn around and say the economy is bad and everyone's quality of life is falling. Well, you know what? Their quality of life is falling down towards the standard that you think they should be having kids at anyway. So, like, what's your fucking argument here?
Mama Oko, is Arch-tism? Only Tism allows you to finish it like that. A little bit.
Yep. Arch, I can confirm. Arch is full autism.
Plus, I just like to play things with things on my desk, which is why I had to put away the desk luger. Otherwise, I get gun all over my hands, and I don't like that.
I'm kind of the same way with a lot of fidgeting things.
Skullthrone 888, 22 veterans a day because Dev wants a U.S. empire.
Based.
No one's been a member for 7 months. Even the natural monopoly companies can be kept in check by competitors who can nip into their market share. They might not stay the largest players. Boring name. Maple Starlet monopolizes the only natural monopoly is you in the bathroom after 8 breakfasts. Hashtag Arch eat spicy Latinx food.
Latinx?
Yes.
Why are you like this?
Mercenaries 21. Kransantine bros who were obsessed with Orange Man's Twitter. They were caught with cheese pizza sites and attacking manatees. This +1 snoot game. Snoot game. Zero, Lumi. I heard that.
What'd I do?
She makes gaseous noises on occasion.
I burp. Everybody burps.
Mercenaries 21. Dev debate racifist on the Fauci ouchies.
Ouchie, ouchies.
Fauci ouchies. I mean, man, I didn't even get the shot myself, guys. I just don't think that it's going to be the end of human fucking civilization if you do.
Mushy Nino, more for Snoot game. Play the 4chan game art. Working on it. Glow in the Dark, is there any government studies that says Dev isn't being disingenuous? If not, we don't have any evidence either way, so it's all as plausible as centrists.
Is it that hard to believe that we just disagree on some things, guys? Do I have to be lying to you? Do I have to be lying to myself? Do I have to actually agree with all of you in secret, but I'm just evil, so I'm saying things I don't agree with? Isn't it just more likely that we disagree on these things? Come on.
Evidence, Dev. Evidence. I'm not asking about likelihoods. Evidence. Bob boring name. Arch, you must expand your palate from just pastries. Let Lum educate you on tortadas, gakomila, and enchutas. Enchutas? Enchutata.
Are you trying to say enchiladas?
Enchutata.
Enchiladas.
Enchiladas are.
What?
Oh man, hold on.
What?
So yeah, I think those aren't sweet things though. Lumi, what is? I forgot the name of it. What is that one dish where it's like a long stick of dough, but it's all cinnamonized?
Churros?
Yeah, those are fucking great, man.
Churros are great. I
Yeah.
swear, as soon as Craig gets you over here, we're gonna get you some real food. You're gonna taste flavor for the first time, Arch.
Don't know about that.
Wait, is Craig bringing you to America, Arch?
Craig wants to bring him to Texas, and then Arch says that I can walk 24 hours down to Texas.
Boog says, you don't need mental images of Kamala. I sent you one. He has indeed been sending me porn pictures of Kamala Harris.
Why though?
I'm so sorry.
Because he's Boog. Wait, Lumi wants it too? Okay, Lumi.
No!
If Lumi asks so nicely,
haha.
where is Boog? Black 917, the birth rate is declining for the same reason marriage rates are.
Because people are poor?
Adoman, looking forward to your tabletop, Arch. I am too. Zero.
Tabletop? What are you doing? Are you playing a game?
No, I'm making a game.
Oh, cool.
Zero. Arch polishing the desk luger to his footer. Lives in Dev's new wall specifically. Going to play Snoot. Looks neat. Thanks. Very welcome. And which, reminder, Dev is bad faith. We need that reminder. Zero Firewater, Dev, women's rights are the problem with the birth rate, by the way. They literally won't have kids because they're too busy focusing on their career and because they have a lot of money. Standards go up. And with their higher standards, they waste their fertility looking for the best deal while hanging out with Chad and Tyrone. If these women settled down and then got jobs, we wouldn't have a fertility crisis.
Oh my god. You know, you might have had me for the first half of that. Then you kind of went off the rails.
Glowman, when we oppressed women sexually for centuries, sexuality, and it worked out well, there's no need to be culturally behind the band to work. Just oppress women is what I got from that, and I agree. Evolved Potato. There is no proof that natural monopolies exist outside of government help. How about you stick to your professional standards for once? Prove it happens, then you can't just say no. But you're fine with not needing evidence when you agree with the statement. Dev.
But is the question prove that natural monopolies exist? I mean, anything that requires like a built-out extensive infrastructure across a large area generally trends towards one monopoly, because regardless of regulation, it has such a high cost of entry that of course people are going to pool their resources into one corporation to do it.
Dev.
Yes?
There was no follow-up to that.
Oh, okay. I feel like we're all kind of getting tired now because the super chats have been much higher, it seems like, than normal. So
it has been 5 hours, and I am tired too. But we're finally at an end. Skullthrone 888, Dev, you really did not say 22 veteran a day committing suicide is based. I genuinely hope you didn't know.
I thought you meant dying in a war somewhere. That's what I said based for.
That's better.
Listen, you know what? I'm at the point where it doesn't matter what I say, some of these people will just irrationally hate me. So fuck it, let's have some fun with it.
Oh, someone said don't forget Streamlabs.
Yep, those were the ones I was going through just right now.
Okay.
I have now gone through everything. I am now happy, and I can go eat my bun.
Oh, there's another one.
No, it's not Lumi. It's just black.
It's just
Black 917. Again, Dev is bad faith. He knows the damn well the poor have the most babies. FNAF Smash or Pass.
Yeah, they had the most babies because they're fucking leeches. I can reiterate my whole why I hate EBT cards all over again.
Well, there
But
you go,
I'll take
Lumi.
it
You
for
want a
another
second
day.
child? Just get some EBT cards.
No, I fucking hate people who have EBT cards, have multiple children, and then still have literal wads of cash in their goddamn purse so they can buy expensive fucking bullshit while, you know, literally buying fucking junk with the EBT cards. Or buying a lot of chips and soda with their EBT cards and then selling all that for cash to a corner store. No, fuck them.
Okay, listen. You just got to listen to the EBT rap.
No.
You know, I'll post it in live links. Yeah, it's the rapper who rapped about EBTs. So you just gotta listen to this for a minute.
Okay.
Adam Unfriended. South Texas has best churros and big Latinas women. I recommend one of them, but sadly can't confirm the Latinas being great. Well, we do know that Lumi weighs in at a rather whopping 1.2 tons, so one of them do exist, but the churros, I don't know about that. Which hating Dev is not irrational, it is just factual. And Black 1917 again, men who become husbands and or fathers have everything to lose and nothing to gain. Hashtag FNAF Smash or Pass. Listen, as I've told you, the only one that looks even remotely feminine is Roxy. All of the other ones are just terrible. And with that, we are finally through. Oh, never mind, Evolved Potato. High cost of entry doesn't make it a monopoly. It only becomes one when the government gets involved. You literally just admitted it, but aren't smart enough to realize what you said. Disproves your position.
God. You fucking retard. Listen, when the government gets involved, it regulates. What are regulations? They raise the cost of entry. That's how it creates a monopoly in the first place. Because if you have to do like some environmental regulation or some regulation in terms of like shipping or standardized size or whatever the fuck, these things all cost money. All right? Regulations simply mean an added cost for the producer of the product. All right? So, as you increase the barrier to entry for any market, for any product, as the cost to start your business goes up, you move towards monopoly. All right? So if that's artificially increased by the government, you get a government-induced monopoly. If it's naturally high due to the nature of the product, you get a natural monopoly. Either way, same thing. Fuck. And in fact, you can actually increase competitiveness in a market that has a natural monopoly by having government incentives to lower the cost of entry, where they say, you know what, you're going to start a business in this sector, we'll give you a bunch of money to start it to offset that high cost of entry. You actually increase competitiveness in the market if you do that. So no, it's not just all government bad. Holy shit. Arch, I've had enough of the retardation of your chat. Is there any more super chats?
No.
We are finished. I have brought up Cup Lum Lum on screen to signal that we are all tuckered out.
I'm happy people like the sea pony Lumi. It's so cute.
Sea pony Lumi.
Yes. Sea pony Lumi is so cute.
I think I saw that earlier when I was scrolling.
Wait.
What?
Does brony posts usually pop up on your timeline, Dev?
No, but Lumis do, so.
I don't have multiple brony posts. I only retweeted the N-word pony and my pony.
Yeah, I mean, your posts appear on my timeline because we follow each
Oh yeah, I forgot we follow each other.
other.
But for now, that is all, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for all of your super duper generous donations, of course, as always. And I will see
$2
you.
from Glow in the Dark. He says, wait.
No, I will not. I'll see you all again probably on Monday. God damn it. 5 hours later. Hungry now. Hungry, tired, sad, and generally depressed. Lucky 1917. Dev gaslighting again. Coward moment doesn't always mean regulation. It often means looking the other way when when the monopoly they like does wrong while they're competitors for the same act.
Oh my god, okay. So listen, we can just keep going back and forth with this debate, but it's going to cost him every single time we do it. How much money do you want, Arch?
Dev, he can keep the rest of his money. I want to eat now. Hungry.
Okay, dude.
We'll raid into Lumi's stream now because Lumi is like, I'm going to play video games or something. I don't know. Lumi's a weird creature.
Yes. I'm going to be playing Smite too.
Oh, sorry for keeping you so long. It wasn't just me, but still, it was partially me.
No, it's fine. I had it scheduled for after the ArchCast anyway.
Yes.
I still have like
I mean,
4
like,
minutes to go live.
I used to do that too. I'd do like a gaming stream after the ArchCast, but then the ArchCast just got longer and longer and longer as more people wanted to argue with me. And I mean, it's good for business, but like these things have turned from like 2 hours into like 5 hours.
I mean,
Wow.
yeah, but it's fun, and also Arch is just continuously making money, so.
Such is the life of a dev. It is a tiresome deviant life.
Look at all Arch. There's so many more.
Jesus fucking Christ.
There's like 6 more now.
Chat.
And they're all like $2, so they're short just to keep you here.
All of you are bad people, and you know that. And I did check Rumble and Streamlabs Zero. I'm pretty sure I've got them all. The rest of you are being malicious. And I'm going to ignore you now.
Lumi feet stream? No, ill, icky. And plus, I'm a mermaid. I have a tail.
She does have a feet cam, chat.
Do a tail stream then.
No.
Just like wiggle your tail around. You know what you should do? Get one of those costumes, like a Halloween costume for like a mermaid, and just put it on, then have like a tail cam, and just like flap it a bit.
No.
Yeah, you already bought the feet cam, so you might as well use it.
I don't have a webcam. I just have my iPhone for my tracking.
Yeah, we didn't say a webcam. We sort of said a feet cam. There's a difference. Silly Lumi.
No.
Silly Lumi.
No. No. When did this become Arch ASMR? Stop it. Stop
When I
whispering.
decided to.
So, Lumi, have you streamed with Rosa before? Because Rosa does feet streams.
Oh yeah, I love Rosa. Rosa's great. I've been on Rosa and Jazz's podcast a couple times.
Yeah, same. Rosa's great.
Now that the feet streamers are having fun, have a good night, chat.
Good night, guys.